Alright, good morning and welcome everybody once more here at the European Pro League season number 37. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to get the series on the road, and the opening picks definitely look interesting. Inner Circle, X Insanity, they picked that Winter Wyvern, and Winter Wyvern, it's a great hero. I know that as far as, the power level is concerned, as far as what the hero can do goes, on a tier 1 level and on a really high level, Winter Wyvern is amazing. On tier 3, on tier 2 as well, it's kind of easy to punish her ultimate though, which is one of the weaknesses that players are gonna have to deal with and that players are gonna have to play around here.
Dire team pick.
As Inner Circle, pick up a Tidehunter. Okay, it is a beefy frontliner now that you know that neither the Wind Ranger nor the Silencer nor the Slardar would really like to get break, right? It's not like there's one Silver Edge hero that's gonna make Tidehunter's life miserable. So for now, Inner Circle X Insanity at least have a good frontliner to target with all of that Winter Wyvern heal to Ravage into Winter Wyvern ultimate. I like the Tidehunter pick in theory, though it is the kind of hero that he's broken levels of overpowered, but because of that also so hard to make work, right? As Power Rangers. You can see this Tidehunter is throwing them off. Because again, Tidehunter, both super overpowered and super easy to counterpick. But that's why it's been chosen here in a situation where they can go for a Tidehunter counterpick. It's as easy as pick it up, click it, and pick it up. But, and they will do it, and it will cost them their momentum, at least they made sure to go with a Viper, so they have a hero that works against the Tidehunter and the Queen of Pain, kind of effectively having answers to not one but two of these picks.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
As the Terrorblade gets taken away.
Radiant team ban.
Urza as well. I really hope we get to see a Slark game. Slark is my favorite hero, not just this patch, but ever since they gave him that permanent agility steal, so you get something from it. Because Slark, he used to feel really bad when you were a carry that has to fight way earlier than other carries, that has to momentum and snowball super early into the game, and then when you lose momentum, you have nothing to get your comeback, right? And I know 10 permanent agility or whatever that you will usually have at that point where you kind of start falling behind on a Slark isn't a lot, but it feels so good to know, oh hey, I have this little bit of extra tempo to my late game timing. And I did call it. Sadly, the Slark is gonna get banned, as yeah, this would have been the freest Slark game ever against both Tidehunter and Queen of Pain. That's two heroes that you can just stay on top of, as well as Winter Wyvern not being able to encase anybody. Because the moment you do, they're still going to lose those temporary attributes. I love Slark, he's such a fun hero to play, to watch, and to deal with Tidehunters especially, and with him gone, I wonder what they're going to do against the Tidehunter. Because they need a break hero, and they need a hero that can win the lane against Tidehunter, while also needing something with good late game scaling. I mean, okay, Alchemist nowadays has a lot of late game scaling. I have said it multiple times with the Aghanim Scepter that you melt down, giving 10 extra attributes over, buying it yourself and eating that blessing recipe.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I speak for the
Choose
trees.
your hero.
As we're gonna see ourselves a Tree and Protector last. A Nature's Prophet, I mean. I like it, but it feels kinda as the one, right? Like, Nature's Prophet, we don't see him a lot anymore. And it's for a good reason. That hero is very easy to capture and kill, but 4-3. Nature's Prophet, a lot of work for him as Tidehunter. I don't know, the Ravage timing is there, the setup for a big ultimate team fight, kind of. But I'm not really sure if Inner Circle X Insanity
10
can
seconds
do it.
remaining.
Like, I don't like either carry. I would just like to say I do not like either carry here. Tidehunter is great. Slardar for Albercast, never bad. Nikki cool on the Viper, also a very well-rounded, very balanced pick. As well, we are gonna load on in Inner Circle. I wish I could say I have faith in their draft, but both the Tidehunter has been counterpicked, and well, Nature's Prophet is gonna have a good game. I don't think it's the hero they need.
I don't know what I was expecting.
Well, I just woke up. Leave me alone.
Ah, Team Liquid with the I just woke up, leave me alone. Of course, that's kind of a mood. I too have to set an alarm whenever I cast these super early first games of the day. But yeah, Eyesight Alchemist, I just really have a bad feeling about. I do kinda like Eyesight on the Wind Ranger being a support, but I just don't like either of the carries. What can I say? And I can tell you why. Alchemist, even if he reaches the point where he can't be killed, let's say Alchemist has the ultimate, has the BKB, he's just not gonna die in the team fights. Winter Wyvern ultimate. Like, Alchemist, because of the tempo, because of him, you know, capitalizing on the fact that he cannot die in the early game, this draft, all they have to do is walk away from him. Either Ravage walk away, but that he can counter with BKB, okay, so the Alchemist pick makes a lot of sense, but Winter Wyvern is just such a good matchup to play into the Alchemist. Because you get one of the best BKB piercing reliable stunts in the game. And the same thing goes the other way around too, where the Nature's Prophet, I just don't like that hero because, again, there's not a lot of stunts. Okay, fair enough, he should at least have an okay time getting out. But Slardar makes you die incredibly fast. And Silencer with the global silence can always ambush you from across the map. So you're teleporting out and then it's like global. And I know it isn't really worth to one-man global silence for just kill usually. But if it's the one position Nature's Prophet, especially since that's changed to getting 2 intelligence whenever somebody dies under your debuff while silenced, is just really, really good. As 4-3, tipping immersion and immediately receiving a tip back. More tips flying around.
Now you're fish food. Calm yourselves.
Calm yourselves. Stoichkov. He's a Queen of Pain holding the first skill point. He's literally just gonna blink away, and that's that. But I do like this aggression already coming through from Power Rangers. Showing just how aggressive they can be, knowing they have this terrifying draft. They're gonna walk up in their faces and say, come at us, dare to hit us. It's not gonna work for you.
The battle begins.
3 runes will go in favor of the Dire, though, as Inner Circle. Stoichkov does not belong on this top lane, but I like the switch. I really like the switch with 4-3 taking the mid lane and Stoichkov taking top. It makes a lot more sense than a 1 Nature's Prophet, honestly. Even though half of my chat's probably gonna be like, Joe, what the hell is going on here? Stoichkov doesn't need momentum. I know Queen of Pain is super momentum based, but this game he does not need momentum because Queen of Pain, the hero, has been picked with the goal of your 1 position. You need to make space for your carry to farm. And Nature's Prophet, who has a super losing matchup on any kind of safe lane or any kind of side lane for that matter, with just there being a good amount of disables and a good amount of burst damage to kind of bully him out of the lane, is going to be put over towards the mid lane, where as you can see against the Viper, 4-2-3 is not lasting super well either. But he is going to get an XP advantage, and what he's going to lack in this lane by starting off the mid lane early, they can make up for once he kind of goes for the swap around with the Queen of Pain, once Stoichkov actually starts playing that mid position. Because for the time being, look at how aggressive they can be on the top lane, right? Between level 3 and level 5, that's going to change for the side lane. And on level 3 to level 5 is where I would like to see Stoichkov just lane switch with the Nature's Prophet again. Because 4-3, he's already got a good amount of XP advantage. He is using those trees to try and contest as many last hits as possible against the Viper. And I know it's not going well for him, but his main name of the game here is solo XP. And falling a little bit behind on money, but getting your ultimate so early so you get those extra creeps across the map is more than gonna make up for it.
With me.
SE gets poked by this Wind Ranger quite a lot, but does have a bunch of spells to harass back. Oh, that Arctic Burn tick is actually really cancerous in a lane like this. Wind Ranger makes sure to regen up, and no first blood yet. This Nature's Prophet switcheroo, giving it to Stoichkov but having it played as a 2 instead of a 1 position starting out, is such a good move to keep them safe and in the game here.
Roots and run.
Sorry, cat brushed up against the mic. My cat has this thing she does where every time something's up with my microphone, she's just gonna run up to it and kind of rub against it. Also, Wind Ranger was denied, so don't worry about Immersion having 1 death. There has not been a first blood. He was just taking to the dagger, so Alberca hit him in the face 2 times. Because it's cheaper to buy literally nothing and just respawn, give the enemy a little bit of gold. And to run all the way back to the base and back into the top lane. Immersion immediately using that full restore to just once again harass people. Pop, pop, pop. Once again, those ticking daggers are coming out, and at some point he may have to be denied again. But Fernand's on bottom lane has dropped significantly lower as well. Uh-oh, Alberca! He should be good, even with that dagger still stuck on him. And once that's over, he can solve up and over on bottom lane till the end. Got first blood by Fernand's. He was harassed low first, but unafraid, having enough mana to turn around, he will set up a first blood until the end. Lace will die for that to eyesight. Did he at least? Yes, he did get a fishy out of the first blood though. So I do think this Tidehunter is fine with dying as well, because again, it kind of resets him, it kind of helps him keep his momentum going in the lane, and Silencer has 0 stacks of intelligence so far.
Not for you.
Well, 4-3. He just got an XP lead on the Viper by forcing Nicky Cool to go back and reset as well, just because of how resource intensive it is to deal with this massive mob of trees.
You didn't want it anyway.
Alchemist being poked by the Dark Willow, but they want the Silencer to actually go for, do they eyesight now low with the self-stun, and in comes the Nature's Prophet, pressing the aggression, teleport out from the Alchemist till the end, is gonna get executed though, and 4-2-3, now starting to own this aggression for the side of Inner Circle. Inner Circle almost lost the Queen of Pain over on top, but make sure to blink her out and walk funny to avoid any potential power shot to the face onto Stoichkov.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I steal from the slow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
Bottom lane. It's gonna be the next lane where there is gonna be some action going on. Lay slowed up, but it's not gonna divulge into an all-out fight just yet.
Coin for me.
And while top is chill, over on bottom lane, Lace is so happy that he can finally get some solo XP. Needs the level 6, very important to get that Ravage up and running. Not just to make more fishy stacks, but also because Alchemist is not the only one that's gonna be super aggressive. Viper is gonna start roaming. Nicky Cool with the ultimate has huge kill potential onto the Tidehunter. And you need the level 6 just to have the potential to press Ravage and walk away. And hopefully have some teamfights turn on your behalf from, or some teammates turn on your behalf from time to time, as Winter Wyvern
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
trying to set something up, and they will find the Silencer. Tidehunter comes in, second fishy. Good tempo, good momentum for Lace, who will make a third fishy appear. Lace, go eat the fishy. He's not eating the fishy. Guys, this fish will be denied, and then I'm gonna be sad.
Tower is under attack.
But that is the third one being spawned and the 2k gold lead for Inner Circle. This is exactly how they need to play this draft. Not only did the lane switch catch them completely off guard on the side of Power Rangers, not having dealt with the Queen of Pain and the Nature's Prophet, they're now gonna have 3 cores that are gonna become impossible to deal with in just less than half a level for the Tidehunter. Viper is rushing the TP boots though, so he's not only going to be able to join the team fights, but also going to help out a lot more when it comes to, you know, zoning, breaking people at the last second, that kind of thing.
Every coin helps.
Roots and run.
Nicky Cool, still having a chill lane against 4-3, but till the end and Immersion are there to try and change that. In comes a counter rotation from the Dire, however. Now it's Nikki Cool that could be in trouble. 4-2-3, double Blood Grenade, Viper ulted. He's just turning around, looking to go for these kills, and they are gonna make 2 more fishies drop with Lace, leading the charge, tanking the tower like it's nothing, but not quite catching up to the silence on time. I'm not sure if that's worth 4-2-3's life, even if they did get the first point of intelligence there from the side of Power Rangers and the most valuable kill across the map. They're still losing all 3 of the lanes at Inner Circle.
Radiant are scanning.
Just never letting up with this aggression. They're trying to hunt down the Alchemist, make sure to delay Eyesight's Radiance, but Eyesight, he is gonna be okay for now at least. Wind Ranger ran after with the Dark Widow Silencer. One man Wind Wyvern ultimate. Not how you have to use it, especially not at level 1 where the stun is very, very short. Good situation nowadays, it depends, right? I wish the actual formula was shown though. But yeah, it's depending on how many people are around. And if you have 4 people around, it's like 6 seconds. So it's 1 second extra per person that's hitting into the ultimate, I think. Because that was a 2-second Winter Wyvern ultimate. With 1 person there, it's 3 seconds, 4 seconds, if there's 1 more, and so on and so forth. As a global silence will come out, and Stoichkov, he may have had a free lane, but this time he is gonna pay intelligence for how much work he was allowed to do at the top lane. But 4-3 being kept alive by the Winter Wyvern, at least long enough to kill the silencer, will not be bleeding any intelligence. He is still gonna perish by the end of it, as Immersion manages to wind run out.
Dire's courier has been killed.
The gold lead not further escalating for Inner Circle, though Inner Circle are still in a really good position here. Tidehunter sitting on 4 fishies, had a Ravage and wasn't even there yet, because Blaze is curious that not like he can currently join a team fight. But they need to take the momentum. Power Rangers, they have great late game, they have great scaling, provided they get this Alchemist of theirs online. And the team fights, they just keep coming without end. This time around, Tidehunter is gonna be there, making another fishy drop. Tidehunter, pick up the fishy.
Under attack.
There's your stack number 6, man. Oh, it's so frustrating to watch Lace just walk away from fishies.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But I guess they want the tempo to set up a good Ravage. Queen of Pain though, stun locked over on the bottom lane. Stoichkov tried to turn around and get an ultimate out, will not succeed. 4-3 has a lot of damage for the Viper though. And is still chasing after Nikki Cool. Fernance from the other side in with a Winter Wyvern he goes, looking to lock down till the end, taking many massive right clicks from the Wyvern. The kill will be given to the Dark Widow, and Winter Wyvern just heals up. They're making it look so easy, but the only reason why it's looking so easy for the side of Inner Circle is that it's a complete 4v5 right now. And it will take Eyesight joining the team fights to actually change that and to actually do something about it. With the Radiance timing coming in here, it should still be doable, because this is bad Radiance timing. It may even be horrible Radiance timing if he dies again or doesn't farm well until he finishes it. But Alchemist is the one hero that has so much recovery speed, especially when you give away 1 or 2 of the modern Aghanim Scepters.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Slardar chooses not to dare and defend top.
Are scanning.
Wind Ranger though, she did deny this fishy.
Radiant's top tower
I'm so pissed for that Lace for not picking them up.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Tidehunter has got himself scanned out, but he is stealing stacks from the enemy jungle, so escalating that gold lead even further may even be worth that risk. As 4-3. Looking to hit some tempo milestones himself, and Alchemist 15-minute Radiance. That's bad on a non-Alchemist hero, or at least on most non-Alchemist heroes. Here for the Alchemist it is ridiculously bad, but he is making himself some stacks. He is getting the maximum value he can out of that passive, and Tidehunter over on top lane with a massive ultimate tries to set up a good team fight, but Tidehunter Ravage for the global silence, and neither team is gonna get a kill out of that. Lei's first item Lotus Orb though. He built that super early, not just to get that armor and the extra regen, but to make sure that Stoichkov can go in really aggressively and still be dispelled, blink out again, reset. Rotation over onto the top lane where 4-2-3 does a little dance but will survive.
They're not killing us.
Tidehunter will come to run down Immersion. Body blocked in and rooted up. He too will be turned into a fish. So at least this one Lace will eat. But looking at the win rate, Power Rangers, you can see that the game is still very rough for them. Even if the more Alchemist is coming online, the more the win rate is going to go back in their favor. Because with this Radiance and the Aghanim Scepter about to be done, he's already farming incredibly quickly and will only escalate. While Viper dies on top lane though to create more space for him. At least there's no Slark or Silencer or anything that punishes you for kind of feeding these kills just in order to enable the Alchemist. Because, let's be real, hypothetically speaking, all of these kills are borderline free and all of these kills are something that you are going to be able to get away with. Provided you are fortunate enough, let's just say. Nikki, cool, this time around, still pushing top, but a lot more carefully. He'll just throw the Nether Toxin and back off. Lace, 5 seconds on the ultimate, is already aggressively lurking around corners, hoping somebody is gonna walk into him. But they're not about to walk into anyone on mid, as instead Power Rangers, sitting on top lane, looking to enable a team fight. Nikki Cool will be scouted out by the ward being placed, and Winter Wyvern immediately takes the opportunity to be aggressive. Hit this poor Viper. Viper may be able to take a Winter Wyvern to the face, but once Lace joins the fray, it's not so easy. Lace, he gets himself hypothetically 2 more fishies out of that, and yes, thank you SE. Winter Wyvern, I wish I could tip you, I wish I could commend you right now, but just for that, Winter Wyvern is my MVP. Finally somebody that pings Tidehunter as fishies and goes like, hey man, you gotta eat. Stacks are important, you gotta get big. Go and eat that fishy. Speaking of eating though, Alchemist, he's still eating every creep camp he can find. Having the first Aghanim Scepter completed is gonna be a game changer for Eyesight. The real question is it too late already or not? Because it's kind of feeling like it may be too late. With the Nature's Prophet coming in over on the bottom lane, Alchemist still wants to turn this around. Radiance gives him very good timing to fight, and a beautiful initiation is gonna lead to not 1 but 2 kills, thanks to that Silencer buyback. That did cost them a buyback from Power Rangers, but still a really good move. You saw Inner Circle go in, not expecting a global silence, because they just killed the silence, and the moment they did, they're like, in, let's go, team fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Viper about to go Hurricane well till the end. Makes sure he gets himself out of there. Does not have a lot of intelligence, all things considered, but in a game with just 7 kills, having 6 intelligence is still plenty, right? It's always kind of relative when it comes to that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Viper also just got annihilated by a Nature's Prophet being stealthy and coming in. 7 stacks for the Tidehunter with an 8th one still just lying around at top, waiting for that Leviathan to come in and catch that poor little fishy. Alchemist, who did he give the Aghanims to? Viper? Viper. So they rushed Viper a super early Aghanim Scepter, which given that Viper is 3 and 6, he really needs one. And I do think using it as a farming item, just kind of nosediving into large stacked creep camps is currently the best way of using it. Because they can see the gold lead, but Power Rangers are still a lot more behind than they thought.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Bottom tier 2 will die. Winter Wyvern comes into the top lane, catches the Slardar. As that wasn't even a Winter Wyvern ultimate committed, thanks to the Dark Willow being there for the final bit of burst. 20 to just 7, one more kill, and they're gonna have 3 times as many kills as the side of Power Rangers over on Inner Circles is half of the map. I'm gonna do a quick item showcase. I know it's kind of early for that, but because this game is quieting down every time that they just are content with the amount of farm Alchemist is getting, I can point out that Stoichkov, he may have played the safe lane, but he's definitely not building too much damage this game. Going for a BKB now, he already has a Lotus Orb. There's 2 Lotus Orbs on the side of Inner Circle. They know Viper, Silencer, and Slardar are all problems, so they make sure to double down on this item to counter them. I genuinely like it, because it's not like Tidehunter isn't just getting infinite stacks anyways. And look, he finally got back to that fishy. It was laying there for over 5 minutes, but this fishy is actually going to have a character arc, as Tidehunter does a little taunt. Very happy with his stack. And I don't see any break for Lace approaching anytime soon, because who's gonna build the Silver Edge? I guess the Viper will, but Viper for now needs a defensive Manta style, just so that Nikki Cool isn't gonna get silenced, isn't gonna get stun locked way too easily. Over on bottom lane we are gonna see a bit of a group up. Alberca the one left there though, and Slardar in the water, of course, extremely escapable. Ooh, I've said that, but I don't think he expected that Blink Dagger from the Tidehunter. Anchor on top of him, and that's gonna be Leviathan Fish number 9 coming in. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's an additional 9 points of damage block. Every time you get attacked, that saves you 9 whole health.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Provided you're not broken, of course, but even at the maximum level, Viper ultimate isn't gonna be that great. Because he already took the extra second, and it's 7 seconds instead of 6. That was it. Over on mid lane, I completely missed Stoichkov going for a beautiful 2-man ultimate. I'm sorry. That fight, it wasn't even a fight, it was literally just Ravage Queen of Pain ult.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Alchemist and Silencer are both caught. Take the fishies, man! Oh, 2 more fishies left for the slaughter. Come on, SE, ping it angrily. Ping it angrily for this Lace, man. He can just blink over there, eat the fishies, go wrap around via the triangle. It's totally worth it. But no. And see, Immersion, he knows how to play tight under this patch. He immediately walks forward, denies the fishies, but one's still bouncing. He didn't see that one around the tree. Either way, Tidehunter's just gonna make more fishies by making more kills. And while SE on that lovely Winter Wyvern who keeps pinging all of the fishies dies, so will Nicky Cool and so will Alberca. Nicky Cool over on the top lane. He got by an angry Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet can just teleport wherever the hell he pleases. Has the Manta style coming in. It looks like game number 1 will be pretty swift and easy at this rate for today. Queen of Pain gets a setup onto Immersion, will be locked down for that, but there's the Lotus Orb coming out. Queen of Pain going in, purging of the silence, killing off Immersion thanks to that Aghanim Scepter already being there. It's weird to see somebody rush Aghanim Scepter on the Queen of Pain after the Lotus, right? Because usually either you go for a high damage build or you go for a high sustain survivability build. But I love this one too, where first you go for a Lotus, make sure not to die, and then you go for an Aghanim Scepter because you need to switch gear, you need to tempo up the game, and that's exactly what the Aghanims does for you.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
With the triangle taken over, Tidehunter comes in, he has the blink, he has the ravage, he has everything he could ever need for these kills to be generated. Another fishy for his efforts before he even really initiates. There's the main initiation onto the Viper. Viper leashed up to the anchor, slammed, fishied. Meet the Undertide. As out comes the Global Silence, one Lotus Orb will immediately answer not just that, but also the stun concoction onto the Alchemist. Eyesight has a BKB protecting him, but it will not protect him from his inability to cut down the trees, as Eyesight is gonna pop thanks to the Nature's Prophet. I think that's a sign that it's just GG, because if you cannot deal with the Nature's Prophet wasting all of your carries as BKB, then maybe there was some merit to 4-3's pick after all. Good game, well played, is getting called as just 27 minutes in the game. Very much GG on the side of Inner Circle. But Power Rangers, I think the lane switch caught them off guard. Because I kept saying, oh, I favor this Power Rangers draft. This is looking so easy for them. This has such good synergy. And I stand by all of those words. But they could not deal with the Queen of Pain in the safe lane. That swap around with the Nature's Prophet being put onto mid and then coming online and getting that extra kill XP so early on was huge. I cannot blame this loss on them, honestly. I think Power Rangers, they stuck together, they played their draft extremely well, they played according to their win conditions, but the win conditions got swapped the moment that that little rotation happened. I'm gonna switch over to Play Net Worth here, just to showcase my point, right? Disregard all other cores. And you can see this massive falloff from the Alchemist here, which is where the game really went south. But this is where it already started, because Alchemist was out farming the Nature's Prophet, but Nature's Prophet with one team fight where he teleported in a couple of pickoff kills, even though he died once, was keeping up and even at times out farming the Alchemist. Alchemist was finally able to come back online thanks to all of these kills, all of these towers being fed just so Alchemist could farm, and Alchemist is finally online and they go for a team fight, and then this happens and it's just GG. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that I'm gonna go to a little bit of a break as we're gonna get game number 2 on the road, where we're gonna see whether, well, the draft is gonna go for an outdraft in the first place, but maybe if it is, maybe Inner Circle are gonna go for a switcheroo like that again, because what can you really do against the Nature's Prophet? You just counter pick as a late game, you know, haha, we have answers to your carry kind of situation. Instead being the mid gamer and just making all of the space for Queen of Pain to farm the items she needs to keep the Nature's Prophet safe. That was so funny. Anyways, see y'all next game. Let's hope that this amazing tier of Dota continues from Inner Circle, but I really hope Power Rangers will kind of give us a better show as well. With that, see you all after the break. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, hello and welcome back once more to the European Pro League season number 37, as we got ourselves the first best of 3 in the game kicking off here.
Dire team pick. Great.
As a Clockwork Terrorblade combo is gonna come out. Okay, so in a circle, they were planning something with this Underlord Rubik opener. I like both of them a lot more suddenly, just because of how well it enables that Terrorblade. Just because of that demon now having the ability to kind of just get a firing range set up for him, right? Where it's like cogs, and then he can just press Metamorphosis, and with that Metamorphosis throw all of those balls, killing people left and right. "20 seconds left for Power Rangers, though.
Radiant team banned.
Axe.
Power Rangers, they're going with an axe, though. I mean, regardless of what they pick, this is always gonna be the Lone Druid show, but that's why I like the Chen, because between the bear and the real hero, you have double the ultimate target, so you get an extra hero worth of ultimate value out of the Chen pick. As Keeper of the Light has been banned out.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's strange to see Keeper banned. He's not that great of a hero, but the thing is the people that spam him can get amazing value from him, and Lone Druid is exactly the kind of synergy that you need in order to, you know, actually enable that, actually hold somebody down with the root. Because the root's now a counter. It's now building up like Jingoose from a Monkey King, where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 root. 1, 2, 3, 4 root. And it can get very powerful. Lone Druid, he definitely has a great laning stage. Power Rangers, though, they do need to keep him safe. Even though he's a strong carry with insane late game scaling, he's kind of like the Drow Ranger or any other squishy ranged agility hero in terms of survivability on the real hero until he gets the transformation.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Pick.
As the last pick for Power Rangers is gonna be a great answer to the missing team fight. They realize other than that Berserker's Call, they don't really have any good initiations yet. So Power Rangers will make sure to pick up a Sand King. Getting the AoE for the team fights, the double 2-man Burrow Strike initiation. They once again have a really clean draft. And remember, Inner Circle, the only reason why they had such an easy time in game number 1 was an amazing lane switch, where they switched Stoichkov and 4-3 and had 4-3 kick off the game on the mid lane, but immediately go for a lot of kills, immediately play around that money. So Inner Circle, how are they going to address this? With a Stoichkov Kunkka pick. I don't think they're gonna lane switch here. I think this time around 4-3 is actually gonna go into the bottom lane. He needs to be given a lot of solo XP though. Because the idea here is you are gonna have level 2 or even better level 3 Metamorphosis as early as possible. And then Clockwork just walks into the lane, presses Cox on somebody. And the moment the Cox connect, you can press Metamorphosis. You can start right clicking into whoever poor sod has been captured by the Cox. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're just stuck waiting for a little while. Inner Circle, I think they definitely have a harder game set up for themselves than the last one. Not just because of the Eyesight Lone Druid, but also because of this Terrorblade pick being somewhat predictable, right? Like, you didn't know it was going to be a Terrorblade, but you did know it was going to be a squishy ranged carry just from the first two picks. And 4-2-3, I know he likes his Terrorblade, I know he's definitely a good Terrorblade player. But if Eyesight comes online, then he is gonna struggle so hard. So Lone Druid needs to be shut down. They need to make sure to gank this bottom lane, kill the Lone Druids 3 or 4 times in a row. As the first smoke is gonna come out from the side of Inner Circle. Inner Circle, they definitely have the better first blood potential.
30
So they
seconds
may
to
just
battle.
smoke in aggressively and try to forcibly use it. They're not gonna be super aggressive for now, though.
The battle begins.
Three for 1 runes, though, in favor of Power Rangers, who the only life they risk is the Lone Druid's Bear. So no first blood even being threatened. Instead, though, as E walks around the wrong corner where Alberca and Immersion have quietly been waiting for this first blood to come around, and they will get it. They will take out the cock to make Alberca walk into the lane, and you can see the draft difference already. Even, well, win rate says Inner Circle is super favored, but Inner Circle, keep in mind, they do have really strong level 1 fighting. Even now that the first blood has been fed, they still have really good level 1 fighting. A chill top lane, at least until Terrorblade gets his metamorphosis, but X is not really the easiest hero to kill, even if you do have level 2 meta. So either target his support, or just settle for farming for now and wait until a mid laner, or at the very least a support after that early mid lane rotation can kind of come out to help. Zealot.
Bow to your lead.
I really do like the new, like, getting a super creep basically. So, not really much has changed, except that you kind of want to keep this one high value melee creep alive, or exactly use the martyrdom and just sacrifice it. Which is so funny if you ask me, and I really like that they gave Chen actual late game scaling. I still don't think he's the greatest hero, but again, one of the main reasons that they go for Chen here is double the synergy, double the value with that Lone Druid. Having twice the targets to affect with your ultimate, with your aura and everything else. Bottom lane. Still being kept chill with the Rubik and the Underlord. Chen with the blood grenade is gonna be in a world of hurt as the synergy with the lift back into another pit is gonna do him in lace, making sure to stay alive. But over on mid lane, Kunkka cannot stay alive against the burrow strike and all of that poison from Nikki Cool. Power Rangers, well, they will bleed a huge kill on the Chen. I know that's just a position 5, but it's more so the Underlord getting momentum and getting tankiness to the point where Lace is eventually gonna be able to withstand eyesight and all of that insane damage from the bear. I am curious to see what the bear is gonna build as well, but I'm definitely a lone druid enjoyer. Because unlike the Tiny, as far as popular heroes this patch goes, he's actually really fun to watch. And he actually doesn't just drop off like a stone. Haha, get it, Tiny Stone. The moment that he falls behind just a little bit on momentum. Lone Druid though, you can see that root being built up onto Fernance, and with the slow, Fernance is already dead. 3 for nothing as Eyesight takes the kill. Chen having a really good time, because now he's getting XP, and with XP you get that Zealot to be stronger again. Over on top lane though, we haven't seen the first Terrorblade meta. The first Metamorphosis is gonna be so big, and Clockwork, he's just burning everybody's mana. Very good use of the cogs into expanded armature, getting value out of both components of the spell there. But Chen is gonna come in wanting 4-2-3 and 4-2-3 against the Zealot, against the Axe. It is just too much damage, as now even Clockwork may suffer a similar fate because he has been slowed down. The cogs will come out to keep SE safe, but SE, how safe can he really be kept? With a Battle Hunger on him, not safe enough, because one more right click from the Axe is gonna do it. Double kill for Alberka! As Power Rangers now have a tangible gold lead, even if it's not that much yet. Over on top lane though, 4-2-3 teleports into the lane again and immediately dies! Oh no! I'm sorry I couldn't even catch that kill with my camera, but I think he underestimated Chen's damage output with the army there. Womp womp. I'm of course always happy to be getting a game number 3, even if it's not yet confirmed, but Inner Circle, they're immediately starting this game off at both a massive deficit and now more forced than ever to answer this Lone Druid, because this is still a 1-0 eyesight that's just free farming all the camps around him with that extended farming range of the bear, with that extended damage and tempo to really hold his own with. Nikki Cool gets chased after by the Kunkka. Kunkka though secures the rune with a torrent, basically guaranteeing that it'll be his or nobody else's. But Power Ranger, they already have 2k gold lead, and this bear, he's only really hitting his farming speed Lace, mostly being annoying in the lane, about to hit that level 6 where the real druid is exponentially harder to kill. Alberka forces out a Metamorphosis, is gonna be fine, literally just walking it off. Immersion, also gonna be okay for now, as instead the triangle will largely be stolen, but with a power shot, not even that can go the way that Inner Circle had planned. Alberka trying to be cheeky and threatening the Terrorblade. Terrorblade though should be fine, seeing it coming in time and having a Clockwork. Okay, he doesn't miss. Terrorblade kept alive. Alberka, not so much. With one more hit from the Terrorblade, Terrorblade will get rid of the Battle Hunger, and just before the Metamorphosis wears off, survives the wind range until the power shot comes out. As the long range power shot from Immersion will hit, it will still be that massive kill for Power Rangers. And Power Rangers, they are now making such a big carry advantage. Because look at Terrorblade, he's behind the Lone Druid. Lone Druid has the better late game, but Lone Druid is gone on himself, trying to turn into that real bear to survive Stoichkov's damage. It's not gonna be enough, and they will finally get Eyesight, stabilizing the game by a lot. And you can see Inner Circle, they get their win rate back basically the moment that you kill Lone Druid, the moment that you make that space for yourself. Power Rangers though, gonna keep on the aggressive, this time around by killing off Fernance. Rubik taken apart, and Kunkka Would really like to get more out of this. Stoichkov has been getting amazing value on that alcoholic Kunkka of his. Power shot will come out until the end. The one with the 10 to get the creeps. Not what you see every day, but hey, again, that Zealot is leveling, that Zealot is
Dire's middle
scaling.
tower is under attack.
Lone Druid is going for a farming Maelstrom, so he knows that he has way better late game than the Terrorblade. He just needs to get there, and having both damage for the early team fights and the ability to kind of thunder your way through the Terrorblade illusions is going to be really good to facilitate all of that. Stoichkov meanwhile looking for a Blade Mail. As Fernance is going to get killed off by Nicky Cool. Nicky Cool with the Sandstorm delivering so much damage, but leaving his Lone Druid's bear in a bit of a predicament. Eyesight, he's gonna try to let the bear get out of there, but Clockwork will even go for the Blood Grenade. Rocket Flare just to make sure that the teleport does not come off cooldown. And they did commit 2 heroes for that, but it is a decent chunk of gold for Lays. And Lone Druid, no resummon for 35 seconds. So this is the first time that Eyesight is actually feeling a little bit of struggle this game, even though he is probably going to keep that Maelstrom on the real hero anyways, just to keep the main farming speed alive and well. Power Rangers, as long as they can keep this Lone Druid snowballing, they are going to be the victors eventually. It's 4-2-3, he needs to join the team fights earlier, and kind of with the Metamorphosis take the tempo around. 2 good Metamorphosis team fights in a row are usually all it takes. In a patch that's still very rewarding to fight, and in a patch where kills are still very, very worthwhile as long as you can get them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Scan is gonna reveal the aggressive positioning around the top, but not around the bottom lane where Kunkka smoked up with 2 heroes besides him. They're gonna aim for the real Lone Druid, that is the name of the game, and while the Lone Druid is incredibly tanky, Underlord is delivering a lot of percentage-based damage onto him. And one more right click is gonna do it. Eyesight will go down to Stoichkov. That is gonna be Fernance dying for that, and Stoichkov as well. I'm not sure if this is entirely worth a Terrorblade. Preston Metamorphosis is present for the fight. Has been waiting for these cogs, but he cannot find a good angle to go on, and yet there it is, with Nicky Cool being knocked back once more, twice more, and a Pit of Malice just to get the kill. The Metamorphosis is gonna be worth it after all, as now 3 people are on the run, but Clockwork as well as the Underlord are chasing. Clockwork, thankfully for them, does not have that much mana left, but neither does Alberka, getting hit by the cogs time and time again. SE, running for his life, will be fine, thanks to the Tranquil Boots, actually may still be able to turn around. But Terrorblade, his Metamorphosis is about to end, so he's just gonna force out a fortification, go back to farming bottom lane. 4-3, considering he's 1-3, that recovery kill there was so important to at least kind of keep him in the game. Because, while Terrorblade is still kind of in the game, Lone Druid is still having an amazing game, even with that death just now, as his farming item is gonna come out super early, and this bear continuously being hunted down does not slow him down too significantly. I know Eyesight is bottom of net worth, but he's the kind of guy that has 2 heroes, right? So at some point the bear is going to be as strong as a hero and farm as fast as a hero, and that's when you're going to catch up to this Terrorblade. But over on bottom lane, we already see Terrorblade commit into the team fights. He will have to use Defensive Sunder just to make absolutely sure he's out of there, while Lace wishes that he had an ultimate like that to keep himself alive. Bottom tier 1 kept alive though. And yeah, as expected, Eyesight keeping the Maelstrom on the real Lone Druid. Going for Mjolnir and then straight into Aghanim Scepter after. The bear has attributes nowadays, by the way, which is so weird.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Giants are scanning.
It makes Slark a really hard Lone Druid counter, because I'm a Slark spammer. So I can tell you right now that being a Slark against the Lone Druid with the bear feels really good when you have two targets to yoink the agility from nowadays.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Teleport back out over towards the top lane.
Radiant are scanning.
But Power Rangers, their objective is make space, keep eyesight, slowly but surely catching up to everyone. Because you can see, well, yes, Lone Druid is still very low on the course, so is Terrorblade. So as far as the carry versus carry matchup goes, they're really not too worried right now.
Under attack.
If anything, it's 4-3 that needs to catch up a
Radiant's
little bit
bottom
more.
tower has fallen.
Because that last Metamorphosis fight was good, but it was not enough on its own.
Radiant are scanning.
Axe trying to set up a kill onto SE. Nikki, cool, wants to get his own ultimate off, will go up the high ground, find it onto 2 SE, dead Stoichkov, the next one to get caught. Sand King able to hold his own a little while longer, but with that Pit of Malice he is eventually gonna pop. Stoichkov ran after, will be turned into extra armor for the X. He needs all of that armor to survive the assault by 4-3, but 4-3 hard pressed to run down Alberca without any catch being left alive. 2 for 1, a great trade once again for the side of Power Rangers, because keep in mind the Lone Druid is just farming while that is happening. We did see some beautiful aggression onto the Lone Druid earlier. I'm hoping Inner Circle repeat that, but also kind of not, because I want my game number 3, and I do think that, if anything, Lone Druid is a great way of kind of, you know, facilitating that, of kind of showcasing, hey, look, we got some stuff up our sleeve to turn this game around, to take over this map, regardless of what you guys are going to try to do about it. As there's gonna be the jump and the kill onto Fernand. Nicely done.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nikki, cool, just pressuring up the mid lane more. While LD hops over to the top. And that's gonna be a catch onto the Kunga Kunga, arrowed up by the Wind Ranger. Perfect chain stun, perfect body bluff from the creeps, and there's the X with the spin. It may take them ages to kill Stoichkov, but eventually they are gonna get there. And Stoichkov, sure, he can tell himself, but my Terrorblade is farming, but when your Terrorblade loses the late game matchup, I'm not sure how big of a consolation that really is. Because once that Aghanim Scepter is done, Lone Druid will be able to split this bear off. We'll have the bear able to go into the jungle and farm on his own accord where and when need be. Nikki, cool, close to catching SE, but a Rocket Flare will scout him out and SE is gonna back off a little bit more. 4-3, just teleporting towards the top lane. He is staying ahead of the Lone Druid ever so slightly, at the very least until that Aghanim Scepter is done, but Lone Druid farming up some massive stacks between him and the bear.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Entangle.
Dire
Such a fun ability now that it's been reworked, because 2.4 second root is fairly powerful, but it's not like Lone Druid can always double proc the Entangle. It's not like the olden days where you can put everything onto that aggression with it. And Manta Style is gonna be there, so at least the Terrorblade is gonna be able to answer it in case you're trying to entangle so that he cannot run at anybody's thunder.
Radiant's top tower is
Bottom tier 1, however, faced with a lot of aggression from this creep army, and the bottom tier 1 is gonna fall. Not for nothing though, as Axe has died for that. And Underlord just off to the mid lane to take over the triangle, make sure that the enemy cannot further invade this dire jungle, as there's not really many stacks to be taken at least. But deal with the Lone Druid has become the name of the game, because if they do, maybe they can go for Roshan. Maybe Inner Circle can get a big objective like that to get the tempo back on their side. Because it's not all lost, but the win rate, it's still teetering around that 50-50 edge, which the longer it keeps being the case, the more terrifying Eyesight is going to become.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As it looks like we got ourselves a pause coming out from Stoichkov. Hopefully just a short one, but it will give me a moment to do this item check, because there's 2 blade mails, but there's also jumps on the Chen, and a bunch of other items we haven't really discussed, like the Blink Dagger Agams now both being done from the Sand King. Immersion this close to the upgraded Urn of Shadows. Fernand's meanwhile no rush, he just got a casual urn, and is instead looking for that Essence Distiller to make from it. But with that, we're just gonna wait out the pause, I'm afraid. As game number 1 was very one-sided, now game number 2 I'm really happy that Power Rangers got a chance and are showing us why they deserve to be in the EPL in the first place. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and immediately the moment we are SE is gonna get executed, is gonna get slam dunked on by Alberca, with Axe only getting more aggressive. He's got 3 points of armor now from the ultimate. Nowadays that you only get it from the ultimate, at least it scales up fast again.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Spirit Bear traveling away. As Lone Druid, see, he's not even with the team, but now he puts that Maelstrom over on the bear. Makes sure that the bear is gonna be the one walking around, while the real Druid is just gonna AFK farm. Kind of the Spectre simulator, right? You AFK farm away from the team on the other side of the map anyways, because, well, you can always be there without risking your real hero. Lone Druid only having 2 deaths is gonna be such a big issue for this Terrorblade if 4-2-3 does not catch up. Given the lack of catch, Skadi is definitely gonna help with that. As that seems to be what Terrorblade has set his sights on for now. Axe still looking to make for a good setup. But instead it's just gonna go back to farming. He has that blink dagger, so it's not like he's not in range anyways. But you can see that finding team fights is getting harder as the map on Inner Circle's Assault has gotten smaller. And they're very much respecting that for now. They will come out, placing a ward up the high ground, making sure to de-ward here. As the gold lead slowly ebbing down, Terrorblade with his illusions now spreading out everywhere is able to catch up at least a little bit. Though you can see Eyesight's bear still being super cancerous. And Eyesight, the next item he desires is gonna be that Aghanim's Shard, of course, to enable the old school Savage Roar to keep your bear alive even more, but most importantly, disrupt these Thunders. Because really all this game boils down to is a carry versus carry matchup, and both teams understand that, which is why Lone Druid is so protected, but it's also why Inner Circle are always committing resources with this Terrorblade of theirs. Ooh, Alberca gets missed with the hook shot. They are gonna take his ancient creeps, but it's not even stacked. Inner Circle now sitting on this high ground. Stoichkov gets the X marks out on the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger caught, taking a lot of damage, but a heal is going to keep her alive. Whilst that's just gonna be the mid lane tier 1 tower that's gonna take the punishment from all of these Terrorblade illusions. Fortification is there. Awkward initiation potential for Power Rangers, though this positioning is not good for them, and they will just watch that tower go down, saying it's just a tier 1, instead of actually risking it there for the initiation, as the Lone Druid Bear is over on bottom lane, and we are gonna see a lot of resources committed onto Eyesight's bear. They need to get it now, but making sure that Lone Druid doesn't have that bear and is gonna be forced to at least resummon. It is gonna be massive. Lone Druid 90-second bear cooldown, but in comes the axe, in comes the Sand King trying to turn things around, but nope! Says Stoichkov with not one, but two perfect chips right on the mark. And Fernance did still die for that. As this Rubik was doing everything to enable another kill, catching and hitting people. But good disengages from Power Rangers. Power Rangers, even without their Lone Druid, they are still most definitely able to fight. Clockwork caught. Still getting good value out of the Cox, but he is gonna have to hookshot back under the bear, under his tower, and that is basically a death sentence with that bear. The second life just making him so incredibly hard to kill, because Terrorblade, 35 seconds, no Metamorphosis. I'm glad that 43 doesn't come in there and just keeps farming his Skadi, because he needs to play around the Metamorphosis 100% now, with Lone Druid already being fed regardless. The bear caught, but not quite killed off. As Wind Ranger is drawing in like, hey guys, I want to take over this triangle. Clockwork running at the Wind Ranger, but 3 as he is gonna get ran at. He is gonna have a defensive Eul's while his teammates come in, and Wind Ranger will be the one killed off. Beautiful usage of that Eul's, while Underlord, he has the Aghanim's Shard, so he can press that Firestorm on him, and he will use it to run down the Chen with. As the bear now caught off guard, and they make sure to focus that real Lone Druid bear every single time. It is available for resummoning, but Immersion has to run out of there first at the moment the wind run ends. Even just from the Terrorblade illusions, he's taking massive damage. X marks will keep him locked in place. Nicky Cool still fine thanks to the BKB Immersion. If that cock would have connected, he would already be dead. Terrorblade trying so hard to kill the Wind Ranger, and thanks to the high ground miss, cancelling the urn. A Rocket Flare is gonna do the trick. There's the tempo. Inner Circle, they reclaim it at the last moment. And for the first time this game, I'm actually having second thoughts about whether or not I'm gonna get my game number 3. Because Eyesight, he is struggling. He is gonna have to be very conservative on this bear's life for another minute. And knowing that Inner Circle, even though they don't have the Metamorphosis, they can go hunt with the other 4 people. Over on bottom lane, a lot of aggression, but they're not gonna quite find the kill. Ooh, they will see the axe. Wanted to go for the bear, draw it out on the map, but instead find vision on the axe right before they're about to go to the twin gate. Another Stoichkov ultimate lands right on the mark. Sorry, English hard. As the bear is left uncontested, but Terrorblade 35 seconds on another ultimate as he's going for that butterfly to make Lone Druid's game so much harder, to make these team fights so much more chaotic. And Inner Circle, they know this tempo needs to go in their favor and stay in their favor. And what's the best way to accomplish that? Well, what better way to do so than to take down Roshan and get yourself an Aegis from doing it. Over on top lane, the Lone Druid Bear once again is taking massive percentage-based damage. He will be kept in place with an Eul, so the Pit of Malice goes off again and again, but eventually a cock is gonna knock Eyesight's Bear out. Still, they're gonna kill him. Lone Druid has the resummon, is immediately gonna use it, but that is the carry not able to fight here till the end, goes down to Lace, but with the BKB from the Sand King at least prevented that Roche attempt for a little while. Terrorblade though, having pressed the Metamorphosis and forced Sand King to back out, is gonna say, you know what, screw it, into the Roche pit, time to get me that Aegis once and for all, because another contest is already coming in from the Radiant, but I think they realized that against the Metamorphosis, team fighting into this Terrorblade is just impossible. Aegis, 4-4-2-3, 4-2-3, gets himself that Eagle Song as well. He's immediately gonna swap it into his inventory. And now we're seeing a Terrorblade who in Metamorphosis is hitting for 300 something damage. That's just truly insane. Alberca trying to run out of there. Rubik, no lift, means that he is gonna be able to get away. A stolen Battle Hunger is gonna make Axe's life miserable though, because it scales really well with the Curiosity, but Rubik, it's not like he has Blink Dagger or anything else he can really use to catch up to Alberca. So, despite all of that buff increase, Axe is gonna get out of there. Lone Druid once a Shadow Blade is gonna give that to the bear as well, as now Eyesight can sneak that bear up to people, making it even easier to root them and hopefully catch out the real Terrorblade. Because the win condition is supposed to be so simple for this Lone Druid draft. Catch 4-2-3, kill the real Terrorblade, win the rest of the team fight because nobody can deal with your bear, right? But the problem is catching the real Terrorblade when the entire enemy team knows that that is your win condition and plays to protect 4-3 is just so difficult. Pit of the mark as Sand King teleports out of there. And Fernand's just so close and yet so far from catching him. 4-2-3, a little less than 1,000 gold away from that Talisman of Evasion to complete the butterfly and basically be the most terrifying that he's gonna be for the next like 7 to 9 minutes. Because Aegis and Butterfly are the timing that he wants. Speaking of timings though, Alberca, he is very, very tanky right now, so he's gonna jump in onto 2, even knowing that Stoichkov may be lurking. With the BKB, he can outrun Stoichkov for a little while, but the Firestorm is gonna make things hard on Alberca. Terrorblade, however, completely stunlocked with the taunt. Finally, Alberca goes down, as that is gonna be Stoichkov being turned around upon. Terrorblade presses the Metamorphosis, has the army up and running. The shard from the Lone Druid coming out disrupts the Terrorblade from putting out all of that damage, and the Mjolnir will get rid of that Aegis from 4-3 finally. 3 people dying for not that much of a sacrifice on the Radiant side of the map just yet, as Terrorblade may die again, and that will be huge. 4-3. I keep talking about how important this momentum is for him, and in order to not be outscaled by the Lone Druid, but he will die again. All of the momentum is going to swing around again to Power Rangers, and it was just 55 to 45 for Inner Circle when they initiated the team fight. And winning it would have put them in such a good position, but now instead they're going to pay with all of that gold lead that they had built up, being decimated by Eyesight. The bear is gonna start shoving out mid towers, and he does deal amazing tower damage. You're about to see Immersion takes down to an Underlord who doesn't even know that he's there and would much rather go bear hunting. But the bear is not able to hit the tower like that, and Immersion, uh-oh. There's the damage, there's the kill for Lace, making sure he gets himself a mega. A lot less one-sided than game number 1 though. This game's already lasting a decent bit longer, and that is gonna be one of the tier 2s forced to be fortified with 2 catapults just shooting away at it. Tormentor, gone for next with the Chen, with the axe. Uh-oh, Stoichkov, epicenter right on the mark. He does get the BKB up, but with an instant press on the counter BKB, it will not do enough. Till the end will go down as Alberca being ran down by the Underlord Lace. Not really enough to catch on his own as there is no more hookshot. Blink away from the Axe, and Axe is gonna make it out of there. They will reveal his teleport and Lace double checks, but yeah, Axe is gone. 1 for 1, still a super favorable trade for Power Rangers. They do get about half a tier 2 tower on mid, thanks to the bear ratting, stealing that bounty rune as well. And then going for a Monkey King bar. Oh, I love myself a good Lone Druid game. It's fun to watch, and we never know what's gonna happen, right? Power Rangers, they can still lose this, even though they are now the ones that just need to initiate one team fight, and from there are gonna be in a very good position to win this game if they win it. But they're gonna take their time. They know Roshan is gonna come up within the next 5 minutes, almost guaranteed. Sand King still just farming as much as he can. Nicky cool. I wonder what he's going for. He's holding on to 400 gold. I mean, of course he kind of wants to keep his buyback ready just in case he dies without having used the epicenter. Because then buyback becomes more or less mandatory. About to hit the 2k surplus though. While Lone Druid ready to once and for all answer the Terrorblade. Butterfly or no butterfly. Stoichkov, the one to be set up on, and he cannot even get his spells out. Underlord will go for a nice save, but even with that save, Stoichkov is still guaranteed to die. Underlord at least gonna get the bear out of it the first time. But if you just get the bear and that costs you 2 of your heroes, then Power Rangers are soon gonna be in a position to end this game, because Lone Druid resummons at bottom, is gonna use it to defend the bottom lane, while SE is now the one being ran after that has to get himself away, and the top tier 2 tower will be obliterated for it.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In the triangle, we're gonna see X caught with a beautiful metamorphosis positioning. Terrorblade will make short work of that kill and can now go for more. The mid tier 2 will have fallen though, and with that everybody is gonna back off before this Terrorblade can arrive to just spam them down with projectiles.
Radiant are scanning.
As it looks like we got ourselves yet another pause. Stoichkov seems to be having some technical issues today, I will go ahead and say. 4-3 meanwhile incredulously tanky with that Satanic about to grant him a second life that is going to be about the peak of his power curve. So from that point Lone Druid is just going to get more and more sustainable. While Terrorblade isn't really going to scale that much harder. Eyesight goes down over on bottom lane as well with a beautiful Cox setup to surround him. Or at least his bear, I mean. But resummon immediately ready, immediately used, and once again Lone Druid playing very defensively on the bear now. That's a big smoke. It's gonna come out this time around. They are gonna D-ward. But it's mid lane where Power Rangers trying to be aggressive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's gonna be the initiation. Sand King with the BKB, able to keep himself alive. Out comes a beautiful hook shot. BKB still keeping Nicky cool in the fight though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm looking up the Lone Druid win statistic. Apologies, chat. But it is pretty freaking high this patch. Way over 50%. So, Power Rangers, as they are approaching this power curve, I am not inclined to disagree with Gabe and Graf, because with a beautiful Underlord catch, Terrorblade can do it, but it is not gonna be so easy. As Lone Druid, look at the damage he has. Look at the tankiness as well. Axe makes sure to get extra armor from slam dunking on the Underlord, while SE trying to get out of their defensive used, but it is gonna do nothing. Roshan about to be respawning at the worst possible time, as if things weren't bad enough for the side of Inner Circle here, though I'm definitely in for getting myself a game number 3. If 423 is not able to prevent this Roshan from being taken, because he does technically have a Satanic now completed, can go for that second life, and can try to contest this Aegis from dropping in the hands of the Lone Druid. There's Eyesight's bear though, and Roshan is just gonna drop so quickly to all of those items. Terrorblade trying to get a setup, will not quite be getting one. Sand King looking to go for an Abyssal Blade, has the Refresher Orb, so Nicky Cool's big double ultimate is there. And they need to find such a good setup with it onto Eyesight. Onto Eyesight's bear. Because the tier 3 push is already going to approach.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He is the storm that keeps approaching. Oh, Underlord taking a ton of damage, but a nice 2-man hookshot will save him. As Roche Banner will come down to wreak as much havoc on the space as possible, while the defense is only going along slow, but somewhat steadily, at least with Terrorblade having the max level in reflection and being able to force that bear to kill himself. As now Chen double rooted up, so is Alberca. They want to make sure to kill Alberca. That's the way more valuable kill. Chen still on his way out of there, but is being chased by a Terrorblade illusion with that demonic zeal. Till the end, saved with 4-step 4 now. Beautiful body blocks from the Wind Ranger, but he tried to deny himself, and the Rocket Flare will interrupt him. Inner Circle, they hold the high ground. It is not the cleanest defense, as, you know, not all the resources were there. But the Lone Druid bear has become doable as far as dealing with him goes. Lone Druid, aware of that, is trying to get a swift blink to make sure that the bear is instead going to ambush and jump people. And speaking of the bear ambushing and jumping people, when he does that, he has so much kill potential. That Nikki Cool with a follow-up ultimate is just gonna get not one but two, and now a third one on Inner Circle. Says carry is being enabled as Terrorblade is just slowly but surely falling. Has the Satanic though, has the Underlord coming in. Terrorblade saved thanks to that Thunder. Oh, that got scary there for a second. Because I won the game number 3, but I'm always happy when the games are at least somewhat close. Because Lone Druid is already over-escalating here as he goes down on the other end of the map, and the bear will retreat to the Druid for the two of them to push out bottom lane together once more. Sand King. Gotta love how he just puts the Aghanim Scepter in the backpack, saying, you know what, my ultimate is gonna be on cooldown for 50 seconds anyway. May as well use those 50 seconds for other stuff. The win rate just escalating more and more, because the bear is still gonna become harder to deal with. And at some point the real Lone Druid will also become an absolute beast of a hard carry. There's the Swift Blink for the bear. Eyesight says bear, he can eat the Aghanim Scepter, but other than that he's completely 6-slotted. Will make sure to steal away the Shrine of Wisdom. And the final tier 2. So the map now fully opened up. Inner Circle still struggling. Stoichkov going for a Shivas, he wants that AoE. Eyesight gets himself a Wisdom. Tormentor. It's gonna get set up on by Power Rangers, and Power Rangers, well, go Power Rangers. They take down Tormentor and rush onwards, or something like that. Terrorblade sitting on an insane amount of gold, but once again people have to keep their buybacks ready, and 4k is just about enough to cover it for 4-3 with how fat he is. Also pretty much 6-slotted, can eat an Aghanim Scepter, can eat a Moon Shard, and that's about it. So the win rate is only gonna favor Power Rangers more and more as the Lone Druid still keeps skating. TB at least making sure to push in the bottom lane a little bit with the illusion.
Top barracks are under attack.
To try and force somebody to defend, but nobody's gonna fall for the bait. As out comes a hook shot to once again enable a kill on the bear. X marks the spot is there, and you are not gonna get away with pushing these Rexes. Bear immediately being resummoned. Eyesight. They cannot allow him to red, and they know it, because even one lane of Rex being down is gonna split up the teamfight potential of Inner Circle so much. And now that the Terrorblade can't get stronger, the great teamfight is really what's keeping them in the game, and it's really what is making them so much headway here. As immersion. Couple more right clicks from the Terrorblade, and the Clockwork are gonna do it. Wind Ranger will drop the gem, and that is a massive swing in terms of the gold net worth, but there's still a 17k lead. Well, Terrorblade is gonna join the push on mid lane, and when he hits towers, those towers are just gonna melt. So that's the tier 2 down. And the gold slowly dropping back, the win rate. Still confident that this high ground push is gonna go nowhere, but look at the metamorphosis damage. Look at this tier 3 tower falling so incredibly fast. Fortification has been committed to defend against it. Lone Druid is gonna have to get both him and the bear back into the base, but the Medirex is already exposed. If they fall first, that could spell the beginning of the end, because look at how fast this gold lead goes down. And with it the win rate. Terrorblade now gonna start backing off. He will make sure they get the range tracks. And great use of the Metamorphosis. 4-2-3, he knows for 1.5 minutes he's fully on the defense now, because Power Rangers fully realized that that was the huge Metamorphosis resource used. But they are now going to be the ones that are going to deal with creeps constantly pushing in and making it harder for Eyesight to actually get stuff done from ratting and from split pushing. Because this high ground, it's still looking relatively unscathed. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I love crazy Dota games like this. Lone Druid tries to set up on the Terrorblade. Stoichkov is behind, will tank the initiation, but thanks to the Underlord also being there, Axe missed his call, and with that call being missed, they will get rid of the ward. They will get almost rid of Eyesight's bear, as that is going to be the bear killed off, as E will die for that. Bear for Clockwork. I mean, honestly, kind of worth it, considering the bear has to be resummoned and come in all the way. But they don't know it. They don't have vision on where the real Lone Druid is. So Inner Circle still in a hard spot to find a good team fight. Terrorblade, 20 seconds until he's ready to join. Underlord caught, but it is an Underlord with a pipe and a Bloodstone. One of the hardest to kill heroes on the map right now. Kunka wants to get the grab onto Nikki Cool, is not quite able to do it. The bear once more caught, and thanks to there being a ton of vision on the Rubik, there is no chance that Eyesight can get away on the bear, even if he will. Well, BKB teleport out actually may do it. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Eyesight having all of his net worth on the bear. I'm not sure how smart it is, but get the bear 6 slot and focus on your own hero, I guess. Because at the very least it is incredibly hard to kill, sitting at 124 strength. But Terrorblade, he wants the second lane of Rex, has his eyes set on it, while Stoichkov finds a beautiful initiation until the end with the ships. Nothing he can do to escape. Metamorphosis gets pressed, the Terrorblade firing squad is going to get that kill. SE on the Clockwork dies for it though, so a 1-for-1. But Inner Circle, they have the Metamorphosis, so they want a base race. Meta is going to end. Terrorblade still very content hitting these tier 3 towers, but will get the real Terrorblade back into the base to defend against the bear once more. The bear got some okay tower damage in already, but knowing that he doesn't have BKB means they're just gonna kill off Eyesight's bear once again. Eyesight immediately summons it. The circle of life continues, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 50 minutes into the game, as we still cannot say for sure who's gonna be the winner. An incredibly close and high octane performance from the side of Power Rangers for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As Axe gets jumped on, Kunka caught. Terrorblade also has a BKB. We're gonna see Fernand's killed off. Nikki Cool will force out a buyback from him, while Stoichkov, thanks to the Rum, still alive. The Rum is the only thing ticking away at him, so the Rubik buyback will not go completely in vain. Roshan is up though, and this Terrorblade needs to get it, while also not really wanting to contest. But 20 seconds till Roshan is gonna go to the other half of the map, while Lone Druid still pressuring the base, still trying to make sure that this mid lane being down is not gonna pose a big issue. Eyesight with the Silver Edge is gonna run around, it's gonna grab the top Rex, and he's gonna do so quickly. Yoink. Thanks for the objective, guys. Putting the rat in Red Dota. Nikki Cool. Still trying to be aggressive about it and find himself a good opening. The bear will get himself away.
bottom tower is under attack.
Every coin helps.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan will instantly scout out the smoke, and with that smoke being scouted out, they're gonna go for the Roshan, but immediately back up when it roars.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Power Rangers. One good fight around this Roche could put them in a position to end the game, but a lost fight against this Terrorblade could be just as devastating because Metamorphosis is up again, ladies and gentlemen. Power shot comes in, and they do not see Stoichkov approaching. Stoichkov walks in, gets the X marks, but lays already dead over on the top half, getting literally 1v1 by the bear unexpectedly. That is so rough, because now they cannot get that Aghanims combo to save them from the Underlord. In comes Initiation by Clockwork. At the moment that the initiation is there, Underlord comes in with the Aghanim Scepter. Buyback committed for that. Nikki, cool, BKB to try and stay alive. And with the Berserker's Call from the X, he is going to be saved. But Terrorblade BKB of his own means he does not care for the Berserker's Call. It is a 3-4-1 with a dieback, with 2 diebacks now. Or 2 buybacks, one of them a dieback. And the mid-Rex dying to the bear. Lone Druid, it looks like he is about to finally do it. Eyesight though will get the bear captured once again, and the bear is just dead. Has to accept the fate. I'm gonna switch over to buyback status as Terrorblade does not have it. And all of the Radiant do. They have been saving buyback for several minutes now. And one good push with that bear is gonna be enough to end the game because there's only one lane of Rex left standing. Kunkka, however, he's panic mode. Is it gonna be enough to set up another kill on the bear? Because that would be a bear dead for 40 seconds without resummon. Out comes the illusion, but it cannot root up the bear. It's just there for the damage. Terrorblade makes sure to push in the mid lane, and that part will succeed. But against the Chen Creep army now taking over the split push from the bear, they need to be very careful on the side of Inner Circle. Also, Lone Druid got an Octarine Core just to spam more bears. As at this point, all he's gonna do is summon bear, right-click bear onto this bottom lane of Rax. Pings come out that somebody needs to defend this, and the teleports are there, but so is the BKB from the bear. Fortification will have to be pressed in response, and with that fortification pressed, the Clockwork is just gonna die. Terrorblade comes in, wants to kill the Lone Druid, but the bear, oh, look at the damage he's doing. One more push like that and it's gotta be the Vegas. 4-2-3, he's gotta be so annoyed because he's playing well. He is trying to outcarry this Lone Druid so hard, and all Lone Druid does is bear go red push. Roshan is up, and it should be pretty free at this point, with a ton of magical damage, with the Focus Fire for the physical damage to make sure it goes down quickly, and a dragon committing that fireball. It is going to be an Aegis for the X, a cheese for the Sand King. As Eyesight will be caught, Terrorblade has so much damage for him. Half of his health bar turns white the moment that the TB illusions can hit. Bear dead. Can they get more? Because there's still pings to initiate. Alberca is gonna try. Will hit onto 2, and there is the epicenter. Terrorblade still has damage, but he cannot get a good position to hit anybody. Will force staff into at least deal damage on the Sand King. With the BKB now pressed, 4-3 needs for it to pay off, but it will with the Sand King dead. And now Axe left alone, losing the Aegis. Wind Ranger running out of there. Terrorblade does not have an answer to the evasion just yet, so he decides to instead just hit Alberca. Alberca dropping again, and these last lane of Rexes are being kept safe, even though there is a bear continuously red pushing bottom. In comes an Aghanim's ultimate from the Underlord to set up a kill on the Wind Ranger. The turnaround. Let's see how big it is. I think it should get them back to like 60% or so win rate, because the last barracks still being there gives hope. The moment the last barrack falls, it's gonna be GG. Backdoor protection currently still not up, thanks to top being a little bit too close to comfort, but Terrorblade is gonna personally take care of it. While the illusion still wreaks split pushing havoc. Lone Druid, he even went for an extra item on the bear, so he can not only teleport the bear into the base to him, but also out to a different lane to keep the split push even more annoying. And look at that. Backdoor protection, does the Lone Druid care? Oh, he's just here to cut the creep wave, that's fair. And cut the creep wave. Lone Druid will Terrorblade though, just running at the Radiant high ground via mid. He wants to get creeps into the enemy base as fast as possible. Lone Druid is gonna cut them as well, but Terrorblade counter-cutting creeps by sending illusions to the top lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And in comes a push onto the tier 4s. They're saying, screw it, our Terrorblade pushes fast enough, we can just go tier 4s. Lone Druid gets the setup on the Clockwork, but Clockwork has an Ether death. Bear dies, respawned immediately. First tier 4 is dead. Fortification has come out. Axe alive right now. Out comes a beautiful setup from the Sand King. Out comes a beautiful BKB from the bear to make sure that he can deliver the damage. BKB will prevent the Underlord ultimate from catching onto the bear, but there's still the regular pit. Kunga dead for 2 minutes now though. Alberca, he needs to die and he needs to die quickly, but they will get him. Still his buyback is there. Terrorblade, he does have a Sunder, is running low on mana, so needs to fight a lot more conservatively, slowly starting to get back. He's still trying to get the turnaround off of that stun. Immersion taking so much damage, but there's Alberca jumping in on the Terrorblade. Terrorblade, can he get the Satanic off? Not with the Hex! Terrorblade, is he gonna get killed? Yes, he will! Ultra kill for the Lone Druid. Instant buyback on the Terrorblade. It was looking so good. See, that's the thing this game. Every fight is looking so good when it's being initiated by Inner Circle, and Inner Circle get all of the kills they want, and then they stay, and then they overextend, and then they lose. That has happened like 3 or 4 teamfights this game, and this time too, the teamfight looks amazing until it doesn't. GG will get called by 4-3, who realizes that there is nothing he can do to out late game the Lone Druid, because at some point, Eyesight can literally just make the Lone Druid another hard carry. Then he has the bear and the real Lone Druid, both hitting as hard as real hard carries, both actually carrying the team fights. So just before the 60-minute mark, they tap out because Lone Druid with jungle items is even more terrifying at 60 minutes. And it makes sense because I love Terrorblade, but this struggle is real. As ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna go to a little bit of a break before we're gonna see who game number 3 is gonna go to. I'm personally just very happy and overjoyed that we're gonna have a game number 3 at all. But yeah, Power Rangers, they really had to work for it themselves. Even though they had an outdraft, they needed to play for that late game. But recognizing their win condition is gonna pay dividends to them. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're gonna head to a little bit of a break. I'll see you all soon.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in once again another match, the final match of the first best of 3 of the day, as we're gonna be way behind schedule here thanks to some technical issues. But we're gonna have ourselves a really interesting, really good matchup involving a lifesteal and a winter wyvern to make sure that the pressure and the scaling as well for inner circle are given, because I don't like this tiny already, and then lifesteal is such a good hard counter for it, saying, oh, you got a huge health pool. Well, that huge health pool on the tiny is just gonna render our own carry absolutely unkillable.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
With the Huskar band out. It's gonna be a rough game for the Tiny and the Underlord, because they can't get any good answers to neither the Winter Wyvern or the Lifestealer. And they're kind of gonna have to last pick a hero that does both, while also making space for the Tiny, while also being a very fast, mid-gamey mid-laner, right? Like Storm Spirit comes to mind, that Puck, which has been banned, comes to mind, the Queen of Pain, of course, which also has been banned, are the top 3 that I would kind of see in that mid-lane role actually try to hard carry.
5 seconds remaining.
As inner circle running lower and lower on time, but 30 seconds should be plenty to come up with something. Their main goal here is really just enable the Lifestealer and keep the Lifestealer online and enabled all game pretty much.
Radiant team banned.
Terrorblade gets banned out as well. Now TB makes sense given that they almost closed out game that he was not meant to win last game.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Tidehunter.
Ooh, last pick Tidehunter. It's pretty mainstream, but they make the call that there's gonna be exactly one break, and that's gonna be the Silver Edge from the Tiny. So provided they're able to deal with that one break, Tidehunter is a good pick. And Inner Circle, they want to risk it for the biscuit here, because the winner of the series is yet to be determined.
5 seconds remaining.
Power Rangers, 20 seconds. Come on, now you gotta enable this Tiny while answering Winter Wyvern, Tidehunter, and Lifestealer. Oof, that feels impossible. Is OD relevant? Like, can you get away with OD? Okay, they're gonna go with an Urza instead, switching the Tiny to the mid lane. I love it. I really love it, because you need an answer to Tidehunter, who does take very little damage from most sources, and Fury Swipes is the perfect counter to it. 4-2-3 still looking set up for a very good game here, though, I gotta say. As the load-in is about to arrive, slowly but surely.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Until the end finally locks his Chen, so only now is that 45-second timer until we're ready to go. But I'm fine with being here a little bit longer today, even though I do have some appointments after the second series of the day, and you know, somebody else is gonna take over. Lays on the Tidehunter, looking like he's gonna have himself a very clean game here. Because Urza, even though he hard counters the Tidehunter and the Winter Wyvern, it's still gonna be a rough lane for the Fuzzy Wuzzy, and until level 3 or level 4 and the Fury Swipes are there, you're really not gonna have enough damage to deal with that massive health pool and the Kraken Shell there to kind of protect it. As ladies and gentlemen, we are about to load on in. I do think that Inner Circle still have a slightly favorable draft, but now it's only slightly favorable instead of really freaking favorable because of that amazing Urza last pick. So the last pick still does a lot of work when it comes to afflicting and changing that win rate. As ladies and gentlemen, we are about good to go. Trees getting chopped.
Prepare for battle.
A bunch of fun voice lines and aggressive rotations towards the bottom lane coming out. Eyesight, the one to get caught on the Urza, running away and making sure to escape the wrath of the Hoodwink.
Seconds to battle.
Smoke versus smoke, well 4-3. His focus lies solely on getting to the lane safely, and he knows full well that this time around it's gonna be like last game, except with the tides turned, where he's gonna be the one where if he just AFK farms long enough, he can always win the game. Tidehunter still holding onto the skill point, got the smoke broken by the Chen, does not know where he's at yet. But Winter Wyvern is that's gonna come in, start harassing Nicky Cool, who's a mid lane tiny, but with that Blood Grenade committed, they're gonna try for the first, but or at least a lot of harassment. Nicky Cool is not quite gonna fall, but look at that damage. A very rough start to the mid lane for him now. As till the end takes a little bit of harass as well, but no first blood. So everything is gonna be kept alright, and Inner Circle are not quite getting that momentum to run away with like they would have loved to. The next series that we get coming up, Team Stealth vs Enjoy Boys, is going to be played immediately after this one, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Because I am aware that it was supposed to start a while ago. And while we're loaded in SE, over on top lane, not really the greatest lane for him, Immersion. You can see the harass battle kind of slightly favor the Wind Ranger thanks to a second Fairy Fire and just very good positioning. But Lifesteal is not the greatest hero to synergize with, it's not the greatest setup for actual kills and to benefit off of the aggressive, high early game component of the Winter Wyvern. Still a chill bottom lane for Lays, who hasn't really been able to speed it up yet, hasn't really been able to be aggressive and go for those in-your-face plays just yet. He is going to get to a point where he will be able to do it though, as Alberca being ran after next by the Winter Wyvern is going to pose quite an issue. till the end. Making sure that Furnace cannot bully him away either. But these little trade-offs where somebody drops low, retreats, and then immediately solves up again is basically all that we're seeing. But at least Eyesight isn't dying these first few levels and is making sure that he can actually farm on up. Immersion over on top lane, ran down by SE as well as 4-3. He did manage to block the creep camp, but it is gonna be quite a fight for it. He will teleport out though, and with that be alive. All the while, Immersion. He just needs his level 6, and level 6 as a 4 position Rubik should usually not be that hard to get, but you can see how hard this lane is becoming against 4-3. As the more it speeds up, the rougher it's gonna get. But wait, Tiny? Tiny on mid lane is the first blood. Nicky, cool, he dived the tower, using up the rest of his mana as well as a lot of his health. But diving the tower for one more swashbuckle is gonna be enough. And the moment that I look away, of course, we're gonna see kills elsewhere as Lace goes down. Till the end, will die to Furnace for that with an acorn shot. I'm sorry, chat, I'm really gonna do my best to stop missing these kills. I am not good at the whole camera work angle of things. As I really just want to watch 4-3 farm or not farm, because whether he gets stacks before Urza gets his Battle Fury or not is going to determine such a large part of the win condition here. But Urza did just get a kill, so that will speed up his Battle Fury by an okay amount with that Ring of Health now coming in next. And the power thread's already done just to get a little bit of extra right click in between those stacks of overpower. 4-2-3 wants Alberca, and Alberca, this time around he may be in trouble, because he cannot just teleport out like before.
Dire's top tower.
2 more hits from the Lifestealer are gonna do it, and he waits for the slow. The slow is gonna be countered by a heal, but that still means Lifestealer is just gonna need a little bit more time. Look at this beautiful build, by the way. 3 gauntlets of strength, 4-3, he knows his job is diving and speeding up the game, and with that, Inner Circle, they finally do take the momentum. This Lifestealer popping off or not is what I've been waiting for, because of how large of a part it plays in order to actually get a win condition going. But speaking of win conditions, once again they're gonna go for a tower dive, and this time around it's gonna take a lot longer to kill Nicky Cool, so I can actually catch the kill. Inner Circle, however, winning 2 of the 3 lanes extremely hard now, and Urza is the one person who's still having a chill lane, this Tiny. Thanks to the support rotations, his lane is just becoming so freaking rough.
Are scanning.
And kind of no longer looking like that strong, domineering position in this game that he was looking for. Alberca gets ran after by the Lifestealer, and they will have to go through a massive health pool, but you can see that even with just a couple of casual right clicks, 4-3 keeps out healing everything that the tower throws at him. So Alberca, he knows that this lane is only gonna get worse and worse the longer it goes on, but looking at the net worth, the one person who is winning his lane, Eyesight, is having the best lane ever on the Urza, is looking at the 12 or even earlier minute Battle Fury timing.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Urza farming the Warpine Raiders, making sure this GPM just keeps snowballing and snowballing, while this two-man support rotation is gonna hunt onwards. Underlord comes to take himself a large stack, but Hoodwink will immediately yoink most of the last hits. Alberca still got the big one, but he's not gonna be happy with that. Stoichkov also there for the group up. Four, two, three. Looking at a good Radiance timing, not quite as amazing as this Urza's Battle Fury timing, but Urza is being slowed down more, while Lifesteal is only now being made more space with people continuously invading this triangle. And always kind of showing up on the Radiant half of the map, acting like they own the place, because let's be real, in a circle, they will if they just win one good team fight on the back of that Ravage. That doesn't mean that all is lost for Power Rangers, of course. Their entire plan here is just protect Urza, wait for Battle Fury, Blink Dagger, maybe a Skull Basher to boast, and then you can just yeet eyesight at people and watch them die to the Fury Swipes damage, including the Tidehunter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Ooh, Underlord manages to TP out just before the Bushwhack hits him. Lifesteal, of course, very happy being left alone with all of those creeps in a corner. Time to feast, as the master directs. 4 to 3. Just slowly but surely having that health pool grow as well.
Radiant's bottom
Eyesight, he would love for somebody to just come out and kill this Lifestealer once, because a single kill on the Lifestealer is gonna put Eyesight so far ahead that he can then go for Twin Gate ganks, that he can then join his team on the aggressions. But facilitating that first isn't gonna be so easy.
My thrift rewarded.
Pango pushes in the mid lane as Sneaky Cool. Quite low, pinned to a tree, but no follow-up. They're content just getting out of there saying, haha, gotcha. Pressure on the lane has been applied. 1.2k for the relic, whereas Urza, less than 1,000 gold away from that all-important Battle Fury timing though. An 11 to 12 minute Battle Fury is about accurate. Now 12 minutes is good, it's not great, but it's still very good. 11 minutes or like 11:20 is considered great, you know, then you're just having the perfect Urza game basically. And it may still be feasible. Eyesight is gonna get bullied out of the lane just as I say that. They don't have that much kill potential on him just yet. More people are being brought in, but Chen comes to help its Urza, and that's gonna be the Chen that will be found, will be broken and killed off. Eyesight. So close to genuinely perfect freaking Battle Fury timing. Extremely good. Against the free farming 4-2-3, however, he is gonna need it. Because Radiance 2 is not gonna take that much longer to come out. And you can see Lifestealer here just hitting the catapult to make sure his health pool keeps saving itself and that he has enough to then contest the stack with. As a big Lifestealer player myself, I do think it's really satisfying to just watch this hero make the number go up and continuously full heal himself while doing so. Does a little dance. Urza Battle Fury done, with Urza having already confirmed his perfect timing on his farming item. Let's check out it on the mid lane. This is Tiny. Having a rough game, he is rushing that Blink Dagger to make sure he has the potential to recover. Whereas Pangolier 1-0 and 2 already finishes the Diffusal Blade at 12 minutes as well, and that is insane timing for Stoichkov. Eyesight, as expected, he is gonna go for a Blink Dagger to join the Tiny and being a lot more aggressive, hoping that you can find a couple of two-man avalanche tosses for the Battle Fury to really come into effect and for that Urza hard carry effect to really make people's lives more miserable.
Dire are scanning.
Chan. Caught and killed with a little bit of help from Fernance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tide will go to town on the bottom tier 1 now. He's not a great pusher, but he can tank towers and even being initiated on under a tower pretty much indefinitely. He also got the single best item for the Tide Hunter, so now the win rate is gonna start crawling away for Inner Circle even more so. As he is just gonna get himself free strength every 3.5 minutes. It's not a lot, but it can amount to like 10 to 15 strength in the late game, especially with the Kraken Shell. It becomes very effective. Stoichkov, targeted with a slow. He does have a Rolling Thunder to escape if need be, and is not inclined to use it.
Radiant are scanning.
Rubik
Radiant's bottom
killed off by SE.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nicky cool. Ran after by the Wind Wyvern. And there is that Zealot creep with the awesome skin on it. As Chan, I don't think it's gonna be enough to protect him. In comes the Sharpshooter, and he will take out Stoichkov with the Shield Crash. Actually, they want to secure the kill. Immediately turns around, starts hitting Immersion. As well, the Rubik is taking damage. Eyesight tries to turn around, hit the Lifestealer. Lifestealer, though, entirely fine. Stoichkov on the Pangolier, the one in a predicament. Out comes a one-man Winter Wyvern ultimate, and Fast is gonna keep Stoichkov alive a little while longer, but that is gonna mean Lifestealer is gonna die. And the return kills are there. Tide Hunter gets a kill with the Anchor Smash. Will not get the fishy for it, but he's more focused on living and potentially even turning things around with that haste. Nah, he's not gonna go in. Power Rangers, a great team fight for them though, because that's gonna accelerate the Blink Dagger from the Urza. Even though the Tiny died, he did get to reveal his own Blink Dagger, as the fish on his corpse can be denied as well, to make sure Lace doesn't get too much of a late game scaling, doesn't escalate too much with the little fishies. Because I'm personally a really big fan of watching the Tide Hunter become bigger with every fish he eats and just kind of escalate the game that way, right? Tide Hunter looking to go for an Aghanim Shard so that he can get a lot of value out of the Blink Dagger that he's planning to pair it with. Already has defensive Euls to deal with being broken, to deal with being set up upon. Well, 4-3 with that Radiance. Also amazing timing on his farming item, dying right after, especially to a fight involving the Urza. Is pretty horrible though, but at least his health pool can now start stacking up extremely fast with the Feast. Deny the creep! He just passed up free health there by not denying the creep, and over on mid lane with two Rolling Thunders, one from the Pango, one from the Rubik. The first casualty of the fight is gonna be that one position Tiny, or two position I mean. Massive kill, even though it's not the hard carry, but Fernance will at least go down for it, getting off a bushwhack to save his teammates, but still a great kill. Pangolier about to approach his Blink Dagger, should have it soonish.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom Tiny with the BKB coming in and looking for more of a setup. As in comes the teleport from the Hoodwink. As E, however, running for his life and nuked down with immersion, taking the curiosity there. 4 of those permanent stacks on him now. He's actually gonna outstack the Tide Hunter, even though nobody has spotted the fishy on mid yet and denied it.
Structures are fortified.
It is quite a cheeky spot for it to be in. Mid tier 1, however, that one will be spotted, but it will be destroyed rather than denied. A huge value kill there. While Alberca, toss back from the Pangolier, is gonna spell his doom while Rubik does get the Rolling Thunder out. Pangolier will have no such luck, and that is gonna help delay his Blink Dagger even more. Urza approaching the BKB timing now. He is snowballing, he is top of net worth, and he needs to make sure that at any given time until he starts falling off, he can just man fight the lifestealer, and by the time he starts falling off, he's hopefully already pushing tier 3s, trying to end the game. Speaking of pushing, Tidehunter is not gonna expect 3 people this deep into his jungle, will be caught by the multiple times with a beautiful Pillar of Malice, but as he is low health, Lace still running out of there. It's gonna be caught by the Tiny though. Tiny Blink Dagger getting all of that momentum. Nicky Cool makes a huge offlaner kill happen. You're not supposed to focus the tank, but if you can get the tank, that's still massive, because now the top tier 1 is gonna fall for that, and Urza,
Dire's top tower.
not just on top of net worth, but getting a massive gold lead back in favor of his team, as for the first time this game, basically, according to the game and graph, Power Rangers are gonna be favored to win this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lifestealer still just farming up the creeps, is getting more stacks for himself. Power Rangers, they're content now, just chilling, farming, waiting for the Urza BKB, because of how incredibly early he's gonna have it, even if he just keeps hitting the creeps. So for once, the Fuzzy Wuzzy is not gonna be running at people, but that's gonna change the moment that the BKB is completed, I can assure you.
Radiant are scanning.
Lifestealer, meanwhile, grabbing some huge stacks, and with that, huge amount of health pool increases, because those little golems, they give you like 6 in total. Just the camp of golems alone, 6 health. And I think that it's gonna make 4-3 very happy, as, yeah, 233 feast health, looking to go for a Saint and Yasha to just stick on top of people like glue while that rage is active. And Rubik, he's finally found the fishy. Oh no, RIP fishy. They apparently are able to breathe air because they live on land for so long. But Tidehunter, no fresh fish for him, as he's not gonna be growing super fast, and funnily so. Urza though, going for that Skull Basher that I said right after the BKB. I do love this build from him. He's making sure to get everything he needs to deal with the Lifesteal as Tiny comes in. Beautiful avalanche, beautiful counter. Bushwhack though will lead to a Ravage setup. Tiny with the Eul saved from more stuns as Eyesight BKB teleport out. Stoichkov not able to Rolling Thunder out. Just a 2-second Winter Wyvern ultimate. As that's the thing. People are still used to using Winter Wyvern ultimate for zoning like the old ultimate. You gotta hit it on 2 or 3 people because it gets longer then. It gets longer by 1 for every person you catch in it. So if it's a 5-man Winter Wyvern ultimate and you catch 1 person that's being hit by 4 people around it, then it's the 6-second duration. Roshan, however, falls so fast to the Urza that they didn't even notice what's happening. And with that Roshan being down, it's gonna be in a circle now, faced with a huge predicament. With the admittedly somewhat hilarious name of Eyesight. Tiny avalanche toss go on the Tide Hunter. Lace running for his life, will be caught, will be avalanched once again. About to take a tree to the face as if it wasn't enough punishment already, and Immersion is gonna be the one to get the kill, get another 5th point of curiosity with that. While Eyesight is just frontlining without a care in the world. He C tower, he attack tower.
Dire structures are fortified.
And the top tier 2 to the Chen army, plus an Urza being buffed by those auras, it's just gonna fall. Swipe, swipe, swipe! Down goes your objective. If Power Rangers want the victory here, they do have to end this fast at some point. They are gonna fall off. At some point, Lifestealer is just gonna become nearly unkillable, thanks to the way that his passive works and how well the hero scales.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tiny may want to find himself another setup, if at all possible. But 4-3, he's still feeling good about this game, because right now nobody's pushing too hard, no objectives are dying super hard. Bottom tier 1 may, because Eyesight has set his sights on that one.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And there is a Tiny just to help out a little bit, as the tier 1 tower is indeed gonna get swiped down by the bear.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Bottom tier
structures
2
are fortified.
is going to fall with the Urza.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hoodwink killed off on the mid lane, while top tier 1 tower will die as well.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 2. For another 90 seconds, they can push it as hard as they may need to, thanks to that Aegis being up on Eyesight. And he is gonna take it down quite easily.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Lifestealer on top though, that's the big prize. Tiny will try to get a setup on him, but Rage TP out. That valuable kill is never gonna be gotten. Winter Wyvern meanwhile may die for that, probably will die for that, as out comes an Underlord ultimate, just to make sure that there's absolutely no escape from Eyesight. Eyesight, 1 minute left on the Aegis, 1 minute where it's impossible to fight for the side of Inner Circle. Out comes the teleport in towards the mid lane instead with this Underlord gate. With the Fiend's gate they may be trying to set up on the Tide Hunter. Tiny gets a beautiful avalanche, gets a beautiful toss, setting up multiple times onto Lace. Lace caught with Urza, just Fury swiping him down so quickly. Eyesight very happy with that kill. Hoodwink about to get caught. Fernance will be Fury swiped down as well by Eyesight, and Eyesight's so happy about that one.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Pushing the high ground is gonna be difficult, so Eyesight is currently sitting here like, what can I do with my life? I can't hit Rexus, what can I do? Hit Creeps, I guess, is the answer for now.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Pangalier's courier will perish to boast. And Immersion, he's not really getting any stacks anymore. He has been low on stacks almost all game. Early game it was going really well for him, and then the amount of kills in which he could get that curiosity was just really low. But his net worth is actually pretty good. He is top of net worth as far as the supports go, and he does have the boots to at least make up for some of the tempo that he has been missing, to kind of give it all to Eyesight on that hard carry's Eyesight.
Are scanning.
I think that's a full Swift Blink coming in, right? No, not quite. Just the Eagle Song for now. I do think he is going to turn it into a Swift Blink. Yep. Oh, never mind. He does have the Swift Blink. Okay. Urza, a lot more ready to fight. He can only get like 2 more items, plus both of his Aghanims, and then he's going to be about as ready to rumble as possible. But speaking of being ready to rumble, Tidehunter was not ready to go 1v4 and will be absolutely obliterated over on the top lane. Urza finds himself an amplified damage rune, and that's gonna be 2 of the dire lanes already pushed in with their high ground, getting exposed to these creeps. Chen has the creep army at the ready to start pushing, and so is the Tiny. Half of a tier 3 tower already dead. Fortification is not there for the Dire, so they're just gonna lose this tower and this lane of Rex to both from the looks of it. Tiny wants to hit the range track slowly but surely. Urza meanwhile doing a way faster job on the Medi ones. Eyesight will dodge that damage from the Pangolier, will get slowed up with the open wounds. Inner Circle, make sure that 43 is gonna be the one frontlining for them because he has a greater healing Lotus. It's gonna go for probably a Nullifier and the Radiance, because you can always sell the Radiance later. And I know it seems redundant to double buy the Sacred Relic, but I think he may be considering it just to get the extra feast stacks out of the Radiance aura. Lifestealer decides to farm on up. Both bottom and mid lane have been taken care of as far as the creep equilibrium goes. The creep wave is being cut by the Dire though, so in a circle they are really doing everything to keep themselves in this game. Well, Chen is just carefully gonna send one Harpy to scout out the high ground, see if he can push, but doesn't want to risk losing his creep army. Because both teams know Roshan could be respawning within 10 seconds. It's not gonna be the case, it's actually gonna be 1.5 minutes. But the fact that it could be up means losing a hero is the most punishable right now. Realistically, it's gonna be the most punishable like a minute from now when Roshan is actually gonna be back before that person that gets killed respawns. But Tiny is looking for an Octarine Core. Interesting build from Nicky Cool. Getting more blinks, more avalanche tosses, and more BKBs for the price of one item is definitely good. Well, Eyesight will take a ride with the Underlord ultimate. They do not find the scroll, or do they? As the last second Atos comes out onto Furnace. Furnace gets a bushwhack. Underlord did scout him out with that Firestorm, and they will see Furnace once again. This time around, the pit latches onto him. It is going to take them quite a while to chase Furnace down, though. Furnace with 4 steps still getting away, while on mid lane, we may see Inner Circle try to set up a punishment for that, but they don't really have a good way of going in. Nullifier, he has decided to disassemble the Radiance for it after all. That is gonna slow down 43's farm a decent bit, but having the Nullifier is your best chance to kill this Rubik, kill this Chen, go on the back lines and take them out immediately. We're gonna see how it'll go with a smoke bump up though. As Tidehunter has the Blink Ravage, all of the resources are there in theory for the side of Inner Circle. Inner Circle, they will fight Nikki Cool. Nikki Cool, stunned up once, stunned up twice. Lifesteal has so much damage, and 423 is going to be given the kill, even though the Hoodwink ultimate almost took it. That break on the Tiny, just massive. Even though it's not a hard carry, it's the mid laner. The fact that Lifesteal just kills him so easily is ridiculous.
Are scanning. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Lifestealer is gonna defend the bottom. And no, never mind, he's gonna infest. I thought they were gonna go for like the bottom wrap round play, 'cause that's what they pinged. Oh, they may be, but with an infest instead. Gonna see. Tormentor will be reclaimed, that's priority number 1. And indeed, 423 is just running down the bottom lane. Went out of the infest, is looking to save for a BKB for that triple magic immunity. Yes, triple, because Rage, then Rage has a downtime of like 11 seconds, and after that 11 seconds you can skip 7 seconds at the minimum with your BKB, making it really, really hard to deal with a Lifestealer in that state. Roshan though goes down, and that's gonna be the Aegis once again going towards the Urza. This is where the high grounds can be pushed by the side of Power Rangers, as let's see what the win rate has to say on the matter. 80-20 seems about appropriate. Out comes a massive ultimate from the Underlord though, as Lifestealer immediately runs down the Tiny. Winter Wyvern though gets taken out. Will have to buy back to get that huge ultimate delivered into the fight. Rubik also dead. Will he be buying back? Not yet, at least. With Urza having a go on the Pangolier, there is no need to, now that 43 is already dead. Both of the main cores dead from the side of Inner Circle, as that buyback from SE is not going to lead anywhere, except that the next high ground defense against this 4 minutes of Aegis time is just going to be even harder. Urza wants to go at the tier 3, but he needs not just creeps, but a good setup from his team to do so. There we go with Underlord having a Firestorm, being ready to follow up with an Atos. It will be a catch onto both of the backlines, while Eyesight, just making short work of the tier 3, has forced out fortification the exact moment the Chen army came in. Avalanche tossed back onto the Tidehunter. Urza, he does not have a nullifier of his own yet, so he is just gonna have to let the Tidehunter go. Nikki Cool though, making him space to continue hitting these Rexes, and with the Chen army helping out, the Medirex are gonna fall just as quickly. But at least they can regen if they're defended, and to defend them the Ravage will come out from the Tidehunter. Tidehunter immediately lifted though by a Rubik. BKB pressed to ignore the Ravage, and Ravage not really doing as much for Power Rangers as it should have. Or 2 Power Rangers, I guess. As Urza, 3 minutes on the Aegis, he wants to go in, be aggressive, almost kills Furnace, does not quite get lucky with the bash timing. But he has an Enrage. With that Rage, he is gonna turn around, hit the Lifestealer once more, force out even more debuffs. There's a Winter Wyvern ultimate on the Rubik. Rubik, though, will live. Chen, not quite as lucky. Nice return kill there, Urza. Look at him just being in on these backlines, wanting to kill everyone all at once. And he finally will, getting 423, who was walking away with the cleave damage. Tidehunter alive thanks to the blubber, and is gonna be good with just 100 health.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
The Medirex, though, not quite as lucky as with the Urza and the Chen army. Again, the push is not great, but it's definitely enough. Winter Wyvern will get tossed back by the Tiny. That's a catch on the Hoodwink, and I think Inner Circle are about to call it soon at this rate, because this is the second lane of Rex that they've already lost. Only 1 left to go and 2 minutes to take it. Urza, he could take his time if he wanted to. Instead, he is just going to work on these towers. A nice defensive use from the Hoodwink, but this is going to do enough against the Tiny. With the Avalanche, I doubt it. As Urza is going to lose his Aegis for that, so now they need to commit for these kills. But Hoodwink dies in the fountain. Tiny gets tossed back away from the Tiny tosses back the Titan away from the fountain to make sure that Titan can't get away either. Double kill for Alberca. And the final tier 3 tower. It's exposed, but first, Urza's a little bit more work to do. Range Drax now exposed, but first, that one as well. And now it's gonna be GG's in chat. 4-3, he immediately recognizes this game is over. The Lifestealer pick may have been great, but Pangolier against Tiny is just not good enough of a matchup when neither of your supports has an answer to Tiny, right? Because Winter Wyvern, anyone you heal, anyone you encase in ice for them to regen up, they're just gonna have a Tiny on top of them, avalanching, tossing you out of position, and that heal just becomes a detriment. So Winter Wyvern used it very sparingly, didn't feed heroes by doing so. But the ultimates weren't good enough to compensate for the Winter Wyvern pick not having access to one of her biggest spells in most of the team fights. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to go to a little bit of a short break, as it is the second series of the day. Coming up next, Team Stealth against Enjoy Boys. It will be a couple minutes to get the lobby ready. I know it was supposed to start like 40 minutes ago, but we will get the game ready as soon as all of the players are good to go. So don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned here at the EPL season number 37. And there is going to be more amazing Dota 2 action not too long from here. See y'all then. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, hello and welcome back once again to the European Pro League season number 37, as we got ourselves the first best of 3 behind us, finally. It has been a long and exciting back and forth between Power Rangers and Inner Circle. As Inner Circle, they have proven that against enough aggression, they do look significantly shaky. And yeah, beautiful gameplay from Power Rangers in series number 1, but now series number 2, Team Stealth are up against Enjoy Boys, and this is gonna be an interesting one, because we got a Muerta first pick, and Muerta is not that great, but with a Tusk, with a Tidehunter, the means to keep her safe and to make for that really beefy front line are there. Whereas Enjoy, they too have something to protect, but it's not their carry. The carry will be a tiny, incredibly tanky, incredibly good at frontlining. No, what they need to protect is those Phoenix Eggs. Make sure the ultimates pop and stun everybody. Enjoy. Plenty of time left to figure out good bans, because the real question is this Muerta going to be a 1 or 2 position? Because she's definitely going to be a core with 2 supports already revealed, but where exactly she's going to be laning remains to be seen.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Invoker taken away, so they believe the Muerta to be a 1 position and are mostly afraid of this Invoker Aghanim's Ravage combo, where you can just Ravage and then when the world is already ravaged you make it befallen by a Cataclysm. Man, I love that Cataclysm spell. It's so cancerous to play against, but it's so fun to see used by others.
10 seconds remaining.
Enjoy. Got a minute and a half to come to a conclusion on what their final call is gonna be. Because it seems like they seem pretty confident calling that this is gonna be a Muerta 1 position. And yet they are hesitant because this Tiny is still not set up for a free lane or anything like that.
Bad.
Puck will be the one taken away. As now the ball is in Team Stealth's court. And they best make a good call.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The last ban taking up its sweet time, as now Team Stealth are the ones that gotta ask the question, hey, are we really gonna run this Muerta as the 1 position? Are we gonna shift where we play her in which position, and how we're gonna, you know, address the whole issue of there being a guaranteed 4 protect 1 with almost guaranteed tiny 1 position, but it could be a 2 and you're not 100% certain, so you don't just want to say, oh, Muerta counterpicks tiny and then get caught off guard by that. Enjoy though, with the Ember Spirit band out, what will their last pick be? Because yeah, a decent mid laner to take away the tempo and counterpick the Muerta would be a great answer, provided you can provide magical burst damage, deal with the Muerta ultimate, kill her off while she is phase tanking basically. But enjoy. I'm trying to find some statistics, and Tiny 2 seems to fare better than Tiny 1, but the difference is like less than 1%, so I'm not really sure if that should factor in here for Enjoy Boys. I do think they're enjoying this draft. This is some great and interactive gameplay from both sides, that much is for sure.
Dire team pick.
And a Storm Spirit for our last pick. Okay. I actually approve of that because it gives them a late game insurance while also making sure you have an answer to the Tidehunter and the Muerta in the form of magical burst damage. I do think this is going to be the Bloodthorn mandatory first or second item for the Storm Spirit just because of how good it is against the Muerta and how much work it can do for you.
5 seconds remaining.
Huskar picked up by Team Stealth, and with that, I think I'm gonna give the draft advantage to Enjoy, but only by a small margin, because Xenon Muerta I have my doubts about, but everything else is looking so clean for Stealth that they really just need to get the Muerta online. The other way around though, Muerta, and I used to spam her, but her late game capability has been taken away, so it's a lot harder to hit that hyper late game state that Muerta just completely dominates when you get killed off a couple of times early on, and that will make such a big swing on the win rate. It's absolutely insane. But I don't know. I think it's like 52% Enjoy Boys, 48% Team Stealth, because Huskars still have a really good lane against the Storm Spirit, right? It's not like the mid lane is something that they gotta worry about. If anything, the support rotations win. It's gonna be like a 2v2 or a 3v3 on the mid lane. It's what's gonna be scary, and is where issues could start to arise, to put it diplomatically. And ladies and gentlemen, we are loaded on in game number 1 here between Enjoy Boys and on the Dire, of course. We got none other than Team Stealth. This is gonna be the team tags being broken, so Team Stealth are on the Dire. Enjoy Boys are the Radiant. At least some of them have working team tags, but the logos, as you can see, are not working. So remember, Enjoy Boys Radiant. And a 5-man smoke before that 40-second mark where most people pop the smoke and run to the other half of the map. Phoenix will immediately deward this camp. Kuropatic making sure he's getting some value already as the smoke is about to break. Kuropatic will be the one on whom it broke. And they are chasing him, so Kuropatic, he's trying to bait, make it look like he was just solo there for the ward, but they're not falling for it on the side of Team Stealth. Team Stealth, instead just gonna get themselves in position for the runes, make sure that the early laning stage at least is not gonna go south.
The battle begins.
Two runes, almost 3 runes, gonna go in the favor of the Dire, but Kuropatic, he makes sure to very obviously not just throw away that sneaky little squirrel who could have gone for a very easy skill by stealing the scurry. But also not to let himself get harassed or lose out on any kind of resources. Because keep in mind, even though Enjoy Boys want to be the more aggressive ones, they do need this Tiny to first pop off. They do need the start of the laning stage to be quiet, at least until level 3s. After level 3s, they can be a lot more aggressive and in your face about most things. Slardar gets caught. Impalement arts off the mark by the Ringmaster. Slime Yao missed by that dead shot though. Xenon instead, Impalement Arted.
Did not catch you littering, bro.
And Slaughter just does a little dance. While the possibilities of First Blood are ever low on the mid lane, as expected, Storm Spirit not having as much fun as he would against literally any other lane, but he is at least lasting okay under the circumstances, and making sure that Resonance cannot really light him on fire with too many of those spears. Well, Casta, as you can see, can retaliate as long as the creep wave favors him, and honestly, I think he regrets not having pressed the Static Remnant there, because that would have been a First Blood with that right click exploding. But he didn't know the high ground mischance was that on his side, that he would hit both, you know, in a row. Because those odds are low, like to hit 2 high ground right clicks up without one missing. He's gonna keep Resonance on his feet though. Resonance, any kind of small mistake is gonna immediately get punished by the Storm. And this is probably the lane that I should keep my eye on for the First Blood, because Huskar at some point or another, he is really gonna stabilize extremely hard against Casta. It's just that Casta has great rune domination right now and great control of this map. Ooh, Koropatic risking it all for the Lotus. They are gonna prevent Klaxon from taking the Lotus. A nice avalanche. Tidehunter about to be the first, but if they're not careful, and no! Koropatic dies first. Loopsy just a split second faster on the right click, and Joy Boys, they are gonna lose out on that First Blood, even though it is a core 4 support, so it could be worse, but it was still such a great trade with the Icarus dive, if only it had worked. Team Stealth starting to farm really well on this Muerta. Muerta third and last hits, but with the Tusk also extremely scary if you get deadshotted to walk towards them and then straight into attack team. Slime Yao will make sure to harass the crap out of Alternate, while Xenon is coming in from behind to try and save his support. Slime Yao now needs to turn around, needs to run, but there is Ice Shards. There's not gonna be a deadshot yet, but it will be used to secure the kill anyways for Xenon. Two small advantages coming together for Team Stealth. Definitely off to a good start. Tidehunter meanwhile, first item, Ring of Health, just to make sure that he can out-sustain this unending magic harass. And Tiny, he is gonna die. He is gonna be turned into a fish. Klaxon, get the fish. Nope. Koropatic, he can just deny it if he wants to. Gotta deny the fish, man. Don't just take the range creep. But Phoenix, he'll solve up. The fish is still there. I know I get overinvested in the fishies, but I've played Tidehunter myself and my record is like 43. And I wonder how big Tidehunter can be if he's bigger than 43 fish, because that's already a ton. Over on top lane. Tidehunter is not the only tank whose lane is not going 100%, but Hotoke is out of there on the Slardar, does a little dance. While Tidehunter is now being pressured up by 2 supports and doesn't even know it yet. Klaxon staying close to the tower, making sure to just rely on that reliable health regen that he's got. Koropatic, he's finally figured it out. You can deny the fish, and Klaxon not gonna be happy about that, would really like to get himself the stack. But again, a quiet laning stage, so Tiny now overtaking the Muerta once more, even though Muerta was the one farming a little bit faster. Storm Spirit though ahead of last hits, And if we switch over to net worth, it's a slightly different picture, because you can see that most of these Stormlasters have been in the jungle, and Huskar has been the one dominating this lane, but we're gonna see the Storm Spirit come in, and nice impalement arts from the Ringmaster, but it's not gonna be enough to set up on Loopsy with 2 other people pressuring down this mid lane. Kuropatich making sure to leech a lot of XP to get towards that all-important level 6 of his.
Radiant
Slardar about to be surrounded by everyone. Ice shards come out, blocking the path of Hotoke. Hotoke pinned to a tree, and the fear not quite enough to secure him, as the vision was very fortunate there. And instead, Alternate is going to be the one ran down by Kuropatich. Kuropatich makes sure to slow down the Muerta's attack speed as well.
are scanning.
Muerta's still on top of net worth by a huge margin, so is the Huskar, but at least Tiny is kind of able to keep up with them. He has a built-in mini Battle Fury, it's just the attack speed that he's lacking right now.
Is under attack.
Well, over on top lane, Xenon dies to Storm Spirit, going for his first rotation. Storm Spirit 1 stack, Tidehunter 0. Muerta also now back to 0 stacks, as that Supernatural is great if you get a bunch of them. But this is what I mean, Muerta's late game potential if you die early has just been diminished so much by the patch that I really don't like playing her anymore. I think she should keep 0.2% spell amp per Supernatural stack that she loses. Just kind of like Storm Spirit, because look at Storm. Storm Spirit is great. Even if he dies once, as long as he keeps pushing this tempo, everything is fine. And that is going to be the second Galvanize, as well as the Ringmaster kept alive. Tiny can pop back off over to his own lane. Enjoy, boys. Being on the aggression definitely suits them, but over on the mid lane, there is retaliation from Team Styles, with Alternate coming out, enabling that tag team and Resonance, having a ton of attack speed to really get the damage enduring it. Hotoke chased away by the Hoodwink as well, but it's gonna be fine. Look out for falling rocks, says Bune, who thanks to that rotation to the top lane and otherwise just kind of AFK sitting in the bottom lane, is having the time of his life still. I'm not a fan of the Tiny 1 position, but he is playing it like you need to play it, like the greediest carry ever. Because if you don't get ahead of the farming curve by means of that tree, then you're just gonna basically be giving away free victory. Tiny instead tries to go for a double stack, will succeed in doing so. Nice little infusion of cash. Well, Muerta instead just has 2 supports sitting next to her. They do want to make sure that Xenon can still somehow farm up and keep that GPM increasing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The tier 1 was pressured, but they wanna get the jump on Enjoy, boys, and they will get it. They were hoping for something better, but will settle for Alternate because it's still Galvanized tech, and it's still better than just letting the enemy retreat. Huskar, of course, still hanging out around the mid lane, though. Well, Loopsy with the dagger and another one, and one more right from the Huskar. He is gonna go down. Slardar sitting over on top lane, being a little bit aggressive. While Tidehunter slowly but surely smashes through this bottom wave.
Is under
In
attack.
comes the rotation top lane, where Muerta's still just peacefully farming up. Keep running, says Xenon.
Now it's a party.
Not too much crazy going on though. I will do a bit of an item check as Tidehunter has a Mage Slayer, and the first big items for every core should be just about out.
Radiant are scanning.
Storm Spirit not quite there yet. Slardar, let's see what he's getting. Saving for a Blink Dagger, I take it? Yeah, he is. So delaying the Soul Ring to go for a Blink. As the smoke is gonna break on Kuropatich. Icarus dive out of there is not gonna make it. Loopsy dealing a lot of damage and the death shot is gonna be there. He will get those fiery spirits up and a last second egg. The Phoenix egg is gonna fry them, but Muerta with a beautiful ultimate has the damage to deal with it. Slardar was not able to protect the egg and now he may pay with his life. Xenon though misses the death shot and Slardar is gonna be fine thanks to that. The kills close to even once again.
Is under attack. Radiant structure
Resonance, though, having not died for so long, is finally able to fully take over this mid lane and enjoy the lane domineering part of the Huskar lane.
Dire's bottom
Really
tower is
liking
under
the tempo
attack.
for himself.
Radiant's top tower is under
Tiny, of course, he needs the Silver Edge
attack.
sooner rather than later, especially against this Tidehunter. Tidehunter wants himself a set of Phase Boots, a Blink Dagger, the usual to kind of go with that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Klaxon still definitely having a good time, while Storm Spirit just chewing through these Ancients like it's nothing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Loopsy though, able to duck and weave out. Cast on the storm, just chilling, hanging out. Huskar though will be jumped the moment that he breaks the vision on the Tusk. And yeah, both of them will end up going down, even though Muerta tried with a very good dash shot to go for a turnaround. The Phoenix egg this time around is protected, it's just too much. Out comes a counter Ravage trying to lock the Storm Spirit in place, but a nice attack speed slow will keep not just Casta alive, but both the Tidehunter and Loopsy on the retreat, as Tidehunter feared and Storm Spirit with the anchor being dodged gets stack number 7 of Galvanized, the regen rune healing him up so much. The only reason why he could take such a punishment, but that's gonna be 0 deaths, as we are gonna see a hopefully brief pause from the side of Enjoy Boys. Enjoy Boys just having such a good time hitting the mid tower and popping off. Because Tiny, I don't like him as a carry, he's really prone to falling off, but he is where he needs to be, out farming this Huskar by a significant margin at Resonance. Even with the Armlet, he can die right now, that's the most important part. Because Armlet toggling through a Tiny with an Avalanche is incredibly difficult. Go is being called, as thankfully it is just a short pause from the looks of it.
I came a long way to see you die.
Radiant are scanning.
game slowing down a lot now that Enjoy Boys are a lot harder to go on, and in that last fight have established their dominance. Phoenix Egg is not there for another 50 seconds, but Ravage for 80, so it's not like they can force the fight knowing Phoenix Egg is down on the side of Team Stealth. So Team Stealth just kind of farming instead, kind of looking to make sure Titan gets the Blink Dagger, makes these Ravages a lot easier to land, that kind of thing. If Resonance loses more tempo, it would be
Dire's
really
bottom
freaking
tower
huge
is
though.
under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 1 getting across it a little bit. They're once again not pushing it rather than looking for kills, or at the very least making sure Stunspirit gets the rune first. So if somebody comes to defend, they're gonna be ran down with that haste. Ascar decides against defending as the middle tier 1 is already gonna drop like it's nothing. Phoenix gets the D ward, and onto the next lane they go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Enjoy Boys, as soon as they have the lead, as soon as they are the ones dictating the pace of the game and where the team fights are happening, they are such a strong team, because once again, the Phoenix ultimate is ready now, and guess what, Bune, he wants the Muerta, he will get her in just one clean combo with the Echo Saber. Hotoge tips him, making it extra tilting for the Muerta, Stunspirit almost gets the catch onto Loopsy, but Loopsy out of there. Haste rune pressed for nothing, but not quite nothing I would say, with the top tier 1 still being left undefended against the Tiny, who can push in just a matter of seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Silver Edge almost done. And from the point where Tiny has a Silver Edge, Titan is not gonna have a game, so that's exactly the kind of thing that they need for this Tiny not to pop off, because 0 stacks on Klaxon is bad. I know you're not supposed to play around the stacks too hard and die for it, or let your teammates die because you're busy eating a fish in the other corner of the team fight. But he could have had 2 fishies, he has 0 of them. Both of those things are just not how Titan's supposed to be played, really. Bune looking for more and to just keep scaling, but it will be the Phoenix dropped on 4 now, and there's that first fishy. Complaining works if you just do enough of it. Huskar meanwhile locked in the Wheel of Wonder, the Titan to ultimate, not quite enough to save him. It may be enough to set up the Stunspirit, but nope. Says the Ringmaster with an escape act as Loopsy goes down. Xenon already dead, meaning no more damage for the side of Team Styles. And Team Styles, they're just being destroyed right now. That was a buyback from Kuropatic just to get that egg for the bonus kills, but they did get not just 1 but 2 alternate and Klaxon from that buyback. So Phoenix buying back for 2. I don't think they regret that. Bottom tier 1, not long for this world against Tiny with a tree. Who would win a main objective tower whose whole purpose of the game it is to defend, or one tiny boy with a tree?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roshan, the next objective to be set up on Bune, has the damage for it, but it is going to take them a while if they don't bring in the Slardar ultimate. Slardar is level 12, so they do have level 2 armor reduction, and now you can see Roshan just taking massive whacks to the face while that corrosive haze is active. Roche, not quite perished, but it's just a matter of time right now. While Stormspirit wants to stop this Titan from farming too freely and will succeed in doing that. Aegis will get claimed by Bune, and Bune makes sure he gets himself out of there.
Dire are scanning.
Just another bounty.
Tiny still slow pushing out the top lane. But he's gonna join his team on bottom for a Tormentor, as we're gonna see the win rate snowball even more once the Tormentor goes down. Because you can see when the Muerta is farming, the win rate will slowly, ever so slightly, fall off bit by bit. To symbolize how good Muerta is against both the Tiny and the Slardar going into the late game. It's really only the Storm that's a major struggle, wasting your precious ultimate seconds. Tiny, however, already got the Harpoon coming in. 2 big items. He is like almost a whole item ahead of the next person in net worth, and it's only gonna speed up with Bune farming this freaking fast. 2 people smoked around him to make sure that he's gonna be kept safe. And the Wisdom will be stolen by Slardar, whose smoke is still active, who gives vision on the Tidehunter. Tidehunter is a tank, so very hard to initiate on.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not impossible though, as first the bottom tier 2 is gonna die. And Tidehunter has already made its way out of there. Instead, Xenon was hunting for a kill with Alternate, having a huge synergy with that tag team, of course. It's 100 physical damage now, so with that Gunslinger, Muerta is gonna be having, let's be generous and say only 200 physical DPS added to her attacks. Even in her ultimate, because while it counts as magical damage, it still counts as attacks. But Alternate is gonna go down with the Tiny going for the jump one-shot combo. And after Tiny one-shots one Muerta, your attack speed is gonna be so slow, nobody can do anything about the Phoenix act. Tidehunter was thinking about saving her, but he was too late to get a good Ravage in it. Now Huskar is gonna be broken, meaning he gets no magic resistance, no regen, and just dies to a tree to the face. Creep wave obliterated as well.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Sympathies.
And now the top tower, bit by bit, getting wailed through with the Tiny, with the Slardar, just being hyper aggressive about the matter.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bam, there we go, got it.
Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
I
attack.
came a long way to see you die.
Tiny killing off the final tier 2 tower. Vector protection will go up very briefly, but more creeps are already on the way in as well. Storm illusions to help tank it. Klaxon made sure to split push the bottom lane out, but will have to teleport away the moment Storm Spirit shows himself. And it's a Storm Spirit that's split pushing bottom, so he can just cross the triangle in a second or two. The tier 2 falls without anything that team styles are gonna be able to do about it. As 23 minutes in the game, the map is already looking extremely small for them. While Storm Spirit gaining 3.3 mana reach in a second from the Galvanizers and only making it more the longer this game goes on. Tidehunter continuing to try and cut the creep wave, not quite succeeding this time around, as Tiny was going for the hunt. And then decides to go over to the top lane. A nice scan will protect them from the Tiny coming in though, as one teleport. 2 teleports, but the second teleport will not quite be on time. Alternate is dead and he knows it. This is why you make sure that the support teleports second and not the carry. Because this is still bearable, that's still Aegis time wasted, and the Aegis will be reclaimed in a minute.
A soldier's fortune.
But Tiny, he's just 1,000 gold away from the BKB, and that's gonna be another complete and absolute game changer. Casta, in charge of taking over the triangle.
Radiant are scanning.
Ringmaster and Tidehunter still Ringmaster and Tiny still pressuring up the top lane. Tidehunter though behind them, cutting the creep wave, as there is a Hoodwink kind of dedicated to stopping his rat push. Huskar, though, wants to fight himself a kill, and Tiny will be exposed in the worst possible position he can be in. A nice 4-step away and toss, but it will not be enough to save him against all of that Muerta damage and the burning spears. Only a second death all game, but it is a huge kill.
Maybe my finger got twitchy.
Slime Yao on the Ringmaster, fleeing for his life, does a funky little teleport and blink away, actual teleport away. No cancel from the Hoodwink, meaning he is gonna be fine. Phoenix Egg is there, so in theory, in 25 seconds when the Tiny lives, and Joy Boys can go for another huge team fight, but Team Styles, while Muerta does not have the late game that she needs anymore. The BKB is gonna be a huge timing for her, and is just gonna allow Xenon to test and check if his damage output as is already gonna be enough to win a team fight or not. Slime Yao still farming up.
Regeneration.
In comes the jump into the triangle, will catch onto the task though. Guaranteed dead. Hotoke comes in, claps him down, claims the kill as that's just a nice little puddle being made. Loopsy split pushes and goes for the teleport, knowing full well Phoenix cannot stop him. Little does he know the Tiny was just a millimeter away and would have been ready to. Is gonna teleport quite obviously to the top lane now. But forcing everybody back and keeping this map small is what's keeping this gold lead snowballing and what's keeping the gold advancing in favor of Enjoy Boys more and more. As Roshan will be up in 30 seconds and the next Aegis could potentially allow them to push high ground already.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom lane is gonna be pushed in by the Slardar.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The 16k lead not really changing. 90 seconds till Roshan, which neither team know, of course. Tiny close to level 20. Compared to Xenon's level 17, that is a huge timing. His level 20 for the Tiny is gonna be the final curve in aggression that kind of helps him with one-shot potential.
Stupendous.
Radiant are scanning.
Roshan is up and available. Ringmaster though, or is gonna be up and available in 40 seconds. Ringmaster though, he's gonna be patient. He's gonna be sitting around, not gonna move away from that Roche pit. Well, Huskar, Assault Core is coming in next. As they're all waiting for a kill, they will find Tiny. Tiny, however, beautiful avalanche, beautiful two-man toss. But even with the BKB, Huskar is hurting, but not hurting hard enough. Tiny is gonna live thanks to the Phoenix Egg coming in to save him, and Bune gets himself to the base, regenerating up again. 3-0, and that was a huge initiation that Team Styles planned, prepared, tried to spring the trap, and no such luck. Team Styles, I've said it before, I say it again, they're a good team, but this patch has not been kind to them. All of their good heroes, all of their kind of main and comfort picks have been nerfed into the ground, including this Muerta. This Muerta is a prime example of why so many of their fans have been disappointed lately. And Team Stealth just struggling a lot more than what we're used to seeing from them. Slardar. Aghanim Scepter doing some very solid work for him. And he knows that Roshan is now up ready for that level 3 Corrosive Haste. Mid lane is gonna be an initiation first though onto the Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit has a BKB, immediately turns it around, ignores the Ravage, and will kill off Alternate immediately after. Loopsy now also very close to dying to Storm. Casta finishes up both of them. It's now a 3v5, but Tidehunter, he comes in looking for more. Will literally just be ignored because they would much rather have the Muerta at least out of the fight for now. Will do so. Muerta's still alive, but Huskar will not be. And now guess what? Klaxon, he's still around because Klaxon's job is to tank so his teammates can get away. And he's always going to be in the team fight last, which means he is going to die last as well. And now there's no need to take Roshan anymore, because these towers, they are gonna take so much damage.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Fortify, doing a lot of good work, but only for so long. And even without the tree, Tiny just punches these range tracks so easily. Melee Rex is set up on next. Second lane of Rex is going down almost as quickly. Slardar meanwhile joins his team over on the bottom lane where Xenon tried to split push but got jumped by the Storm Spirit. And Tiny, he may be left alone with just the Slardar and the Phoenix in the base, but Phoenix, he has an Egg and nobody's really too scared of another initiation. Phoenix will go in, gets a nice burn off across anyone. Alternate. Forced to buy back, but the Egg is gonna go boom, and even though it doesn't stun anybody, it will make enough space for the Titan to walk back, reset once again. A Dust Force to come out, but look at that damage. Tusk, he dies to over 600 right click damage, because Tiny, he right clicks for like 600, and then Tusk had -1 armor, I think it is. No, -6. -6 armor, so he took like 900 damage from one tiny right click without there being any critting or such involved, just because his armor was that negative. And not having taken any casualties, now they're gonna go for this Aegis, and with that Aegis just end the game on the side. Enjoy boys, enjoy boys. Roshan about to come down. And more importantly, Tiny about to get himself a Satanic to stay in these teamfights for even longer, but he does have a crits now as well. With the Crystallis, is going to profit so much more from these massive Slardar Corrosive Hazes.
Dire are scanning.
Tusk killed off the Ravage, coming in just a little bit too late to save him and enable the snowball. Ringmaster still alive thanks to that Ghost Scepter, realizing that will keep himself in the escape. Back Tiny though lost the Aegis almost immediately, but Storm Spirit with the BKB just popping off too hard. Xenon running away with BKB of his own, but if you're running away with the BKB, it's already a wasted BKB. Tidehunter is gonna die, but before he can even perish, GG comes out in chat. Team Stealth, I told you guys, Muerta is just not the thing, and this is kind of a game that perfectly showcases why Team Stealth have been doing so rough. Because I'm not saying they're a bad team, I'm not even saying they got worse this patch. It's that all of their main heroes did get worse. Everything that they like to pick, everything that wins them games either got worse, or there's the Slark and the Juggernaut, who are both just super situational, and the few games where they're good, they're gonna be banned. with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head to a little bit of a break as Enjoy take game number 1 of the second series of the day, but there's still plenty of Dota to go around here, as at the very earliest this could be the halfway point. Hopefully not though. Hopefully Team Styles figure out a hero that is relevant to this patch that works really well for them and pull through game number 2, but we're gonna see that after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're enjoying the show. More amazing Dota 2 action coming up in just a second here at the EPL Season 37.
seconds remaining.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in once again as we got ourselves Enjoy Boys having a rematch against Team Stealth. Team Stealth, this time around, they want the Tiny, picking it as the 4th pick, unleashing their carry, but Enjoy got a Pangolier, got a Silencer, got an Ember Spirit, 3 really scary meta heroes, plus a Ringmaster for the saves and the massive Wheel of Wonders, just to make sure that the team fights are not gonna go completely out of control, even though it's not a 5-man draft, even though it's not an in-your-face team fight synergy.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Viper taken away.
Radiant team back.
As the 1 position pick for Enjoy, it could potentially set them up for a very free 2-0 here. Or it could potentially be something that just gets comboed up by that toss back into the mines, because the Tiny's tacky synergy, it's definitely good if you want to run a Tiny, right? I don't think Tiny is really an A+ level comfort pick for Team Stealth. They're more so picking it because it's meta, but at least that's one of the heroes that they should be able to run somewhat comfortably. And we're gonna see how Enjoy are gonna respond. Live Zero though banned out, so one of the Tiny main hard counters has been removed. You are not gonna take away all of that tempo and all of that aggression.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Radiant team pick.
Cass, okay. Makes sense to get rid of him. Cass an absolute pain in the ass if he picks up just a little bit of momentum with that Desolator and 1 or 2 items to really get that tempo his way.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
20 seconds till Enjoy are going to be drafted through.
Dire team pick.
Faceless Void.
And a Faceless Void. Oh man, I love this Enjoy draft. They're gonna have to make so much time, so much space, but as long as the Rexes are alive, Faceless Void always has a comeback scenario. He is one of the late scaling heroes this patch. And Tiny is just in for such a rough game. They need a great last pick from Team Stealth. Lockdown galore. A good answer to the Faceless Void. Huskar would have been one with the taunt and the silence, but he's not gonna go through, so what else can keep the Faceless Void locked down for too long for him to be able to time walk off the damage reliably? And also win, or at least sustain the lane against the Ember Spirit. Because a lot of the heroes that come to mind for stun locking up the Faceless Void do not fare well against the Ember. Team Stealth, 30 seconds left. Looking for a good last pick. You can tell that this Faceless Void, especially in synergy with the Silencer, is catching them off guard quite a bit. Because now you don't just have to be worried about the mid lane, you also have to be worried about the super late game where Faceless Void is just gonna hard counter you. And it's gonna be a Terrorblade who's an okay last pick. Meaning either Primal Beast or, okay, nope, Tiny is gonna go onto the mid lane. Tiny against Ember is okay, because Tiny can outlast the Ember significantly. Primal Beast is gonna have a rough offlane against the Faceless Void, but if he gets an early level 6 timing, at least around level 6, he can scare away the Faceless Void, do a lot of zoning. Team Stealth, they definitely need a lot of early game tempo. Metamorphosis, great for enabling just that if Terrorblade can kind of pick up tempo with a Metamorphosis kill or two super early on. That would be the way to kind of approach victory here. Because remember the previous series, right? We had a game where there was a really good Terrorblade chosen from Inner Circle, but because Lone Druid scales better into the late game and Terrorblade died a couple times, like 2 or 3 times early on, that's enough to completely annihilate the game. The load in is there, and ladies and gentlemen, Team Styles, they got their work cut out for them, but Loopsy on the Rubik. At least that one is a comfort hero, because I don't like this tiny pick, and even in the hands of capable tiny players, he is super momentum based. Faces Void is the opposite, so they deliberately go for a late game, they deliberately try to use one of Tiny's biggest weaknesses against it, even though it's very obvious. As, ladies and gentlemen, double 5-man smoke up. First blood potential is not really that big for the side of Team Styles. Team Styles, though, at least Terrorblade is a lot better feeling, even though Resonance, after the mid laning stage is over, once Ember Spirit gets to level 6, that's where he's gonna suffer. So he really needs to make the first 6 levels count, he really needs to keep the tempo in his favor. Terrorblade with the illusion is going to reveal where everybody's positioned at. But it should be 2 for 2 runes without too much action happening. And a decent bit of harass already onto Klaxon with the double impalement art. Just to make sure that these tangos are not going to do that much work for him as Slime Yao now goes to his own lane. Void would love to get a jump onto Klaxon. Klaxon TV though. He knows how rough this matchup is, and I love using the trample just to at least get a little bit of permanent damage and then immediately running away. While Loopsy is just gonna try to keep Yun from last hitting as much as possible. And the kill potential on this bottom lane, if the Faces Fight or the Silencer mess up, of course, is huge. But it's still a ridiculously strong lane against Klaxon. He is kind of the one that gets sacrificed in exchange for the mid matchup being slightly less bad, because really there was no good mid matchup once this Ember Spirit was picked, and that's kind of why this pick came through. Over on top lane, at least Terrorblade is fine. TB should have a pretty chill lane as long as his techies doesn't mess up, because Xena himself is incredibly hard to kill with a lane that's mostly physical and percentage based damage, because he's low health pool, and even though magic is a weakness of his, impalement art is not the kind of magic you need. Kuropatic going after Klaxon.
Почему всегда я? Почему всегда я?
Loopsy taking a ton of glaives to the face, and there's gonna be 1 slow, 2 slows. The combo is out. They want this first, but they want the stacks for Silencer. And 1 more hit from the Faces Fight is gonna do it as Kuropatic. He knows he's probably dead, is just gonna walk away, presses the fairy fire just in case, and look at how much kiting he can do, that he may actually get to survive. His courier is gonna die for that, but it brought him a healing salve, so Kuropatic is gonna live. First blood, 1 int for a courier kill. I think that's a very good trade still for the side of Enjoy Boys. Enjoy Boys, every game I've seen them play, they definitely enjoy themselves, and they're one of those in-your-face teams, but they're not that early game CIS, we pick Urza and Tiny only this patch kind of team. They go for a more measured, more mid-gamey approach, and Bune, now thanks to that first blood, is right where he wants to be, looking at a very good Mjolnir timing, as Mjolnir is going to be his choice of farming item, paired with a Mask of Madness, of course, because if you're not going to go Battle Fury, you need something to make up for it.
It was not meant.
Bune is continuously getting chipped away at, but Kuropatic is there again to make sure his Faceless Fight does not have to buy extra regen. We'll just block ward the camp while making sure to deny the ward 5 seconds before it respawns. That's kinda rough. Tiny, meanwhile, just goes for the water rune to refill his bottle with. But while Tiny has the easier time last hitting and denying in this lane, Ember Spirit still having excellent vision and a really good time last hitting himself. It is not gonna be a mid lane alone that can make the difference here. And Terrorblade, he's really starting to feel the pressure to get some of those beautiful little Metamorphosis kills. He's level 3, he did only take 1 level in the Metamorphosis, so maybe waiting for a little while longer isn't that bad. But if he can get that 1 kill to just start the snowball rolling as early as possible, it would be really good. Because Faceless Fight has already done that. And his Mask of Madness timing is gonna be beautiful to keep him farming so much more proactively. The TP from the techies comes through, but guess what? Silencer, he has a ward there, and he says thank you for all of that intelligence, as techies prolongs the curse, and he can do nothing but run away. Wait for it, wait for it, +1 for the Silencer. Bune lifted back into the mat, but he can take a barrel bomb to the face. That was a gank rotation from, this is what happened last game as well. Team Stealth are the ones ganking, and the gank just does the opposite of what they wanted. Now a massive lead already accumulating for the side of Enjoy Boys. And Enjoy Boys, they aren't gonna enjoy top anymore with that Metamorphosis having been pressed. Level 2 Metamorphosis from Xenon will at least make sure Terrorblade should outfarm this Void for a decent while longer. Faces Void though. He is gonna commit for that Mask of Madness. And he's gonna have so much attack speed during those first couple of chronospheres in the game already. Big kill onto the most valuable hero on the map. Ember Spirit about to die. Fairy Fire is not gonna be enough to keep him alive. Kuropatic just a little bit late, but it will not be too late to at least claim 1 point of intelligence. Maybe more with the Ringmaster going for a beautiful Tame the Beast, but it's not quite gonna be enough as Loopsy gets the double kill thanks to his perfect positioning. Rubik, just a terrifying force of nature, but even the Faceless Fight comes in. He's starting to pray for a bash. Resonance though, not gonna get bashed a single time. There it is, and the moment is there. Not only does he die, but Loopsy takes a lot of damage to the face. Faceless Fight does not have enough levels in the Time Walk to chase yet, but is gonna be very happy with that additional kill, because look at how good that Chronosphere timing is gonna be. Well, Terrorblade 0-0-0 did not get as much value as he wanted out of that Metamorphosis. At least he is top of net worth. No, not even. He's not even top of net worth, with Void going 3-0 now. Faceless Void. What's on the courier? Just the lifesteal still, but 300 gold away from the Mask of Madness.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Terrorblade, he needs something. He needs his pound of flesh, and contesting the top tower is going to be his way of getting it, or at least attempting to.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kuropatic
Radiant's
may get jumped on the silencer. He will get jumped. Out comes a mine right in front of his feet. A nice silence to try and slow up the Tiny, but he is gonna go down for that. Ember Spirit now comes in looking for revenge with the Searing Chains. Slay of Fists, one more hit on Alternate is gonna do the trick. He is just gonna take down to that activate and from the Flame Guard, but Ringmaster taking a lot of damage himself. Nice, Tame the Beast as Primal Beast. Hitting him with Tame the Beast has got to be raised as well, but look at the Chronosphere onto all three of them. Bune almost perfectly slams it down, not quite giving the Ember Spirit a chance to attack, but I don't think it's needed with that follow-up coming in from the Pangolier. Looking for a Rolling Thunder onto Loopsy, finding the Rolling Thunder onto Loopsy. Kill will get taken down, and that is Faceless Void getting accelerated towards an even better Mjolnir timing than he was already going towards. Terrorblade makes sure to take the mid-tier one down, but Kuropatic, he pings, come on guys, let's kill Xenon, and they will kill Xenon. 4 points of intelligence out of the 8 kills, not bad for the Silencer. As you can see, the win rate slowly but surely get pulled towards Enjoy Boys more and more, as it was getting out of control for just a little while.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Resonance 2 deaths, Terrorblade 1 death. Now things are going to be looking a lot rougher. With Faceless Void still just approaching his late game timing, but he does need some help to defend this tower. In comes a teleport from the Pangolier, while Silencer still making space, still zoning everybody away. Bune hanging in there and surviving. Techie's Searing chained up by the Ember Spirit, but it's not going to be enough to set up a follow-up kill.
Radiant are scanning.
Faceless Void sitting on top of the net worth, looking to go for that Maelstrom still. But the aggression is being built up a little more from the side of Stealth. Team Stealth, they know that they cannot afford to fall too far behind, and going for a 4-man kill while Terrorblade is farming would be the best case scenario here. Because TB, at least his GPM isn't that big of a problem. He is actually second in net worth right behind the Void, and even Tiny is still pretty rich. Huge stacks will get contested by Kasta. Kasta makes sure that this time around the Dire cannot steal them in Team Stealth. They would love a piece of the action here. Because they just had the gold net worth back in their favor thanks to how well this Terrorblade is farming. And these big stacks are not gonna help with that. Bune looking towards a 12-minute Maelstrom plus Mask of Madness timing though, and that's insanely good. Even if he's a little bit behind on the Terrorblade, he's supposed to be behind on the Terrorblade. With that farming item, he's not gonna fall too far behind on the Terrorblade, even making this game very comfortable for him.
Radiant are scanning.
Pangolier gets caught. Trample, Onslaught, and down he goes. No chance to ever get off a Rolling Thunder. Silencer is present on the one hand of that. Did press the global, however, just for Ringmaster to make his way out of there. And Kasta as well to just sneak away with the smoke still active. Space created for the Faceless Void, but it was kind of costly. Not as good as they would have expected. And Void, wait, what did he buy to delay his Maelstrom? Gonna come in looking for the Chronosphere. Terrorblade already kills the tier 1. Kasta will be silenced up by that last word. Silencer, all of his steals are amazing against Rubik because first of all the enemy can cast, and second of all with those steals you always get the most value out of your amplification from the extra debuffs. Tiny though is gonna die, losing some intelligence to Kuropatic, and Kuropatic is standing right on there, which means he will get mined to death eventually. Loopsy caught up to by the Faces Fight, and Faces Fight, he still has a time walk, will use it. Loopsy, one more hit. They will make sure to give it to the Faces Fight. Well, guess what Hotoke is up to? Trying to get the Primal Beast, not quite succeeding. Terrorblade baited to teleport under the tier 2, but with that onslaught it may be worth it. Shield Crash to try and keep Pango alive just a little bit longer. He is gonna have another Swashbuckle. It will not quite be enough damage for Klaxon, but Klaxon will be slowed up. A third teleport in now. They know that this Pango kill would be incredibly valuable. Pango really wants Klaxon, but Hotoke cannot finish the Swashbuckle cast with the toss. Nicely played by Klaxon, forcing Pango to just go deeper and deeper. 14 minutes Maelstrom for the Void, which isn't as great as he would like it to, but still very, very good and very clean timing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, the next suit of a fight where the Metamorphosis is gonna be pressed. 3-man smoke up. There may still be chances for a game number 3 because the win rate, it is actually starting to favor the side of Team Stealth just little by little. And it's gonna take a very good Chronosphere in 45 seconds to turn that back around. Tiny meanwhile just goes in unafraid of the Faces Void. His techies is gonna die. Matt will not do much. Another long range Impalement art will connect onto Resonance. As Resonance still being chased after by the Pangolier. He is incredibly fast, but not as fast as the Rolling Thunder, at least not if it's not being stopped by the Cursed Terrain. But he does not find the Tiny, will instead change targets, going for Loopsy. Loopsy has an amplification and a Remnant out. Will be able to get away with that. Nicely done, space created. But space created for the Faces Fight as well, whose Maelstrom timing is still very good. No longer insanely good, but very good. Well, Xenon is kind of out-farming the Void, doing what you'd expect from a Terrorblade. That is part of his job description after all. Rubik gets caught up to by the Faces Void, and Faces Void trying to punch Loopsy. Loopsy manages to remnant himself out of there. Primal Beast goes on the Pango, shield crash out, but he jumps and the mines don't even have time to explode. Alternate. Starting to have some serious impact himself. Faces Void, meanwhile, I think he's gonna upgrade straight into the Mule, just for the extra attack speed and damage during the Chronospheres. Because at this point he is gonna need damage for the Terrorblade and to deal with Xenon's insane health pool. Or insane effective health pool, I should say. Casta wants to rotate in, will not quite find a good rotation on the Ember, just does a little dance instead. Pango, he keeps being the one to feed for the Faces Void to these pulverized combos. Faces Void this time around, he is coming in though, needs to defend the stacks in this triangle and he knows it. Out comes Ember with a Remnant, Remnant immediately stolen, Rubik backing off. Faceless Void can just go and take the stack for himself. Would much rather have a big Chronosphere to win a team fight with, but hey, farm is farm, right? Well, the stack is being taken though. Ember Spirit jumped on once again with a full Avalanche Toss combo, and they may even have to concede the stack, as Faces Fight does not have the mana to turn the things around. 3 people dead, 5k gold lead up. Primal Beast comes in, yoinks the stack, out comes the Tame the Beast, Ringmaster is stealing one of the last, it will not hit with the Impalement Arts. Well, Faces Void at this point, just calmly farming the bottom lane. Bjorn knows that if he just keeps hitting the late game timing, if he just keeps farming, he is eventually going to win this game for free. Level 2 Chronosphere is already going to be an absolute game changer. While over on the mid lane, an absolute game changer is kind of what the side of Enjoy Boys would need, because they want this Terrorblade, but Terrorblade, he's so tanky. He's just gonna walk it off, ignore the most of the Slayer Fist damage. And shrug. Faces Void now in position to go for a follow-up. Casta, the one baiting and kind of dealing with the illusions. Primal Beast and Techie's also positioned aggressively.
Radiant are scared.
The smoke is there. Faceless Void, the one to get gone on. Global Silence is there, but not after a mine has already been planted. Primal Beast caught up to whiff. The Rolling Thunder cannot walk away. Will be forced to look at the wheel. All stunned up and hypnotized. Another impalement art for good measure. Down he goes. +1 and +2 and from alternate going down. Silencer finally getting himself some more involvement in the team fights, but there's the terrifying Terrorblade around the corner, pressing that Demon Zeal, trying to catch up to Corrupted. Corrupted with the slow, making time for his teammates to respond, and respond they will with a save on Corrupted for now. It will not be long enough for him to yoink more intelligence, but the Tiny is still gonna go down as Loop see the next objective, and they are gonna run it down with 3 people. Impalement Arts beautifully dodged with a stolen Ember Spirit Slayer Fist, but Ember with the Remnant says, "You can take my ultimate, but can you take my damage?" and just Remnant straight into his face once again. Pune, 6-1, goes back over to the bottom lane to finally continue his Mjolnir. His item timing isn't great, but nobody's is, not even Xenon. Xenon, sure, he's sitting at over 10,000 net worth, but for a Terrorblade, he could have like 12,000 at this point. It's still a rough game. He's still 1-1-1 and not like 3-0 or something like that, right? On mid, however, Casta will go down, and Ember Spirit is a kill that they cannot afford to lose that often, already having 4 deaths. Now, Pango having 4 deaths, that's okay, you can sacrifice one carry to make space, but when it's both of your carries that are dying and that are becoming worrisome, then the game's gonna get harder. Terrorblade makes his way over towards the bottom lane, is looking for a bit of scrap, is not quite gonna find it. But a 3-man smoke from Enjoy Boys. Enjoy Boys, they are not done with this. They have the Global Silence, they have the Chronosphere, they know that Tormentor is what everybody is contesting, and the Tormentor is falling quickly. The team fight, it needs to be good, because the Tormentor is already down and the contestation is not quite there yet. Ringmaster does not break the smoke, will show that these are just illusions, and it's Tiny that they are gonna go on first. Resonance about to lose another int or 2, that will be 2 intelligence as the Silence just has time to proc off. Xenon, the next one to get ran after, and this is the kind of huge kill they need, because they've just lost Bune to Claxton elsewhere. The Rolling Thunder will be cancelled though, and no Faces Void means follow-up fights are going to be more difficult for Enjoy Boys. Enjoy Boys not happy with that trade as they keep the gold lead stagnant. They get the win rate back a tiny bit in their favor. Thanks to having held the Chronosphere and the Global Silence, it's still getting something out of it. But it's not as good as it could have been if they would have just arrived 2 or 3 seconds earlier. But I think they know that themselves. Ember Spirit, with the BKB coming out, he is gonna have a lot easier of a time getting out and surviving. It will probably just be pressed to get away and defend. Resonance wants the BKB. Terrorblade, meanwhile, Skadi would be a game changer to get for Xenon. Partially because then, even if he gets Chronosphere, Faces Fight is never gonna have enough damage to finish the job. Faces Fight will have his Mjolnir at 22 minutes, which isn't great timing, but it's definitely not horrible, allowing him to do some more damage into these Chronospheres. But for him too, BKB is gonna be a priority now.
Not a whisper.
Techies trying to clean stuff up. Mass smoke looking for an initiation, if at all possible. Four-man smoke with Bune sitting behind them, looking for a go with the Chronosphere. It's gonna be the one person not smoked. Does a little dance while they are aware with the scan that Roshan is being done. There is a massive minefield here though. Pangolier, the one to scout it out, and Kasta presses the BKB in time thanks to it. Out comes a massive 3-man Chronosphere faces fight. Is gonna be disarmed, missing most of the damage in his own ultimate though. But Tiny on mid, the second one to fall, and nobody has died yet. They're just kiting around the Terrorblade perfectly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Joy Boys getting themselves back into this game as Team Stealth. Again, Terrorblade is looking a lot cleaner than any other carry that they're playing this patch. But with the Metamorphosis committed, they are now in all or nothing for this Roshan. Terrorblade is going to try to go for it, and Bune cannot contest. So with the illusions and a lot of Techies' minds, if they can get away with this, it would be huge. Roche lower and lower, but Ember Spirit comes in for the contest. Is there anyone who can Mind Sweep on the side of Enjoy Boys, or is this just going to go to the Terrorblade? Mind Sweep is there, okay, okay. So far so good, they know that Roshan is very low health. Can they go for the steal? Roshan still will fall to the Dire. Aegis is there for the Terrorblade. And now it's gonna be hard to find a fight for Enjoy Boys, as they are low-ish on resources and don't have a Chronosphere available. Faces Void just comes back to farm that old Ancient stack that he's been looking for so long. Bune once again backs off, decides it's too dangerous here, finds the other side of the map, really needs that BKB to be completed though. Because for the next 4.5 minutes, Terrorblade is gonna dominate the lanes, is gonna be able to push so hard, and he cannot afford to have another Chronosphere denied. Bune, he really needs BKB and then to hope that he has enough damage to kill the Terrorblade. Because if you kill Terrorblade, you win the game, and Enjoy Boys, they definitely still have some chance of taking this series 2-0. But it's low, as you can see. It's like 25-75. Requiring a very good Chrono to kind of turn that around. Ember is making sure to split push, is making sure to at least keep the side lanes pushed in as best as can be. Global Silence will come out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Pango going for a Rolling Thunder while the Impalement Art hit the Primal Beast. And with that Rolling Thunder, Techies is definitely going to be caught and killed off. Alternate doing his best to be as cancerous as possible, but the Slayer Fist will get him. Terrorblade, beautiful positioning with Metamorphosis. Pango, the one to die thanks to Ringmaster, still having that Glimmer Cape. Faces Void has the Chronosphere but wants to run from the Terrorblade, knowing full well he does not have the damage right now, without there being enough follow-up into the Chrono.
Tower is under attack.
Cameras acting up while I'm trying to defend Kuropatich. Got killed off by a surprise BKB from Klaxon. And there's the Chronosphere onto two Faceless Void. Does he want to focus Klaxon? Yes, he does, with the Ember Spirit coming in as Rubik. It's a guaranteed follow-up kill, double kill for the Faceless Void. Chronosphere well spent. Terrorblade forced to look at the Ringmaster ultimate. Can they go for a follow-up with that beautiful setup from the Ringmaster? Even if not, it costs Xenon not just a TP scroll, but a lot of momentum that he can't just go back and farm. Because keep in mind, the late game is what they're playing for, so I get when Ringmaster did it. Though I do think he's kind of sad that there was no follow-up, but he's like, oh guys, come on, if we get this Terrorblade, we win the game. But Xenon, he's still super unkillable, which the win rate reflects. That's why Terrorblade is super favored to win this game, because of how unlikely it is that he is gonna die to a Chronosphere like the one that just got the Primal Beast. Bune making sure to continue the GPM, ticking in his favor, looking for an Aghanim's Shard. The new and improved Aghanim's Shard gives you a lot of attack speed And it attack slows the enemy as well, so that's really good against the Tiny, who's just never going to be able to get an attack in. Not so much against the Terrorblade, because Terrorblade, he's going to get a ton of attack speed from the Skadi, from the Butterfly that he's going to build after, and then he's basically going to ignore it. It's just going to be a drop on a hot plate. TB is looking to push down top as best as possible. Techie is just spreading out mines everywhere, but over on mid lane Resonance once again Casta able to turn it around with the percentage based damage from the Spirit Vessel, actually getting Resonance down to half health. His teammates are slowly approaching him for a follow-up, but there is a regen rune picked up by the Tiny as they will grab onto the Ember Spirit. There's a global silence for the Ember Spirit, who with the BKB will turn this around, just does his best to keep them there as long as possible. From behind, Terrorblade is coming in and Ember Spirit will ping it out as he does not realize Rubik is there as well to immediately lock him down. He can't even stay a fist through the Terrorblade illusions. It's gonna be Silence of dying as a follow-up, dead for 70 seconds. "30 seconds on the Aegis, but that's 30 seconds of high ground push, while the Metamorphosis is only at half. Faceless Void has the Chronosphere exactly now, but for now he's still pushing down the bottom tier 1 tower. Tier 1 has been claimed by the Faceless Void, who will get himself a Wisdom, but they are gonna have to defend this. Rex this early on would be devastating, and Terrorblade, he will take down the mid lane of Rex's effortlessly. Faceless Void, still no intention of coming back. Just continuing to farm up, looking towards the Skadi now. Has the BKB, but the BKB reveal has not been there. Maybe if they go for a second lane of Rex, he's gonna come in 3-man chrono BKB and turn the team fight around. But it remains to be seen. I'm starting to become more positive that we're gonna see a game number 3, even though 9 out of 10 times I do favor the late game draft, just because of ending can be this patch. Just because of how hard ending can be this patch. Because yeah, ending a game up the high ground, you don't need a Chronosphere to prevent that. You need a Rolling Thunder, you need a Global Silence. Those are the meta heroes that we see a lot more than the Faceless Void, because of how good they are at defending and turning games around. Smoke up seems to be there. Once again, it is gonna be Enjoy Boys taking the initiative, looking for a good Chronosphere, but they cannot whiff it on just one Rubik or whatever. So they try to have the Ember Spirit run it. Loopsy though still has a stolen time walk. Casta remnanting after him, not able to catch up. This triangle is being turned into a minefield, and it's gonna become nearly impossible to approach. Casta realizes that as the mine goes boom, Tiny looking to set up for the Terrorblade, and Hotoge cannot get the ultimate of Faceless Void in an awkward spot. Global Silence comes out, but Void, look at how much damage is flying after him, if it ever is going to hit him at least. Time walk away, boom, boom, boom. Okay, he took like half of that damage thanks to the time walk being well played, well timed. That would have been like 1/4 of his health. Only the Pangolier is down, but no big Chronosphere means no game, as the second high ground of the game is going to be sieged by the Terrorblade. And the tier 3 tower is just going to crumble. Tier 3 falls, Ember Spirit wants to be aggressive about it. Terrorblade gets the Rex, but there is a one-man Chronosphere for the Terrorblade. They just want this one kill. He is incredibly tanky. He has the Sunder, but he cannot cast it thanks to the chain stuns. Faceless Void now disarmed and broken, needs to get the hell out of there. But a 2-man Searing Chains may keep the team fight going. They have one lane of Rex and a ranged Drag left. But Enjoy Boys, they are not out of it, and they are showing it. Klaxon running for his life. The win rate, it's got to be ridiculous at this point, but look at that beautiful 2-man Searing Chain, setting up another kill for the Faceless Void. Faceless Void already dominating, make that a mega kill streak. And Roshan is going to respawn in 1 minute. That means most people are going to be alive and well again from the side of Team Stealth. Team Stealth, though, They're starting to realize the issue. Faces Void is fed enough that one-man Chronospheres will kill the Terrorblade, and he will get the Time Walk off just in the nick of time to now chase down the Tiny Resonance, who if the Haste Rune will be able to get out of there. Escaping the wrath of the Faceless Void. He's just gonna turn around and go back to farming, saving up his buyback now. He does need to get money for an MKB, while Ember Spirit gets him at least a kill on the tier 1 tower to make sure everybody on the Radiant side gets some money to swing back to them. XP is already favoring Enjoy Boys again. Faceless Void, another beautiful Time Walk at the last second will keep him alive, and not only that, allows to turn around onto alternate. Another 3 hits, and he is gonna die. Slime Yao out of mana, cannot chase down Resonance. That was almost a disaster though for the side of Team Styles. Team Styles need to calm down, chill a bit, and not panic, because yes, they are on a clock to end this game, and yes, this comeback from the Faceless Void, it's already terrifying. Just the fact that he may get all the way there to really snowball. Void does a little dance, decides not to save his buyback in order to have that MKB ready ASAP. Given that the Chronosphere is ready, I see where he's coming from. Because if Bune whiffs his next Chronosphere, it's gonna be GG anyways. But Roshan is there, and they cannot afford to give that up either. Pangolier is gonna come out of the base. In response will be the bait. Out comes a massive 5-man smoke that was not under vision from the Dire. But everybody is smoked from Team Styles. Team Styles, they know this Roshan is gonna come into the bottom pit, and the mines are there. Techies get scouted out but lifted back by the Rubik to safety, dodging that impalement arts. Faceless Void still lurking with a smoke, waiting for the Chronosphere that can potentially turn the game. Techies, the first one to be found. He's taking a lot of damage from a long range. Out comes the Global Silence, allowing Faceless Void a chance to go on, and he will find the Terrorblade. Terrorblade though, BK beat, and Faceless Void cannot go for him during the Metamorphosis plus BKB combo, meaning Ember Spirit is just gonna be left behind. Ember Spirit dead. Bune still waiting for the Chronosphere, trying to threaten it. There will be an escape act to prevent him from the Primal Beast Pulverize. Silencer though, about to die for that, and still nobody is close enough for the Chronosphere. Void, he wants to throw it out so badly, but a missed Chronosphere again would be GG. He is Lotused up now, but without the Ember Spirit, without the Silence, they're gonna be very low on damage, so back they go, and Roshan, it looks like, will go to the Terrorblade, which could spell GG, because with this Aegis, one lane of Rex left to push is all there is. There is a Roar to make some time for the Faceless Void, and everybody who isn't the Terrorblade, they know the carry can take it solo, so they will try to charge into the base. Unexpectedly, Hotoke will die to that Ringmaster, not being able to save him, but in comes the Chronosphere finally with a Wheel of Wonder, and that's a double kill for the Faceless Void. It's gonna be a triple kill if this Tiny goes down. Faceless Void will get Resonance and just one more right click. Bune forced to chase, but no, the Blink Dagger goes off. Tiny out of there, nice escape, as that is 2 heroes, yes, and a beautiful Chronosphere, but it will net Terrorblade the Aegis, and it will make it so much harder to kill Xenon. There's always a comeback chance left, but it is down to 5%. Because how good does the Chronosphere need to be in order to actually win the game, right? When that just now wasn't enough. Bune, let's see if he can do it, or if he's just kind of gonna be tilted and worn out from this and going into game number 3. Because one more lane of Rex, this is all that stands between Terrorblade and the Mega Creeps, which will let him just basically end the game by just sending in the illusions and being cancerous from that point. Daedalus coming out for the Terrorblade though. Will make things a lot easier as Casta ran after a stolen Chronosphere from the Rubik, committed onto him, but Terrorblade accidentally walked into it, and they may have just given away a setup on their own carry, but Terrorblade, he has, what is that keeping him alive? Shield Rune? Yeah, full-blown Shield Rune. That is way too much health to just burst through. Pangolier instead wants to go on the backlines, will find them. Global Silence is there. Rubik is dead. Primal Beast Hypnotized will not get to press any buttons this fight either, as Takis lures the Faceless Fight into a massive minefield. Faceless Fight, it's gonna be enough damage for him to die. Takis at least is getting a good fight out of this and good value. Terrorblade being kited around unendingly though. Ember Spirit now comes in, really wants this Rubik. There's the Terrorblade though, so he has to get out of there. Make sure that he isn't gonna get caught. Remnant is out, so he should be able to jump away, but nope, the chain stun is just not gonna end. Faceless Fight may need to buy back for this one, as Chronosphere is ready in just 1 second, and a final lane of Rex falling would be inexcusable. Fortification for now, every second counts. Terrorblade being poked away. Pango, he wants to check if he can somehow solo death this, but nope. Sunder is there at the moment the Sunder comes out. Faceless Fight buys back. They will have to back out now because of the Chronosphere, but Silencer dies, and Bune, uh-oh, needs to be very careful doing time walks like that without vision. The Medirex is already falling. Out comes Tame the Beast once again to keep the Terrorblade illusions at bay, but you can see the damage that Faceless Fight is taking. And it's almost Megas, just one Rex standing. Faceless Fight saved with a beautiful help from the Ringmaster. The mines are huge, but they're not quite huge enough to kill Erase, to kill Bune. But Alternative is gonna go down, and Bune, he is completely out of position. It's gonna be fully GG. Terrorblade just too aggressive. And wait, here's the team fight. This is the bitch that did it, where Terrorblade did die, and they were like, yes, mini comeback, but immediately lost so much space after. Like, sure, you take a tier 1, you take a tier 2, but if you take a tier 1 and a tier 2 and your carry loses all of his farming space, then team styles are gonna be able to snowball. As ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are gonna be here for a little while longer, as the Series 2 is gonna go to a 3rd game, and I am gonna be here to, you know, commentate on all of it, of course, for all of you. As ladies and gentlemen, we just got some bad news, and Team Dogs, and the ones who always bark the loudest in chat, and I am such a big fan of them, are officially choosing to disband, which I am sorry that you guys have to find out like this. So I am afraid that in all likelihood the last game of today is gonna be cancelled. I don't have confirmation of that yet, but do assume that. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that we are gonna head to just a little bit of a break, as we're gonna get game number 3 between Team Stealth and Team Enjoy Boys up and ready for you. Enjoy Boys, they did do a valiant effort, and I loved their draft, but the Pangolier 2 and 7 and the Ember Spirits, he had a really rough mid game. Late game he made a ton of kills and had really good stats, but it wasn't enough. So let's see what game number 3 has in store for us after the break.
seconds remaining.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in once again.
5
We
seconds
got
remaining.
ourselves game number 3 here, as it is gonna be a Void Spirit up against Team Styles with a Puck, a Primal Beast, a Hoodwink. A lot of great synergy across the board is what I'm trying to say. And things, they could definitely go disastrous the moment that there is any kind of big mistake made.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds Radiant remaining. Team ban. Seconds remaining.
But we're just gonna be sitting it out as the timer ticks down bit by
5
bit.
seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Faceless Void, though, as the last ban makes a lot of sense, because this catch setup is a very terrifying lineup with the Puck, with the Primal Beast, dead
5
and
seconds
center.
remaining.
But the Primal Beast techie synergy, it was really good last game where Primal Beast could charge away into the minefield, so this time around too, they're gonna go with a very defensive techies. The idea isn't that Puck and Primal Beast are gonna toss or kick or whatever people into the minefields.
Lion.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
As well, Lion, last pick. Great synergy with the Void Spirit, great synergy with the Monkey King. He is gonna have a lot of business to refill everybody's mana, because Dawnbreaker 2 is gonna go through it very quickly, but Team Styles, see, this is what I mean, like, they're just bad this patch, because all of the heroes they really like to play have been nerfed into the ground, and it's gonna be another one that we don't see every day with the Klings picked up. As ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing to load on in Xenon. He's got his work cut out for him in the early and mid game. Once Puck reaches level 12, once Klaxon at least has the Blink Dagger, so that there's two heroes to initiate and stand in front of Xenon. That's when he wants to spawn all of those Skellingtons to kind of give him covering fire, and then we're just gonna see pew, 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 all of those searing arrows. Really bounce off. As ladies and gentlemen, the load in is there, and some dramatic ass Dota music. Dun dun. You better be ready.
Prepare for battle.
As the smokes are not gonna be held once again, we are gonna see one of these teams just go full aggression, full being ready to, you know, run people down and make their life as difficult as possible. As in comes super aggressive initiation, the Techies is gonna go down, everybody else backing off, Puck still wants to go, Ringmaster is gonna be the new target, and Xenon, he does do a lot of level 1 damage, but look at that Little unicycle saving his ass. Like, at the low levels, I know I hate the unicycle and I will rant about how the damage that dismounts you is too low, but at level 1 it's still really good. Like, level 1, level 2, that's where the unicycle feels balanced around, that's where it's fun to use. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna see Bune get ran down bit by bit. A lot of aggression, and he is about to get ran down with just a little bit more damage. No return kill though, as this one position Monkey King will get himself into the lane. And one position Monkey King is not that surprising to me, but there was a possibility that this Dawnbreaker wasn't given to Hotoke. And they did lock in without hesitation, so I do think the moment that they saw Xenon on the Klings, any thoughts about kind of, you know, swapping the lane, making Monkey King the 3 instead, have left their mind, as we're gonna see Bune face a lot of pressure given that he already comes into the lane very low health, but once again Ringmaster, an extreme racist, he's gonna use Tame the Beast on any hero with Beast in their names. And it's really funny because Primal Beast gets countered by it, Beastmaster gets countered by it. Two heroes who are canonically beasts both get countered and absolutely wrecked by being whipped. Techies fighting it up against the Klings. A quiet lane, but you can hear all of those little rockets flying. They're really adding up to a lot of damage if they're not careful. Klaxon zoned out by Bune. Bune still holding his own very well. Out comes a beautiful little bushwhack from the techies though. Top. The lane with the highest kill potential was surprisingly quiet, but out comes the spin at least. With the stun missing though, Alternate cannot be killed off. Will instead disarm the Dawnbreaker. And with the first blood already having happened, both teams are a lot more reluctant to commit all the way into those back and forths, right? Klings over on the top lane, getting zoned out and forced to run away.
Places, people.
Yeah, still nah. Bottom lane, as you can see, very low kill potential, a very quiet lane. Because even though a single skill point is being held for, you know, the Jingu, Monkey King, he can go into the aggression with the Boundless Strike. He can go into a more defensive setup. And Bune, for now, he's just gonna be saved by the Ringmaster. Ringmaster got the situation under control. Over on top, Xenon hitting very hard.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And while that aggression keeps going, not one but two kills on Kuropatich and Bune. So much for bottom lane being low kill potential. I mean, it is, but if they are proactive, if they use that Boundless Strike, it's a little bit too early, and the enemy knows it's on cooldown, they have no qualms about diving the tower as long as there's Primal Beast to tank it. Kasta still getting zoned around by the puck.
Dire are scanning.
Let me go.
Kurapa to Champion. Being aggressive once more. Klaxon, however, does manage to hold them back. Loopsy deals with the wards. And yeah, I think that that's a lesson learned for the bottom lane, because now they're, every time that the Boundless Strike is on cooldown, play a lot more defensively, hug the tower a lot closer. Loopsy though gets a beautiful bushwhack, will harass Karapatic as much as humanly possible. Well, over on top lane, Dawnbreaker doing her best not to get ran down.
Radiant are scanning.
What's the ballyhoo?
Bottom lane, some aggression, but Bune holding his own, does a little dance. Mid lane still being aggroed down. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's looking like the last game of the day involving Dogsend is being cancelled as Dogsend. I'm afraid they may have barked the loudest and it has been glorious. Well, they were holding their own, but eventually that bark is gonna come down to a whimper and they have to disband. As hopefully, at least the rest of the tournament is gonna go smoothly for the teams involved, though Lion, he is not really feeling this team fight going smoothly at all, as out comes the Dream Coil. Resonance, very well done, keeping the Monkey King low health. Void Spirit still trying to keep his teammates alive, but Karapatic, does he have enough resources to get away? Maybe, with the Impalement Arts coming off of cooldown, and a beautiful Void Spirit. Out comes the Dawnbreaker as well to help. Klaxon will be the one to get killed. Karapatic still getting away, the urn keeping him alive for now. Out comes a Puck Orb, but he does have a Whoopee Cushion. With that fart, is gonna fart himself out of there, but a blast up from the Techies will not just be enough to get the kill, but may even ensure that Alternate gets away thanks to a really good taser. Out comes the catch. Alternate though will be caught by the by the White Spirit, and a nice kill to end the engagement. Xenon, meanwhile, he's glad that he's getting some space. But Resonance, he got level 6, he got the tempo. At the moment that Puck gets the tempo, he is going to be aggressive, he is going to never let go, never really stop sitting in your face and just kind of disabling you all game. Needs to be careful, but will not get his tree broken. Instead, Klaxon will take that unending harass from the Primal Beast, and in comes the Void Spirit to actually do something with all of that damage. Kasta, killing spree. He has 3 out of the 4 kills for the side of Enjoy Boys
Radiant's
here.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
While Team Styles on the Dire, they are all counting on this time to really get them aggressive, to really get them to shine.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
No engagement, but Klaxon, with the lion chasing him down, is living a very dangerous existence, and the bushwhack will keep him safe, while Lion, very low health thanks to that sharpshooter, but will be kept safe, and bam, instead the primal beast obliterated Xenon. He's biding his time, but he really wanted to come in on the bottom lane, has to rotate back over into the top lane, and it's very sad that he cannot use that top of net worth that he's still holding on to. Just keep in mind, Monkey King, he may be looking scary, but he is not able to overwhelm anyone. He's not able to just run away with this game like he would. Teleport to mid, where Void Spirit is gonna be caught, but immediately ignores the Dream Coil, dodging out and keeping himself alive.
My path leads to riches.
Void Spirit's path leads to riches.
Proper blocking is paramount.
And the beautiful little stack will immediately be taken by the Dawnbreak, so the Dire cannot even get any idea of contesting it. Hotoge, he is so far ahead in net worth over Bune, because those two deaths, they have been haunting Bune, they have been sticking to his presence and just making this game incredibly difficult. Klings, though, looking to go into a Desolator, should get good timing for himself at least.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Klaxon doing his best to hold his own. No aggression once more. Everything is being kept chilled. But in comes a beautiful charge from the Primal Beast, and Bune is gonna be the first to die, even with that Solar Guardian there. Out comes the hammer from the Dawnbreaker, making sure Hotoge at least keeps the fight going. Out comes the Klings as well, delivering all of that damage into the backlines though. And Dawnbreaker retreating was the dumbest thing she could have done under the circumstances. Void Spirit now out of cooldowns, needs to run for his life. Casta, he did have a pretty okay matchup against the Puck, of course. Void Spirit never too bad, as Ringmaster gives him that Strongman's Tonic, and with that Strongman's Tonic he's gonna be more than fine. Is there gonna be a turnaround though, as Monkey King would like to facilitate one? Knows that Xenon could be nearby, has a dust that's cooling down, and Lion will be teleporting in.
Is under attack.
They know that Klings is nearby as the ward comes out. A nice save from the Ringmaster will completely negate the sharpshooter. Lion still kept alive. Out comes a beautiful Ringmaster wheel as well. And the wheel is gonna explode. Double kill for Kuropatic. One ward from the Lion and a save from the Ringmaster is all they need to pressure this Klings away. Klings is still there, but he cannot afford to die. He's still having a perfect game. That's the only reason why this game is still looking so stable and doable. As Bune goes down to Xenon, Monkey King having the roughest game here.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Puck will have excellent Witchblade timing, so that Xenon is not going to be the only one who's going to be this aggressive anymore. Void Spirit will catch onto him, dealing a lot of damage. There is a Hoodwink in position with the Sharpshooter though, as Casta just trying to get Loopsy to make a mistake, and Loopsy, he was not fast enough to respond, will be punished for that one.
Dire are scanning.
Teleports over towards the top lane instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But Monkey King over on mid. Man, Bune needs to stop being aggressive. I know that he's a monkey and supposed to make some space and get away, but every time, the moment he gets caught, he's just such an easy target. Void Spirit is gonna be locked down. Techie's kept in place as well, and with a beautiful Pulse from the Void Spirit, they will even get the mine. Now being able to run down Resonance for it. Resonance trying his best to get away, as that is gonna be Resonance killing off Corrupted. Casta dying.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Uh-oh, ladies and gentlemen. I may not have had faith in this Klings, but if Xenon just keeps picking comfort heroes, then maybe Team Styles aren't that bad. It's really just that everything they like to play is kind of bad this patch, including the Klings. But this entire draft, it's like it is like it's made for Klings, because it has been specifically made for Klings and specifically picked together for him. Dawnbreaker, nothing she can do against that many mines. Will be a nice follow-up kill. 5k gold lead now. The win rate, it is starting to slowly escalate in favor of Team Styles. Team Styles just picking a comfort hero does so much of a difference. Of course, Klings will fall off at some point, but he's currently stealing stacks in the enemy jungle, and will probably just try to run away with that. Xenon looking at the wheel, and he is not gonna live long. Bune very happy about that kill. Monkey King still just going way too hard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bune also blown up by alternate. Lion still alive for a little while longer, but with the Primal Beast coming in, it will not be enough, as Primal Beast will go down, though it's a 2-for-2, and losing Xenon is still huge because this Void Spirit, he's not even there. Casta split pushing, waiting for his Aghanim Scepter before he joins the fights again, and Puck almost gets caught. Will be able to orb away the Impalement Art, not enough, but Dawnbreaker, incredibly fast, will be missed by the Blast Off. Not quite able to get a follow-up onto the Techies though, as it's gonna be a 2-for-2 by the end of it. Kling still top of net worth, it's just gonna go back to farming, playing things a lot less aggressive here.
Dire are scanning.
Three people grouped up on mid though.
Radiant's top tower is
And
under
Joy
attack.
Boys, they know that they cannot let this Kling snowball too hard, because Kling's melts objectives, including high ground, if you're not careful. Top
Radiant's top tower is
tier
falling.
2 exposed now by the Klings with a Desolator. It is quite an easy target, but I think instead they gotta wrap around onto the mid lane to try and make more kills
Radiant's
happen.
top tower is under
Because
attack.
remember, aggression is the name of the game for the side of Team Styles. Casta locked down with a Rod of Athos, and that is the biggest core of all of Enjoy Boys, just melting. Slime Yao making sure he zones Loopsy away, will keep that annoying ass scroll at back. But Puck ready to go on in at a moment's notice and absolutely blow somebody up into smithereens. Top tier 2 gonna get destroyed next by the Klings with the Desolator, and in comes the Primal Beast. Dawnbreaker caught, out comes the Jump Stomp with the Techies though, and a beautiful wheel onto 2. Regret is currently intensifying for the side of Team Stealth. Pushing tier 2s, great. Letting Klings go in aggressively, great. But behind the tier 2s, they are bound to lose some people. Almost get a ringmaster for it. At least Ringmaster Escape X will be fine. All thanks to that shawl that he's bought himself. A little bit of sustain and survivability making all the difference in the world. Dawnbreaker, the next one to be targeted up. A lot of damage from the Klings. Dawnbreaker will be zoned away. As Resonance kills off Hotoke, Monkey King comes in, wants the puck locked down, but will be able to get out without the Remnant latching onto him for a follow-up. Puck's gonna be the one to push out the top tower, while instead Klings puts pressure onto mid, where there's still a tier 2 standing. BKB for Xenon is gonna be ready soon. That will keep this angry ass monkey off of him.
The void.
And ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a pause. Casta trying to run in a way that he will not instantly be caught up to and annihilated himself. Hopefully the pause will not be too long, but at least so far this game has been delivering. I mean, well, I'm starting to think what I should get for dinner today. Because like, I kinda could go for Greek or kebab. Like, kebab is always great. So is McDonald's. It's that or Greek or like rotisserie chicken. 4 good picks in my area right now. I'll give it some thought while we see a lot of pinging and a lot of aggression coming out back and forth. But the unpause is there. And it could be a quick game at this rate. I mean, if Xenon dies, everything can change. He is the ultimate glass cannon. He's already died once, which led to the fight being a lot more difficult and a bunch of return kills being made by the side of Enjoy Boys. But now Team Stealth want to get themselves a Tormentor. And with massive amounts of damage they will. Xenon a bit closer to the BKB, his team a little bit further ahead in net worth. As long as Monkey King is not able to have a game, that is more than plenty. Once Monkey King kind of comes online, makes a comeback, that's when things are gonna be looking more rough. Puck though. Bloop, here I am. Puck having fun, while Dawnbreaker has the massive jump in, of course. Casta still defending himself. But with the Rod of Atos, there's a lot of catch. Sharpshooter isn't gonna hit. The finger will though. And a Resonant Pulse to make sure Lion at least gets the stack out of that. He will be searing arrow to death by the Klings though. And so will Kuropatich. Both of the supports down now from Enjoy Boys. Enjoy Boys, they gotta get out of there. May be able to, thanks to Dawnbreak still having the hammer, but it will be a BKB used with Puck catching up, still having that amplified damage rune, just hitting too terrifyingly hard.
is under attack.
Mid.
Radiant's
Dying to a crap ton of arrows from the Klings. But it's not quite gonna be enough damage. With Caster coming in to defend. Roshan is up though, and it is looking juicy for the side of Team Stealth.
Radiant are scanning.
Monkey pushing out bottom lane. Needs to regen up though, while Xenon slowly approaching. As that's gonna be a Dawnbreaker completely locked down, killed off by just so much damage. Roshan. The next target.
Like a real boy.
And while Roche isn't being taken yet, they will find once again these supports. Lion just instantly obliterated. Casta still trying to make space. Will get the Primal Beast to be locked down even when he gets Dream Coiled for attack. He's trying to disarm the Monkey King. Will force Monkey King to press the BKB, but beautiful body blocks from Kuropatic will make it possible. Hoodwink now on the run out. Sharpshooter not enough to save her from the angry Monkey. Loopsy running away, will get the Atos out, straight into the minefield he goes, but not in time.
Your fate was unfortunate.
The defensive tech is no longer paying off. The BKB from the Monkey King making so much difference, turning that into a 3 for nothing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Monkey still being aggressive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Kling is not really finding an initiation, but he does know that the Monkey King is lurking just around the corner. Lion, meanwhile, wants himself a Glimmer Cape to be aggressive with.
Dire are scanning.
My master should have built me with wheels.
Ringmaster getting ready for this inevitably approaching team fight. And if they're not able to get a go on Xenon, it is gonna be so rough. Because Xenon, about to get his Crystallis in, still has the 9-second BKB loaded on up. But the first smoke is gonna be the side of Enjoy Boys, as Enjoy Boys, who have Casta smoked up, looking to go for an initiation to fight for this Aegis. Voidspirit comes in, Hoodwink about to be obliterated, a little bit more damage, but she is running away, and the Dawnbreaker ultimate is gonna save her, but look at the minefield from Techies! 2 kills for just the one as Casta jumped into 3 mines and immediately explodes. Kuropatic running away, but with the Witchblade and the Silence, there's nothing he can do to defend himself whatsoever. Resonance gets himself a double kill, and now look at how fast, once these Skellingtons and that Crystallis is there, the Roshan's just gonna drop. Curse Klings will ignore 20% of its armor. And an Aegis for the Klings will come out. Yeah, this is gonna spell disaster. They had one initiation which didn't look so bad when that monkey BKB was being revealed, and the monkey BKB definitely enough to force everybody back, but now the puck is just way too aggressive, way too strong looking here.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But no real team fight
Radiant's
coming
middle
out.
tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mid is gonna fall for that though. Being on the defensive all the time, not very rewarding, ladies and gentlemen. Top looking to get pushed in next.
I think I can handle it.
Radiant are scanning.
Monkey. Holding his own and jumping out of there. The map's super split up. Resonance makes sure there's nobody pressuring the Dire base anymore. But Klings, he's being super aggressive. He has that Aegis. He knows he can be here without risking his own life. Level 20 almost there. And level 20 for Klings is going to be huge. Because either he's going to be super tanky or he's going to have a ton of extra attack speed. 40 is nothing to sneeze at.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And that's his level 20.
Dire's
He will go for the 400 health bonus. Xenon, incredibly tanky, looking at the high ground with no more tier 2s to protect it. And Joy Boys, they're gonna have to do everything to stop this raid boss of a Klings. Only one single death all game, and even if you kill him once, he is going to have that Aegis. Xenon will take a lot of damage to the face. They're trying to burst him. White Spirit went in for that though. And with the Atos having been revealed, look at how much damage he takes with the Dream Coil there. A nice escape act to save him from all of those arrows flying after him. Xenon still not through the Aegis, but that is where the Monkey King is going to try to come in and change that. Not quite on time. 2 minutes on the Aegis remain, so everything should be good. And there's the initiation. They will find the Klings finally. Klings' first life gone. And Monkey King immediately BKB Wukongs. They want this Klings a second time and they will get him. Xenon, he just died twice as much as he has been dying all game. Out comes a beautiful Wheel of Wonder, keeping them in the fight as well. With that little squirrel being caught and Primal Beast not able to save her. As Kurobatic ran down by the Puck, but Puck, your days are numbered. Monkey King is finally online, and this Dawnbreaker, she's so fat. She's basically a second carry. It's just gonna harpoon back this Primal Beast, and Primal Beast teleporting out with the BKB. He's full health, so he is gonna make it. Tacky's just using the time to be as cheesy as possible. Alternate, makes sure to D-ward up there, so he can throw down a minefield. But they cannot really deal with Bune anymore. Desolator plus BKB means he has both the offense and the defense to keep himself going. Monkey jumping around while Primal Beast heads on over towards the bottom lane.
Hope we find trouble.
And will immediately be scanned out as Monkey King is ready for Klaxon. Will be able to get himself away, will not quite be getting caught. Klaxon follow up blink. Techie's looking ready for Hotoke there as well. But just an update, the last game is gonna be aim possible against Nemesis. As it is a shame, but Dogsend debanded last second, so that's a bit of a change of plans. Hotoke meanwhile kills off Loopsy. Very nicely done there. Tormentor, the next target. And it is not long for this world.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Three-man teleport out towards this top lane where Puck though did take something in exchange for that Tormentor together with the Klings. One tier 3 tower down and the Kling Skellington still pushing in the lane. There is a gem being passed around though by the side of Enjoy Boys, who still really want to get themselves back into this game, because the later it goes, the harder of a time Klings will have actually pushing down these objectives. Catch onto Hoodwink. Hoodwink will be able to live thanks to the BKB. Nobody dares push up the high ground. With everybody retreating, we're not gonna see the initiation just yet.
Radiant are scanning.
The win rate should be ebbing down ever so slowly as well, because even though this game is gonna keep going for a while, Klings, he can just get 2 more items. One of them, of course, will be the sheep stick, so these defenseless supports are gonna die before they can press any buttons as revenge.
Radiant are scanning.
More aggression, while everybody from the Radiant is just de-warding. Enjoy Boys, they just need to see the Klings coming once.
Just because I said
It's not even my birthday.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Range Rex are dead. Xenon, he could be dead for that because he does not have much of a team to reinforce him, and there will be a Hex to finish the job. 80 seconds, no Klings. This late game potential is becoming terrifying. A minute till Roche respawns, a minute till Klings respawns. For now it adds up, and they can be lucky though. As alternate goes down, so will Kuropatic to all of the mines. But now the Void Spirit is in, and he will be protected by a Solar Guardian from the skies. Klaxon taking a lot of damage, and Ringmaster, he thinks, you know what, this is a great opportunity for me to run on in. He's trying so hard to buy back comeback with that massive ultimate, because Monkey could really use it to turn this fight around. As there is finally the Wukong's command, and everybody forced to back off, but no catch thanks to Ringmaster only coming in now. He will make sure nobody else can be caught up to from the Radiant side, but Lion with the Parasma, look at all of that damage he is gonna take out. 2 Glimmer Caves, but it's not gonna be enough to save him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan. It is now gonna get contested. Xenon again, just in time to get this Roche without too much awkwardness, without risking that he may or may not throw this game. And that is gonna be an Aegis for the high ground push. Monkey King escapes the Klings and manages to turn around. This Kling staff is gonna cost him his Aegis, and now they need to go and they know it. Monkey King though, in a world of hurt, Primal Beast making sure to tank for this Klings to get out, but can Klings turn around so it's worth the life of their tank? I don't think so, because Loopsy already caught up to in comes Puck, in come a lot of mines, but Techies against the BKB blast off does not do enough damage anymore. Kasta being right-clicked by Puck and his illusion army will keep himself alive. Everybody backing off, everybody debating whether they can go get another turnaround. Alternate running for his life will lure Voidspirit into mine though, as Klings is still alive, and Klings is the one that has all of the damage with the Desolator almost at maximum charges.
Who asked you?
The game once again turning a little bit more quiet and methodical, which suits the Techies just fine, building minefields everywhere. No Void Spirit, and they still can't push high ground though. Xenon, he's got to be frustrated with this, because in a moment he is gonna hit 6 slotted, and then there's not really any further skating from there, right? Teleport off over towards the top lane.
Invisibility.
And there's the initiation. It will catch onto the Monkey King out of all people. Bune with the BKB turning around though. Primal Beast slammed in the face. A little bit more damage will get him, but he's running. Klaxon, can he make it out? Nope, he cannot against the Dawnbreaker. 2 for 2, but it is supports for this Primal Beast, and that is gonna force a buyback out from the Lion anyways, because the Puck catch is so great, and Xenon has all of the damage in the world still. He will steal the bounty, trying to turn around onto Hotoke now, but Hotoke is already out of there. The Aegises, they do not last long, but the longer this game keeps going, the more mines will be put everywhere from the Techies, so the game is still gonna get extremely hard. My little cat is attacking me, which she shouldn't do. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit distracted, but every 2 or 3 games, a little black thing hops on my keyboard to yell at me, because that will make my work shift go so much quicker. But Kling, speaking of things speeding up, he really wishes that this game would go faster. He really wishes that this game would get into a position where he can actually win it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Kling's still farming up though. Monkey King looking to go for a Skull Basher. Bjorn wants to take this game over even more. And let's be real, that Skull Basher already being there from the Dawnbreaker, it almost saved them last fight. It was still very 50-50, but without that bash, it would have just been a disaster, as we're gonna see a 3-man smoke into the Radiant Triangle here, wanting to take things over.
Radiant are scanning. Dire
Top
are
creep
scanning.
wave immediately obliterated and will shove in further. Kasta, Kuropatich and Slime Yao, all three of them are still deffing in formation though, while Loopsy wants to get the setup, will not quite get it, will scout out the Monkey King and try to run after him, as Monkey King comes down the tree, instead turns around, punches Loopsy, his team all ready to respond at a moment's notice. And this is gonna be awkward, though they can always buy back the Hoodwink and yeet her in there. Cause the Radiance Triangle has entirely been taken over by mines. Still Roche is up. I'll do a quick item check-in, because we haven't talked about the items on a bunch of these heroes in a while, and Puck used the time to get a full nullifier. Casta after the BKB Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter of course, but hasn't really been making many advances since. And there is going to be another attempt at the Klings, but it's just that an attempt, as Klings is going to be kept safe and protected just so well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Почему всегда я?
Fun voice lines coming out. The longer this game goes, the harder it's gonna be for Klings though, because as an intrinsically more squishy hero, he is definitely going to fall off at some point, just to the sheer potential of Monkey King getting on top of you, stun blocking you with the Skull Basher, and you coming out of the stun by the time it's already too late and you're popped like a balloon. Of course, it isn't gonna happen to him every team fight, but the times that it does happen are just gonna be so nasty. Top lane also getting pushed in. So at least Klings is keeping the pressure up. Really wants these melee wrecks, which have been exposed for a good 15 to 20 minutes now. And the win rate has not really made much headway. It just kind of keeps sitting there until the next Roche will be contested, which is gonna be up in 20 seconds from now. The techies mines. Oh boy. Oh boy, the thing is at this point, if Roche takes a walk, he is gonna die on his own. Alternate, he's only level 18, but he doesn't need any more levels because he has done a very good job using his ultimate to its fullest. The Lion Ward comes out, scouts out the minefield here, but they do not know just how freaking many there are. As out comes a massive initiation, Casta. Still alive, Puck will be killed off with the Boundless though. 100 seconds, no Puck means Techies goes down. All of that for just the Lion is not worth it. Monkey King did use his ultimate of course. But Dawnbreaker with the BKB is gonna be fine as well, and both of them walk out of there like it is almost too easy. Impressive, I will say. And the fighting is gonna keep going. Loopsy, the next one to get caught and killed off. And the Roshan is getting threatened once again. Out comes a nice toss from the Primal Beast. Primal Beast charging, and they will not let the side of Jaw and Joy Boys ever have this comeback. The massive wheel is there. And all of these mines are dealing a lot of additional damage to Roshan. A sharpshooter now being charged. Xenon, he knows he needs to get this Roche kill. But there is a Monkey King ultimate. Xenon instead wants to get the Monkey King. Monkey King jumping around, still kept alive, but so is Xenon with his BKB. But again, Klinks is too squishy, and Monkey King gets the Aegis. Klinks immediately buying back. Xenon's coming in. They know the longer this game goes on, the harder it's gonna be to win. They need to end this, but they cannot end if they lose their techies on the side of Team Stealth. And Loopsy trying his best to still get out of there, maybe able to do so, but for the next 5 minutes this is gonna be the Monkey King show, and he has a refresher shard, so he can keep them all in the game for so incredibly long. No initiation though. As the initiations aren't quite coming through, and 20 seconds till that Primal Beast is back. So at the very least this push is slow and not getting as much work done as they would want it to.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are
Voice lines
scanning.
coming out. It is gonna be bottom where people are gonna try to fight, but a nice escape with the teleport out means no initiation, no engagement. Get out of here, all of you. Well, Ringmaster is having fun, I guess.
Dire are scanning.
But slowly but surely, the win rate is gotta be simmering back to the Radiant side. 'Cause look at all of these aggressive wards, look at all of this lane pushing. They're doing not one but two lanes.
Dire's
So no
middle
matter
tower
how hard
is under
Xenon is
attack.
playing this. Again, what I mean about stealth, like, this is one of the best Klings I've ever seen played in the EPL, and it's still not good because Kling's dispatch just isn't good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Monkey King takes care of the mid tier 2 though. Very happy with that, as that's gonna be another nice accomplishment for him. And Hotoke. Oof. He was like way out of position. I think he tried to blink away and teleport or something like that. But yeah, split pushing is gonna be punished. This Aegis though, only a minute left on it. Man, why is today every game that we cast is like a freaking 1 hour plus series? We have been here 7 hours without me even having a break for 2 best of 3s. That's just pretty insane. take the Lion Tamer's share.
This
Circus travels as the Aegis is gonna be reclaimed though. Where are they gonna travel to, and who is gonna be the ones getting the initiation? Ringmaster needs to be ready to keep anyone safe at a moment's notice, because the Radiant, they want to be aggressive on the top lane. And their support is now being brought in as well. So apparently they want to commit for this top tier 2 tower. Tier 2 is at this point to the Monkey King. They're going to drop so quickly with the Desolator, just having 10 armor to work with. And as the tower is getting killed off, Monkey is going to be happy enough about that to do a little dance for himself. Monkey King no longer has to be afraid of the mines, especially not with a shield rune, though the shield rune will be over with that nullifier.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, what should be the final smoke from the side of, because either they win or they lose, but Team Stealth, they will not connect for now, so we're gonna have to wait and see which one it's gonna be, with Enjoy pushing in this top lane now.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Bottom lane though, counter aggression, so both sides are trying to completely overwhelm and zone out the other. Mid lane is going to get ran down now as well, slowly but surely getting pushed in there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Triangle has been taken over. Dawnbreaker will of course be left in the base to defend, because Solar Guardian means she can come in at any given time. Teleports will come back though, and the next Roshan, it is gonna respawn in less than 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. So anything can happen, but the moment that Rosh is up, it will more or less come to a decision. Very forcibly so. And we're just waiting for this final team fight, but for another 10 or so seconds it cannot be there, because they first need to wait out this amplified damage rune to be dealt with and stop all of this tempo, right?
Radiant are scanning.
My pleasure.
Roshan is up, and I think the teams know. Well, they're guaranteed to know that it's gonna be up soon anyways. Void Spirit still aggressing the bottom lane where he can. And there's the initiation on the Primal Beast as he did walk past him for just a little bit too long. A beautiful Lion Finger once again is not going to give him the 5th stack, as instead a BKB is going to keep the Primal Beast alive. But BKB will not stop the Solar Guardian. Primal Beast, he tanked all of the damage for his teammates to come in, and Puck will be coming in. Monkey King dead for 100 seconds. Now the Void Spirit, the next one to suffer, will be dead as well with an onslaught. And finally we're getting ourselves a team fight again, but with that illusion, at the very least the Ringmaster is gonna be safe, because he dies so quickly that it's very hard to tell the difference. Roshan though gets set up on, and Xenon, he's literally just a Divine Rapier away from increasing his damage even more, because other than that he doesn't really have many options in order to do so further. Massive damage is gonna come out though. And oof. Yeah, now things are gonna look rough. A nice steal from RABOTYAGI. They will literally give him all the tips in the world. Now let's see, can the side of Team Styles force out a buyback? They are not showing their clings. They are making sure he gets full mana after that. Goes for a Divine Rapier next, but I don't think he's gonna buy it without being forced to do so. Even this top Medirex that has opened up like over half the game ago is still alive. And in 20 seconds, so will the Monkey King be.
Radiant structures are
Second tier 3 for this game is about to drop at the 60-minute mark though, and with the 60-minute mark there is now Mad Stones to be had. But until everybody is back, these barracks are gonna be pushed in, and Klings, he pushes a lot harder than the Puck with the Aghanim Scepter being there. A couple more shots on the Rex, and the Rex are gonna fall, but a couple more hits on the Klings, and the Klings is gonna fall. Xenon though will be saved by his teammates, as Alternate not so lucky. Buyback forced out by RABOTYAGI. Void Spirit however will be there to kill off Loopsy. Double kill for the Monkey King, as that's gonna be another one set up on the Primal Beast by the Dawnbreaker. How much work did the Klings do? The answer is not quite megas. Xenon has got to back himself off once again. He will find Slime Yao though, and Slime Yao almost dies, will die with the Nullifier. Klings however bashed up and barely gets away with just a sliver of HP. Double buyback as RABOTYAGI will take out to the Puck, and the Puck still in there, still trying to fight this Monkey King. Wants so hard to lock this Puck down, but look at that, perfectly avoiding all the cooldowns. Puck with the Aeon Disc uses that to avoid the second time they can lock him down. And the third time, guess what? Another phase shift out, but Puck could not blink in time as Klings, oh no! Megas.
Radiant's top barracks.
Megas have been ratted, 62 minutes in the game. There is no more lane of towers or Rex or whatever standing anymore. This Klings is doing massive impact here. Kasta pushing out the bottom lane, but Hotoke on mid, a whole different beast, is posturing so aggressively, and I don't think there's much that they can do in order to stop him until Puck is back, unless he wants to buy back. Like, you don't want to buy back for 50 seconds, but two lanes are now being pushed in. Sure, it's not a Klings, but between a Desolator and this Dawnbreaker, who's kind of acting as a second carry with an Assault Curse to speed up the push even more. Look at this tier 3. If your answer is what tier 3, then yeah. Yeah, exactly. Puck is gonna cost his team 2 lanes of Rexes, but at least bottom are still standing, and they do already have the Mega Creeps. But mid, Medirex taken apart. Klings a pause at 62 minutes. Well, Really awkward timing for a pause. Poor Dudai as well. He's gotta start his shift 90 minutes late now. But at least the quality of the games is looking very, very promising. So, you know, I'm definitely hopeful as far as that goes. The unpause will be there, and there is so much on the line for both of these teams as they are desperately trying to keep themselves in this. I'll show up the buyback statuses once more. Yeah, those changed when my cat ambushed me and walked across the keyboard. Sorry for that.
Nothing will stand in my way.
But via the triangle, we are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. Kuropatic, not quite getting sniped down. However, even without that initiation. The Radiant jungle will now be free of wards, and that makes things a lot harder to actually find a good go and to actually, you know, get the team fight to go in your favor in the first place. Come on, guys, do a team fight. But Puck, look at what he's got. Not the Aghanim's Blessing, almost completed the Aeon Disc. So, between the Aeon Disc and that Aghanim's, he is gonna be as strong as he can get as well. And as far as the 60-minute items goes, let's see what everybody's gonna get. Because Klings has the Spider Legs, may actually commit for that Divine Rapier. Puck is not showing it to us yet. Hoodwink. The Divine Regalia, high risk, high reward, just how I like it. And Primal Beast is sticking to the Conjurer's Catalyst. That's really bad luck. At least Techie's got a book, but there's a Witchbane on the Monkey King, which is a lot better. My Lion also still holding his Divine Regalia though for the Dawnbreaker. A Fallen Sky on the Void Spirit, which is great because that's twice the movement speed. And another Witchbane to make sure that Ringmaster can kind of use it to dispel those allies in a pinch. Bottom lane will get pushed in with the King still delivering a ton of aggression. And this could very well be a 70 or even 80-minute game. Without any Rexes. Oh wait, no, there is still a range Rex actually. I completely missed that. No wonder they're so focused on the bottom lane. So one range Rex for the Radiants. But if this push fails from the side of Team Stealth, then this bottom tier 2 will not be enough to stop what's coming for this dire base. Still a lot of Void Spirit Remnants make it impossible to initiate. Techie's meanwhile just throwing out defensive mines everywhere around his team, which will be killed off by the creeps though, as Void Spirit not gone on with the Parasma. Void step back as he's been harassed to half health, but Klings, he just jumps in, BKB Blink Dagger, revealing himself, getting the Megas this time around for real, and now all the lanes are gonna push in way harder in favor of Team Stealth. Team Stealth will use the opportunity to take over the triangle, but against Monkey King also going for a Divine Rapier, who knows if it's gonna be enough. Puck does have a Stygian Desolator though, and Stygian Desolator plus Dream Coil plus Aghanim Scepter are gonna push his damage output through the roof. Uh-oh, Xenon. They will find the Klings out and about. He will instantly die. This is what I mean about the scaling and the squishiness. He dies before he can press any buttons. His team was so close physically, but not able to save him regardless. As Casta, the next one caught up to and killed off Primal Beast, looking to go in. Dawnbreaker with the BKB, able to hold her own. Actually life-stealing up thanks to that Abyssal Blade, getting in enough hits for a second Luminosity. Monkey King with the BKB needs more, because no Klings is exactly the moment. They have been spending 10 minutes waiting for a Loopsy.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A nice catch onto the Hoodwink. Hoodwink with invisibility running away. Resonance on bottom lane. A very dangerous hero to chase. But Bune, he is the one person that has the damage to actually get the puck. If you can just catch him once to get the first hit off. But instead the team will come in. Alternate goes down to Otoke with a beautiful ultimate. And Otoke, definitely my MVP. Not that the Monkey King, not that the Void Spirit I have stopped doing anything, but look at him carry. Puck jumps in, will kill off the Void Spirit. The Abyssal Blade, not enough to catch him, but there's two of them, and it will eventually be team wipe, ladies and gentlemen. Mega Creeps are going to town on the Radiant base, but the Radiant base is not gonna be able to hold out. Literally everybody is dead though, so Monkey King, who one-shots a wave of Mega Creeps, can at least try to push out bottom lane. Oh, such a boring game when you're 70 minutes in and you still can't push, right? On the one hand. On the other hand, a game like this that should have gone 40 by any accounts, going this chaotically is definitely a good sign.
Dire are scanning.
We are reaching that point where people are like writing me, "Hey Joe, aren't you supposed to be off work 90 minutes ago?" Yes guys, I am. But it's fine, because this game, it may still live up to the hype, because these Monkey King initiations are eventually gonna catch him. Klings has the BKB on. Monkey King immediately buying back. He knows this is all or nothing right here, right now. Klings machine gunning away, but he does not have the damage. He will though, thanks to the Primal Beast finishing the job. And now comes the Monkey King looking for revenge. Will go for a massive Wukongs. The massive Wukongs will not kill anybody else off, but it will force Casta to jump into the mines. And Kuropatic will die. 2 minutes, no Void Spirit as Puck back into the fray. If Monkey King dies, it's gonna be a dieback. Kling still has his buyback, so everything is looking very good for the side of Team Stealth. Team Stealth, 70 minutes. But Puck actually regretting the fact that he didn't go full right clicker is definitely harsh.
Radiant are scanning.
Out comes a nice attempt to initiate on the Monkey King. Monkey King obliterated for 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is GG. 2 carry lives against no carry lives means that there is nothing they can do to defend the Ancients, and no GG in chat until it explodes from the Kling's arrows. Because everybody on the side of... Man, I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Of enjoy, boys, that's it. I want to say enjoy, like I keep saying enjoy, and then I keep forgetting, oh wait, they have a second name, right? Because in Dota it's just enjoy, but officially it's enjoy, boys, and it's so confusing. Because I can't just say enjoy, right? Like I read enjoy, and anyways. We are 90 minutes behind for the next series as Team Stealth. Maybe they should pick Comfort Heroes after all. It was a very clutch game. It was very close to this Kling's not making it, but he ratted when nobody expected him to, and that rat Dota makes all the difference in the world here as I'm gonna sort out what I'm gonna get myself for food. apologize to my friends for leaving them waiting this long, and have a great night myself, as I very much hope all of you will do the same. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for watching, have a great one, and peace out.
stars out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it, standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment 'cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption came.
Ladies and gentlemen, heralds and immortals, and everyone in between, my name is Dodai, and yeah, Joe, it's been a long day, but will this series actually go the distance as well? Of course, congratulations to Power Rangers and Team Stells. It has been a rough Sunday for Dota players all around. Of course, if you've been following all the matches simultaneously, there's 3 tournaments going on, massive chaos everywhere, and of course, going deep into the night was China, local time, deep into the night. The China tournament has been going on as well, but we are here with a little bit of a treat. Of course, once again, my name is Dodai. This is European Pro League Season 37. We are in the group stage and the debut match of the new Nemesis lineup. Of course, with a big long statement coming out on Twitter and all the socials, Nemesis has profusely explained the situation, so I'm not going to go over it myself, but you can check it out on social media and everywhere else if you are so curious as to why this change happened. Of course, the old Nemesis lineup, the last match they played, they bombed out against Nemesis. I wouldn't say bombed out, but they got a 2-1 result in which they lost against Reckonix and the Dream League Coast qualifiers of Season 29. That, in and of itself, I think was how should I say, the final nail into the coffin, but Astini does find that team where he can actually coach and practice his knowledge. And of course, to some extent, this might just be a little bit of practice for ENC for the national team of Brazil, where he is also coaching, where he explained in extensive length what he wants to make as an approach. As, some national coaches are just random casters and dumb people. Some people are going to be production people, and some people are god tier Astini coaches as well. After the dismantling of Astini +5, it does look like Astini just found his new pet project. But it's not just some rando players, I should say. I mean, picking up Yamson in the hard support position, of course, is nothing to scoff at. Analog returning into Dota after his performance at the previous TI. And of course, coming through on the other side, Rubicon 155 as a carry, who did have a little bit of a stint in the Tier 1 scene, but yeah, with the Moldovan not really finding his place overall in Ilbers and neither on the Team Spirit Academy lineup, him coming back and now actually facing off his former team of Team Possible, right? It's going to be an interesting one, but of course it's not all about Nemesis on this match. It is going to be about War on Everyone and War on Everything, or WOE, as of course his lineup did manage to actually do the impossible with the impossible match, and on their debut series here at European Pro League Season 37 actually beat Modus. Now that seemed to be a little bit of an impossible climb for the lineup, but with this team, I think Impossible definitely cooked up a pretty decent and pretty enviable roster, so to say. Now the question is, will they actually deliver, as the Tortellini favored Winter Wyvern will be picked up? It has been theorized that the Ice Dragon or Ice Wyvern or whatever you want to call her can be played in the core position as well. We'll be very, very curious to see if it's not going to be in Hatred's or Queasy's hands, who is actually going to be playing it on core, if it is even considered on the
5
impossible
seconds
lineup.
remaining.
Now, with the Shadow Demon coming through, that is more than likely the Lelis hero of the group. I would say Yamsen would be playing the Venomancer Enhancer, taking a page out of Speed's book overall. Should not be a problem for the former noun / wildcard position 5. As the carry, Monkey King is more than likely going to go to
Radiant
Rubicon.
team pick.
And with the Queen of Pain coming out for Analog, now that hero does not need any kind of introduction when it comes to the Brazilian protege. Analog does like his jumping heroes overall, but the last time he actually played
10
with
seconds
Astini plus
remaining.
5 on against the Spirit Academy roster, it went 799. So its last game, last public appearance, basically at the end of March, towards the end of March, was actually a loss on the Queen of Pain. And throughout the last year,
Radiant
he's played it
team
5 times and only won with it twice. So that might leave you a little skeptical, as the Void Spirit instantly coming out against the Queen. Not leaving much to chance, are we, right now? Linkrad, surprisingly enough, not picking up the puck on either side, of course,
10
with Nemesis
seconds
just
remaining.
pulling it off the table for both Analog and Aincrad. I
5
would have
seconds
more
remaining.
leaned towards the Ember myself, but maybe with the Void, Aincrad does want to give himself more escape mechanisms with the Dissimulate, and obviously with the Astral Step, a little bit of an in and a little bit of an out. It's a bit more instantaneous than getting the Ember Spirits or the Fire Remnants to go out in and out. Then you beg the question, why not Storm instead? But yeah, maybe just having the ability beyond Ball Lightning to have dodges is more likely what I'm going for. And the Resonant Pulse, of course, with the silence on the AoE is massively valuable here.
10 seconds
Underlord
remaining.
banned out against good old Jabs.
5 seconds remaining.
As I must say, I think Jabs' favorite hero or most played
Radiant
hero
team banned.
throughout the last year, the Mars, is definitely not on my list of heroes to be played right now. I'm severely leaning towards this Centaur Warrunner, or even possibly just this Pango, but with the Pango banned out by Nemesis themselves,
10 seconds remaining.
I guess I'm leaning towards the Centaur in this case.
5 seconds remaining.
Alchemist banned out. They are expecting BB3PX to be actually playing the Slardar himself. Pretty solid pick as well. 13 wins and 8 losses so far in the last year.
Team Nemesis turn to ban.
As I must say, the win rates on some people on WOE's lineup are pretty impressive compared to what we have on the Nemesis lineup. Or overall on my list, that is, it
10
might not be a
seconds
full list, of
remaining.
course. 55% win rate on Analog, but everyone else
5 seconds
is,
remaining.
oh, Jabs at 51%, to be fair.
Radiant team.
Yeah, Lelis is at 52, okay. Yeah, it's only Rubicon and
Team
Yamsen who are a little bit low, with Rubicon on 43% and Yamsen on 48%. But I'm pretty sure the Nemesis lineup was tested and they went through a lot of carries to actually test out if they do like this option. Triple melee core on aim possible. I usually say to stay away from that possibility.
10 seconds
But with the
remaining.
Faceless Void and the Circular Attempt, what are you planning on achieving against the
5
Venomancer and a
seconds
Shadow
remaining.
Demon? I find that a tad bit confusing. But, of course, if you congregate around the Chronosphere and trying to go for saves, the Winter Wyvern could lay on the curse. So that does leave the WW on the support role, more likely giving it to Hatred's hands, and that does give Queasy the Wind Ranger overall. Usually I see him on his Hoodwink from time to
Choose your
time,
hero.
as Jabs is going to go for the Tide. A little unusual from him, but I'll take it. He has played Tide in the past, but I'd much rather see him on, like, singular target heroes, Kunkas, and everything else. His Tide Hunter has only won twice. The last time he's played it was at the end of January, so But yeah, maybe taking a bit of break from professional play as well. You know, just a little break of 2 weeks, all in all, is what Japs has granted himself. But yeah, the last time he played Tide was at the end of January, and he's only won with it twice out of 6 times. And that, in and of itself, can be questioned in terms of data. But yeah, so far our reads on the draft are pretty much spot on. And I'm not gonna lie, I really, really like what overall Impossible has been laying out here, but Team Nemesis, there's a little bit more experience on this lineup. Will they actually deliver is rather the question. But yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The debut series of Nemesis against the team that beat MOUZ. Will it be as hype as we expect it? Or will it be as toxic as Yamsen's hero? Well, find out soon here in this game number 1. As BB3PX extremely confident in their lineup. I don't know. Sonic Wave and Ravage into the Chronosphere could definitely cause some problems. Don't even get me started on the Disruption save. And the good old Noxious Plague coming out from the Venomancer Enhancer, which did get a rework in 741. It can definitely be the bane of existence for some of our pubs. A little bit of a quiet start, but yeah, let's get into it. This Impossible's lineup is definitely rather on, how should we say, more cautious approach, I guess, is the right one to call it. They are definitely not going to go to any lengths of aggression so far, as is. Trying to find and identify the Nemesis logo in my library of logos. There it is. Let's lock it in, as we do have a little bit of an approach going inside the river. Queasy. A little bit of touch of the rune, but will that be first blood? I guess Rubicon and Lelis decide it shall. Or BB3PX has a little bit of a word about it. Good disruption, Lelis will delay it. Rubicon, get that first blood as the monkey will not monkey about.
I'm just getting started.
First blood going to Nemesis. As we do get lucky with the rune contest as well. I guess autocam sometimes has its benefits. What can you do? What do you know? During the laning stages, Lelis does rotate down bottom. We were perfect on our read so far. I don't know where Yamsen was during that whole ordeal. 2 runes and a first blood. If you're an Astini fan, you are definitely not complaining over here. My Crud already suffering against Analog. Whereas Pulse can only help you so much. A matchup where I would definitely favor the Queen of Plane in the short term. Once we get to that 6-minute power rune, possibly Crud will have a bit more tools and a possible gank of the Winter Wyvern and the Wind Ranger that you lock in on the co-op, as with the Boundless Strike, Rubicon and Yamsen just easily beaking up with BB3PX. Yeah, sure, lay out your wards, find out our couriers. We don't really care. We're just gonna run into a safe position, pick up our items, and move on with our lives, and kill your Slardar. Ain't much ado about nothing at the end there. still don't really understand the approach with this Faceless Void. It's a nice follow-up from the Chrono, of course. Actually out the Winter's Curse, but other than the Winter Wyvern's Winter Curse, what else do you have to pack inside this Chronosphere? This Arctic Burn does only so much, and Jabs, of course, with the Kraken Shell, will have a Kraken swell all time overall, although it's Leviathan's catch now. And of course, weird lubber effect, which was then built into the Kraken Shell itself. I do miss facets. Does anyone else miss facets? Does the facet button even work anymore? Oh, it doesn't. It used to be really, really funny. After the patch, just pressing F, pay your condolences towards facets themselves in spectator mode. And then just a whole list of nothing of 10 heroes. Still believe you can put in the innates, right? I think that's a nice introduction for especially like people that are just getting familiar with the game, for them to be able to read, oh, what are the innate built-in capabilities of heroes themselves. But yeah, I don't work at Valve, I guess for a reason.
A firm denial.
In general, as Aincrad. Over the contact. Now he's had all 3 spells. Not really keeping that aggression up as much as Yamsun, the first death on the Dire side. BB3PX looking to keep Rubicon stunned as much as possible, but out comes the Boundless. Rubicon with the contact. Great deny from Queasy. As the dot damage coming out from the Venomancer does enable that. Not letting this Monkey Kid get overfed. Definitely something to keep in mind as Rubicon needs 5 more seconds for the Boundless Strike. So I guess we're just not going to get it this time. Jabs all alone as Lelis rotates in for the rune. The Arctic Burn does truly burn, but he does have the good old Yum Yums, aka the Lotus. Jabs doing a great job with the Tidehunter, and as we can see, as already mentioned, Character Burn doesn't really do as much damage as it would on most position 3s. That's why I suggested the Centaur in general, right? If we do have a Winter Wyvern 5, overall to retaliate, you are hurting yourself with every dot damage. In this case, though, Jabs is just way too tanky to do too much against the Tide. Of course. All them branches and all that bracer. Just adding insult to injury. The Winter Wyvern is just not doing enough to actually outzone the Hunter. Now with the Mortar Mask as well, you just heal yourself back, as we do have rotation of 2 supports, 1 each for the 6-minute rune, and Lelis most likely gonna come on over, not putting a single point into Disseminate, despite the fact that you do have the Tidehunter on your side. A little bit of a pause on Analog's side. I am curious as to see how much of a ping he's playing on. Yep, I'm guessing this is him with 150. Someone called MOUZ is also in the game. I do believe he would be... No, it's actually Lelis on the 150. Analog on 95, so he's more than likely in the USA. If we are playing on Europe West, I do believe we're playing on Europe West. BB3PX. Funny things aside, Power Rune going towards the Queen of Pain. It will be an Invis Rune, not that much of an impact. Switch over to net worths. It is looking decent for the Nemesis lineup. From the get-go, so far, can't really complain. Three kills in 7 minutes, but it's been a while since I've seen this much action in a game number 1 between 2 teams. Not leading into much other than courier massacres and nice deny. But at 7 minutes in, there's no Shrine of Wisdom contact either. Guess we'll just have to wait until one side or the other decides to start bullying the other. Jab finishing out the phase boots before the aura item or the magic wand either. Yeah, as Recon. Right out the Wukong's command, there's a little bit of protection. The shackle shot will hold on to Lilith. As to deter. And catching onto the Winter Wyvern. Primal Spring coming through as with the teleport. Hatred will try to escape, but his gank will go up in smokes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice reaction
Dire's
as
middle tower is under
Krod
attack.
will immediately take this time. Try and pressure out the mid. It tends to be what happens. One defensive move from the more experienced team then generally leads into a spiral of mistakes, but the Power Rune this time it will be up top.
Your queen
And the log once again picking it up. Krod. Not that he really needs the regen, it would just allow him to be a bit more forward, a bit more aggressive in posture. Up top, BB3PX. Once again,
Dire's top tower
Rubicon's
is
in
under attack.
danger. Mama Yam, son, help me. Usually the carry call. I need my babysitter. Imagine actually having Venemaster as your babysitter. Doesn't sound like a good time as the shackle. Once again, hold on to another support. BB3PX wants his pound of flesh. And the Slardar will send you back to dire jail. And crowd coming over. They want this monkey and they want this monkey yesterday.
Radiant are scanning.
Rubicon 155
Radiant's
proving to
middle
be
tower is under attack.
an actual nice representation of the Monkey King. Journey to the West. Anyone? No? Sure. Read a book, people. Yeah, one nice addition we didn't really talk about on the Nemesis lineup is that we do have people from 3 regions over playing together on the same team. Now, that in and of itself does need a little bit of a style and ping and time schedule adjustment overall, but Nemesis is taking a massive risk with this lineup, and we are absolutely honored on European Pro League to be the ones seeing them test out their capabilities, and so far it is absolutely going so good. These jabs, stack farming. On the Radiant side, on the Dire side, it doesn't really matter. To the tide. As long as it's kept picking up its assets. The Faceless Void moseying on over. The jabs level 8, ready to drop the tentacles just behind the Faceless Queasy, picking up the regen. His Analog will manage to keep his distance.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, in this case, no one truly wins. No one truly gets anything out of this. Back to stack farming we go.
Time is money.
As Jabs is about to finish the Vladimir's offering. Probably the first aura item of the game. Rubicon moving over. Meaning 1,200 gold. Just to actually get that Desolator. Keeping his distance, because of course, Einkrod and Queasy will be lurking about. Not much pressure onto that tier 1 tower as down bottom. Whoa. If they want to make a Chronosphere move though,
Dire are
I
scanning.
just don't know who would be optimal for this. Rubicon not throwing out the Boundless Strike on the Faceless Void. We'll try Queasy, but the Wind Ranger is just going to wind run away. Grabs. On the other side, good Sonic Wave onto Hatred. They will keep on going.
Attack.
There's the possibility of a curse. I don't know if Hatred will drop it onto the Queen of Pain. Analog left all alone. There's not going to be a pickup here.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
has
Lilith
fallen.
just easily picks up the Winter Reviver and kill.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle
It was a
tower
top
is
tier
under
1
attack.
for this, as Will was showing on the mid lane. As the usual answer to Winter Wyvern lineups is coming through hard. Kill off the Winter Librarian. And yeah, basically the bookworm will just die.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So with the
attack.
lineup, I guess. Easier said than done of an approach, but of course, having a hero with blink analog, basically a prime way of entering the fights is Einkrad.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I try and keep his distance, definitely blowing the horn of come and help me. He's just gonna watch this tier 1 fall. Going to creep aggression, but I don't think that will matter much. Analog picks up the tower. WOE, not willing to drop the chrono either. A little bit of a retreat in his jabs. Sees that there's movement. But he's just gonna casually ignore the whole thing. He's got range creeps to kill. Jesus. Yeah, no. Even though I've played the Tide myself, every time seeing that Anchor Smash just destroy almost the whole wave with one move always impresses. Four and 2 with a 3K net worth lead. Still low on the kills, but honestly I don't really mind. It might be the first time where a team is just not being baited into mistake on mistake on mistake against a more experienced team. Like BB3PX. Definitely need to pick up this stack. Just keep up the pace for the dire lineup. Double damage rune activated on the Quap. The time for a good old smoke. Lullis on the courier. It's on the way, but as soon as Analog shows, concern is any possible might just go into hiding. Prod approaching the 14-minute rune. Oh, get it.
Radiant's middle tower
What did
is
it
under
cost? Yeah, everything. Just kind of funny when you talk about the face, not the Faceless Void, the Void Spirit in that case, because he's also purple. So is Thanos. But BB3PX gonna bashed in the back. Vo almost laying down the chrono low. But kill is a kill is a kill is a kill. Lilith does find out that there is an observer ward there thanks to the shadow poison. But the sentry ward does not reach on the other side. Oh, well, I guess they'll know. This will kills off this camp. Ah, no. Hatred. Gotta break up a bit more early to trick him. Crud. An approach on Rubicon, but Monkey's absolutely fine. Coming Desolator, and of course, a little bit of backup from Yamson. I'll definitely just welcome the Monkey King move and aggression. But yeah, as Rubicon shows up on the lane, there's a little bit of backup coming out from Analog. Rubicon does not have the right clicks to actually get the Jingle Mastery, but can they clean up? Yamson and Japs coming from the other side. They'll take out Queasy and BB3PX. As it will be a nice little vengeance for the carry. Not a single Ravage, not a single Chrono so far in this game. And the only Winter's Curse that has ever gone out, as far as we could tell, was the one that was thrown on Analog. Not really resulting in much. Einkrad for the jump.
Radiant's top tower is
Observer
under
ward
attack.
taken out. With the disruption.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wood Spirit will be shaken off. WOE actually going for the Battle Fury on the Faceless Void. Nice skin on the hero. Less so in terms of the itemization. We usually tend to see the Maelstrom still, along with the Mask of Madness. But with the Mask of Madness not coming out and him going straight for Yasha, a little bit on the question mark side once again. If this is truly the way.
Radiant are scanning.
They're expecting to go late game, is what they're telegraphing here on the Impossible side. Let's see if truly the Nemesis side will let them get there. Squeezy Picked up with the gush. The boundless strike will be a miss. Queasy lives to see another day. Roshan at 18 minutes in. The Winter River not having an NMBB3PX, not willing to jump into the pit to set up the curse.
Radiant are scanning.
Doesn't really look like Impossible want to engage, despite them having Winter Curse, despite them having Chrono, despite them having an Initiator in the Slardar. They rather look to close the gap in between them and the Nemesis lineup in terms of monetary value.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
It's
Dire's
definitely
top
a
tower
way.
is under attack.
And do find some of that farm. In turn for the Roshan. Well, I must admit, Hatred and Queasy are not looking too bad in terms of that net worth. So let's see. How much more damage can Impossible do? Especially with the enemy having the Aegis of the Immortal. Hang out on the enemy's side with the Slardar is definitely not the right idea. Look at the nice little swing. This is actually losing gold picking up Roshan, but then immediately the gap will be re-established as soon as that Slardar dies. Well, Low still farming on his own, aiming for the Manta style.
Dire are scanning.
Truly questioning if this is still the move. Nightcrawd approached, dead in the water. The Void Spirit tries to shake off the anchor. As soon as he gets it, he will get ravaged, and that will be the first one of the game. Jabs with the pickup. On the other side, BB3PX will take out Lilith, but that in and of its own isn't really convincing me just yet. Rubicon getting chronoed. Now that would be something.
Top tower is under attack.
Both sides are just pressuring the tier 2. And on top of that, Impossible not even showing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're at
Radiant
20.
structures are
It might not be a massive domination,
Dire's structures are fortified.
but once again, Nemesis are getting away with a move that is just not being punished, even though they do have the tools for it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you kind of want them to be grouped up a bit more, don't you? But the Yamsen throwing out the Plague Wards and just positioning well, they're kind of mitigating the approach. With PPX and Hatred. Is Hatred actually even... Nah, he's not going for a blink just yet. He'll pick up a Glimmer first. Trying to protect his teammates from the Queen of Pain damage. So minute 21. 14 kills on the board. Not bursting out with action, but map movements across the river are extremely nerve-wracking here. Lilith
Dire's top tower
with
is
the
under
Shadow
attack.
Poison, but now managed to stop the blink. BB3PX will stand in by, analog with the blink. Going for the reach. We'll pick up Hatred first.
Dire are scanning.
No, it looks like the Winter Wyvern will get away. BB3PX also managing the escape. His jabs. Just with the blink. And
Radiant's
Vladimir's
top
offering.
tower is under attack.
Already looking extremely threatening.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, overall, neither are the levels, neither are the KDAs truly out of place here. Call is being made on war and everything. for WOE.
Radiant's top tower is under
Target
attack.
now the Monkey King that is just moving about the trees. Even though there's a suspicious tree there, BB3PX will see it from the peripheral vision of his sight. The monkey will be down, but Analog, does he truly want to move in here? Jabs coming in from behind. Has to get on top of the Winter Vibrant. Chronosphere onto Yamsen solo. It will be a kill, but as the curse comes through, Jabs is only held for a second. BB3PX's move will be stopped for a while, but it's a 2-for-1 exchange so far, not favoring the Nemesis side of BB3PX. The Slithering Crush will try and escape, and that is the evening move right there from Analog. There'll be a 2-for-2 at the end there, as the Aegis gets reclaimed. Nice little 7-11 on the scoreboard. Con. Because of the approach, the Remnant not perfect as we go 155. We'll predict with the Boundless. We'll be wrong, but Analog. And 3 more seconds for the jump, but we just forgot. Rubicon is actually playing a ranged hero. The Monkey King's right-click range is kind of ridiculous. We'll easily dispatch the Void Spirit.
Long live your queen.
Tier 2 tower is up for grabs as Rubicon tries to get the Boundless Strike and Jingle Mastery play on BB3PX. Will not be so lucky. Queasy. And the Shackle Shot is tying him to another support. Rubicon just
Radiant's middle
died
tower is under attack.
on a silly mistake a second time in a row. And both times it was BB3PX that grabbed him. Hopefully now, the tier 2 advantage and the constant pressure coming out from Nemesis, we'll have a bit more of a better time in terms of the farm. Well, let's just be honest here, that BKB in and of itself is not going to be the be-all and all of guarantees. Joseph Hayes will go through. Physical damage will also contact. And then eventually, once those BKBs come out, WOE will have the opportunity to just throw down the Chrono. Him having the Axe as well. Oh no. Oh no.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
AoE time lock coming out from the Faceless Void. Might be mistaken on this, but Ramses used to do this build, didn't he? Back when he was still playing on Virtus Pro. Towards the end there in like 2000, late 2018, early 2019. This used to be something he used to play around with. As Smokes break, Whoa, looking in, but the Ravage, it will disconnect. As out comes the Chrono. Is it time to hit? Well, they actually managed to kill things as out comes the Winter's Curse. There's that follow-up to the Chronosphere we talked about, but it's only Lilith giving Jabs a little bit of a back rub. 1 by 1 will the impossible lineup fall as all they lose is Yamsen, but BB3PX and Hatred were caught off guard. As you cannot let that Ravage through first, and that was just a massive mistake as Rubicon even shows, oh, there's a fishy for Jabs to pick up. WOE attempting to slow down, but they will find the Faceless Void. I don't think they have enough of a range to get that dead in the water on him on time. (14-9) with Eincrod. Actually picking up the Arcane Rune Analog. First with the AoE Shadow Strike. And the Bloodstone. Chaz an easy time with this. Wave shoves back and forth. The Impossible is struggling. Find a little bit of recovery. Right Nemesis not having the Ravage ultimate or the Wukong's command, they just keep on pushing for aggression. He's lineup. It looks like those coaching videos, which I do recommend myself, have been working pretty well for the Nemesis lineup. They're following timings, push, all the rules Estini constantly talks about, pretty to the T as BB3PX. They're just doing damage control on the Impossible side. It's still just a 5k net worth lead, by the way. Like one bad move from the Dire side, and they will just domino effect die one by one. The only reason they survived the whole Chronosphere shenanigans in the previous fight is that Jabs had the mental note for pressing R on time. And that threw off guard the whole coordination
Dire's top tower is under attack.
of the Impossible side. Let's just keep that in mind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As the first tier 2 tower will
Dire's
fall on the Dire
structures are
team.
fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Roshan will scream for the manager for a second time as well. Impossible. The main thing is to not panic.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
As Hatreds, Winter Wyvern will acquire the Blink Dagger.
Roshan has
The
fallen
trap
to
is
the
definitely
ground.
set by Impossible.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
$3K net worth differential, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it has shrunk down to. Let's see if the Aegis this time on the Monkey King will warrant a bit more of an aggression against the Queen of Pain. It's BB3PX and will not look to contact. Rubicon. BB3PX gushed. Try to attempt to BKB, get out of here, but the Scream of Pain, everything is just making contact. As soon as Rubicon will reach him, he is basically dead with the Boundless Strike. And of course, Jabs with one more gush will secure it.
Together, we could have brought Kunkka to the bottom.
Quickly now.
Down bottom, no catch as well. Having thrown down the Chronosphere, not having gotten the Yamsen kill, will attempt to time walk onward and upward, but dead in the water he is, along with a Boundless Strike, possibly with a reach. Queasy with the save. The Shackle Shot will deter as WOE, having gotten away with one support kill, will try and go for the escape. The Shadow Strike
Dire's bottom tower is under
reapply
attack.
will not happen. Yes, he will attempt to go through the Twin Gate. Analog. Wait for the grab.
Dire
It's gonna
are
be a
scanning.
long range Shadow Strike as Hatred tries to hide. Wait, he right clicked with the Arctic Burn? What are you crazy? Yeah, he is peeling off things off the Faceless Void, let's just be honest there.
Okay.
Rubicon jabs. This might be the first Tormentor of the game. Maybe mistaken on that, but I'm pretty much confident that the objective was a little bit ignored. Maybe if they picked it up with the previous Aegis, I was just oblivious to the fact. More than likely, it's the former. It's the latter rather than the former. This must have been the second Tormentor of the game, but yeah, nonetheless. Recon being toyed with, let us on standby if there's any true trouble going on with the monkey. And even a demonic cleanse, given over to Wukong himself. Well, yeah. Yeah, audience, I hear you. Even though I'm not reading the chat, I definitely know you are waiting for all that new action, not just support pickoffs left and right. As we've just seen here, but it is definitely the gateway to more action here. Those jabs, Scythe of Vice, and Gem of True Sight, supposing to be even bigger of a menace than he already is.
Oh, yes. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And he just claimed. But even so, not that big of a loss.
Dire's top tower
He's just looking
is
to
under
recover
attack.
and keep the pressure on the bottom lane. They have been ignoring their top lane for a while, but they've been trying to break through and force a team fight in one shape or another. B3PX, smokes break, jabs, dives out of the fight, will drop down the Ravage. Only two people will get caught in it. Shackle Shot coming out from Queasy as they're trying to hold on to the tide, but Yamsun dives deep into all of this. As the Noxious Plague will bounce off onto the Manta Illusions. It doesn't do much. Lelis with a possible save out onto jabs. Once again, the blink out will delay things as they will finally grab onto the tide and kill him off for the first time this game. At the same time, Hatred screamed off by Analog. But on the other side of the fight, WOE will find Rubicon. And that is truly the worrying part if you're a Nemesis fan. If the monkey can be killed off so easily
Dire's bottom tower
by the
is
Faceless
under
Void,
attack.
who is basically now the only person. Oh, wait, hold on. Analog and WOE are the only people who have not died this game so far.
Dire's
And
bottom
what
tower
else
has fallen.
can eventually the Faceless Void achieve?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's 17-3. Basically one of the first fights where Impossible actually achieve the impossible. And into the leading team and actually win with less casualties, but Aincrod, an easy grab, the amplified damage rune. Take out Yamsun with ease.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Good grab from BB3PX, jumping on over to Analog. Aincrod joining in on the fun with WOE. He just wants to drop the chrono, but is he in trouble? Out comes the BKB play. He will drag onward and upward. The rest of the play drops down the chrono to grab onto the Queen of Pain. Does see that the BKB is still rolling on through. Tries to hit onto Rubicon as well as the right clicks will happen. Whoa, WOE needs to jump out of there, but cannot make it out as jabs. Will just keep on laying down the anchor smashes. 2-on-2 on the exchange as this bridge is just a bridge of death at this point. Jabs? Looking to keep up the contact with the blink, but does not find a catch with the Hex. Lelis and Yamsun looking for Queasy now, but chasing a Wind Ranger. Well, I don't think she feels that she's in any type of danger or disruption anyway. It will be a 2-for-2 exchange. Once again, favoring the impossible side. As they pick up 2 cores in exchange for a carry and a support. A little bit of quick chess back and forth.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
A bauble from the void.
A little bit of quiet before the storm. Is Analog? Oh no, there's that silence. Aincrod. Can he keep him there as BB3PX with the chain stun? Now comes the demonic cleanse. Analog will be helped. Rubicon coming out. With a little bit of Wukong's command. Lelis trying to hide as out comes the Winter's Curse. All of Lelis and his illusions will be helping. Try and mitigate the tide. But as Roshan is up, they don't want to drop the Ravage. They will attempt it though. As Rubicon. No tools, no Sonic Wave, nothing to help out here. Has Nemesis actually failed this fight? The answer is a yes, as with the over-aggression. They will just sit on top of Yamsun. Impossible will even up the series in terms of kills and will take over the net worth lead prior to Roshan number 3.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant
What a massive amount of control here. Not dropping the chrono, only cursing to pull above. A bit more aggression.
is under attack.
Get the Dire out of position. And then just dominate them.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It wasn't an easy journey, but Impossible got here eventually. And according to Gaben, the mid game was just an absolute 50-50 coin flip. Or of an eternal MV fiesta. Not really knowing which team would win team fights. We did say it's just a 5k net worth lead. It ain't really worth much. At the end, it will crumble. As will the Dire lineup. Now the question is, after farming and then eventually gaining Chrono once again, will the refreshed Chronosphere be what will cause the downfall of the Nemesis lineup, or will they have a solution to these fights? WOE, Rubicon, trying to play distraction, good with the pull. What a massive pull from Aincrod. Yes, with the Winter's Curse, they'll hold on to Rubicon. Great blow up onto Yamsun as Aincrod dives deeper and deeper. Will be a distraction, but WOE's. The BKB will be rotated in. The Faceless Void, and a little bit of an awkward pause. Yeah, Faceless Void's BKB is at the ready, but I don't know if you want to siege until that chrono is up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Those jabs. Can push back with a little bit of gush.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
With the banner down, those creeps are not leaving without a fight. WOE just deleting everything. Well, trouble's still brewing. There's a Ravage to be had here.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's
Even though the
bottom
banner
barracks
falls,
are under Dire's bottom
Jabs does manage to pull off the creeps. Tier 3 is already gone.
Dire's
15,000 in the lead as Impossible are just keep on hammering. And the Nemesis lineup. Smoke up play. Coming through. Let's see if they can get the enemy to bite. They are hunting for Rubicon 155. As WOE. They are playing in the same region, so they do know what moves Rubicon likes to enjoy, but Rubicon will be recalled. Still, this monkey absolutely underfarmed compared to his peers. Even behind Jabs, but not by much compared to Jabs. It's rather WOE and Aincrod that I'm mostly worried about. Oh, yeah. We talked about the AoE silence and how much of a pain it will be for the Queen of Pain. And it has been pretty deterrent in the way things shall be played here. Yamsun once again grabbed with the Sonic Wave. They will push back a little. Yamsun deleted, so will Queasy for the overextension, but the Chrono will catch two. Out comes the Ravage, attempting to go for the save, but with the refresher or shard just going through, the Winter's Curse will buy enough time. Out comes the Chrono. It will be pitch perfect on all three cores. BB3PX will keep up the contact after that, but as WOE will lose the Aegis, it will not matter. Analog should fall here. As WOE keeps up the contact, they will find the Queen. Buyback will be committed as Queasy rejoins. No buyback on the Monkey King. And that should be the game here as our client freezes? What? Come on, man. Mass lag? Everyone?
Wonderful.
Yeah, same here, same here. Good shit, boys. I don't know who DDoSed the shit out of the servers, but man.
Dire structures are fortified.
I guess everyone felt it.
Middle barracks are under
At the same
attack.
time, Jabs. One last attempt, but look how fast he's melting. The Scotty is doing overtime as Einkrad jibes up onto the bag. Jabs cannot be saved. Dead for 110 as it's only Analog and Yamson still alive. The Venomancer Enhancer will make it home as Einkrad and Hatred will both die. Analog shut down for 2 minutes though, as the two available buybacks are still 1,410 gold away. Will at least have to suffer mega creeps.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
As GG will be called instead. They don't want to fight this one last fight. They don't want to deal with Megas. Nemesis will throw in the towel as Impossible will pick up the first game of the series, 29-22. Oh, sheesh. Well, not the best debut game, I should say, but at the very same time, Impossible, they are just showing that they are more than capable of eating teams, and I guess some betting odds companies are going to be happy with their predictions at the end of the day. One thing's for certain, though, this Winter Wyvern is no joke of a setup or a follow-up hero. That in and of itself just won Hatred and Woe, the very last matchup. As I'm not gonna lie, with everyone at least dying the once, with Analog and WOE holding out for so long, actually, I'm curious as to see which one of them died first at the end there. I believe it was one exchange at the minute 35 mark. But yeah, a tight game and extremely close. At the end of the day, it will be Impossible coming out as the victor of game number 1. But yeah, one thing's for certain, I do hope the next 2 games, if we're going to get 2 more of them, are going to go as least exciting or as close as this one. We shall see you after the break and after the Dota update. Impossible versus Nemesis. Game number 2. Impossible will stick with the Radiant as Nemesis will stick with the Dire. As overall, first pick was chosen by Nemesis, and Impossible immediately picked up Radiant.
10 seconds
It
remaining.
will be interesting though, Jabs. More than likely going to be playing the Pangolier, although it's not of the hands of Analog to actually play it as well. Jabs playing everything overall in the region. As a good, great insider. Wink wink, hashtag. Shout out to Permasneeze.
Radiant team pick.
Has informed me about, of course, yeah, on the former Nemesis offlaner. So yeah, it's not out of the question that either or is going to be playing the Queen of Pain.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, with Yamsa picking up the Oracle.
5 seconds remaining.
I am just questioning a little bit the execution here. Once again, I must emphasize, this Nemesis lineup has not played any official matches yet, so their performance being shaky or just uncoordinated, it's not out of the blue. And of course, the Astini +5 roster didn't fall apart in one day. It took several tries, and of course, the big ping can also be a big factor here, and Impossible just playing wonderful Dota as the Winter Wyvern will rear its ugly head one more time. The question still remains, well, have the Impossible guys actually been watching the Gunner draft? I really want to see someone try the Alchemist Position 3 build, where as soon as you get your Radiance, you just abandon lane and then just leave your teammates to just play 4v5, and you just buy everyone the Ags. You even buy it for yourself. I think Sir Action Slax's build is the best, where you even build it on the Lone Druid, the Bear, and the Lone Druid itself. Although in this case, since WOE ban it first, it's not going to be an option. With WOE basically being more of an agility specialist, I am very curious to see if he'll deliver here one more time. It was back in the day when he used to play all over the place. So one specialty he always bought out was that carry Void Spirit as well. And that in and of itself was a big surprise for us here at European Pro League. But it was effective, right? You cannot deny it. Eventually, he did force out people to ban it out against him. So, just going for the pick would not be surprising. But the Huskar coming out for Analog, all but confirming that Japs is going to be playing the Pangolier, as my first instincts actually told me. And let's see what else Impossible could be cooking here. The pick 18 Huskar. I would be very curious to see if, not the Necro, what else could be banned here by Astini. As obviously you do gotta protect this Huskar pick in any shape or form. Yeah, sure, you wouldn't want to be playing carry Necrophos or offlane Necrophos, but in this case, I think it's more of a mandatory ban than anything else. Primal Beast instead? What do you mean? What kind of drafting is this, my friend? I have no idea what kind of accent is coming out of me right now. I am questioning all my Dota knowledge at this point. What, Primal instead of Necro? I mean, could Nemesis actually pick up Necro? Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. If I'm Impossible, I'm thinking this through. Can they pick up the Necro against us? Decent against the Elk, but I mean, picking it up into Rubik and Winter Wyvern? Good luck, son. I don't know, man. Seems like a shaky pick in one way or the other.
Team Nemesis, turn to pick.
Tiny ban. What's it gonna be, Rubicon? Alright, can you pull off a Ghost? This is rather the question right now, right? Because Ghost did play it on the Gamer Legion lineup and was successful on it as well. I might actually have to add that. A lot of people would be writing off, oh, innate Dota, who cares? But at the very same time, Ghost was really, really good on the pick, as they were debuting themselves, if I remember, in PG of Wallachia, right? Didn't make it through too hard, but I think Gamer Legion in general was a massive risk or threat on their first debut with Ghost actually being on the lineup. I think it was Dreamly. I think it was PJ Wallachia recently, wasn't it? Hold on. Hold up.
Radiant team pick.
Let me just check.
Weaver.
Yeah. It was PJ Wallachia. These tier 1 tournaments just blend together at this point, right? There's so many of them all the time. But yeah, on the 1-0 stage, Gamer Legion pulled out the Necrophos against MOUZ.
5 seconds
And on their
remaining.
second match, sorry, no, it wasn't the debut where they were beaten by Liquid, against MOUZ, where we actually got that Necro. We get the Weaver instead for Rubicon 155. Going for the tempo, even though I have a little bit of experience drafting against this Weaver. Even though it seems like a bad Weaver game, Weaver does have the tendency of just reaching her backline and just ripping everything to shreds. So if I'm the Rubik, if I'm the Wyvern, I am watching out for a little Sukuchi bastard rolling up on top of us and on our position once the engagement starts. Usually the technique is just throw down the instant sentry and dust him so as to make sure he does not get out alive. As the Night Stalker instantly comes through for BB3PX. Dude, that's a silence shot. Once again, I like the Impossible draft a little bit better. Color me insane, but in both games so far, the Impossible draft just seems a bit more solid, despite the Winter Wyvern. I've been a big hater of this hero ever since the changes have been coming through in 741, but I'm a little bit convinced. Yeah, I'm gonna go with I'm convinced. Team Nemesis, you do have the save, you do have the false promise. Surviving all of this? Well, good luck, is all I can say here. Very same time, Carry Alchemist, it has fallen flat on its face numerous times here at European Pro League, and it's not the only tournament where it just cannot find success. Let us see if it will truly be one of the first times where we actually get to see it succeed. I am checking the pick draft orders here on Cyberscore. Sorry, on a tournament document sheet. And Alchemist, this is the 9th time it's picked. Out of 8 picks, it has only won one game. And rather, the question is, was it Impossible that actually got that W? So I'm going through the lists. No. Impossible has not won with this hero so far. WOE has pulled off the W with a carry Bloodseeker and a carry Lone Druid.
Prepare for battle.
His first ban so far. So, rather, the question is, can this Alchemist actually deliver for the first time, or second time, this tournament? Or will it be the status quo that the Carry Alchemist just falls flat? As is usually the case in this tier 3 tourney, or tier whatever tourney you want to call it, I don't really care, but hype as hell. Game number 2, BB3PX positioned to break all them smokes. It is nighttime, so messing with the Hunter in the night was just not a good idea in general. Nemesis. Every time I see their name, I'm only just reminded about one of the best
30
Dota
seconds
events
to battle.
in the history of Dota. Anyone else miss Nemesis? It wasn't Dire Tide, the original, or anything, but it was fun. Anyone else miss events? I miss events. I miss Aghanim Scepters. Aghanim Scepters Labyrinth. Which, fun fact, actually, a Chinese developer did actually make a version of it for the fans.
The battle begins.
'Cause, yeah. Even though the Necro is just absolutely ignored, I am fairly convinced by the Night Stalker pick for BB3PX. It seems extremely solid. Laning stage might be rough, but at the very same time, that dives into fights as soon as the blink and that echo comes up. Maybe even possibly a harpoon. Blink. Well, you might actually have to go the blink, BKB, and echo route as well. That still in and of itself could be convincing here. Well, let's see if it will deliver. As analog. Raincrod. A few fire spears will be eaten. Overall, the first level burning damage is not too bad, but could be zoning out Icrod pretty soon. Up top, Yamson, Recon going for a grab. Sakuchi still making contact with BB3PX. Of course, new facet of Threads of Fate. Definitely ensuring that people want to keep their distance. Ankarad with the blink away.
Radiant's bottom tower.
WOE, Lillis. A little bit of back and forth, but just pulling the wave. Actually, just killing the whole thing in and of itself. Lillis just double stacking it. And just leading the lane and a quarter on the long, long journey. Guys moving back into aggro. Yeah, even with the long journey, Lillis will make it here. Casually with the boots and the fur. I was like, even the small pull will be denied a little bit. Hatred will still manage to pull back the wave. Yeah, better positioning for Lillis and crew. I think the only thing you need to ensure in this case is not allow Hatred to go and make the pull extended into this camp. Because one way or the other it will lead to the wave just pushing in. Great with the balance so far. And Zainkrad. Double water bottling the runes. Not like Analog truly needs them, but of course denying that resource from the Queen of Pain could definitely help your laning. As in, there's that front though. Analog doesn't really need that much of a help or assistance. There's not much to worry about in general. Yamson hanging on to the Lotus if need be.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of back and forth, but first night basically being a minute away. So BB3PX started delivering on the promised hunt. Yeah, the first levels of Void definitely effective, but Crippling Fear not being leveled just yet might be a bad or a good sign. Let's just see. Lillis looking to waste some time. Already level 2. Not looking to get tag team online just yet. The half lane pull. Rubicon just having a casual lasted simulator time. The true lasted king is still actually WOE. Despite the good lane control coming out from Lillis and jabs. Back and forth continues. The first knight is going to fall without a Night Stalker dying. The stack camps are not going to be blocked either. They will have eye on it though. The crippling fearing Night Stalker is on the run. Recon and Yamson just don't have the catch. Or fortune's nah, it's not going to be big enough. Good attempt though. Radius is 350. His first blood is actually going to happen down bottom. Jabs with the solo kill on the Alchemist? What? Sure.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Despite the unstable concoction and the acid spray, well, it's not perfectly positioned, and Hatred just not being in position to help out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
All
attack.
three not having a cold embrace. Just
Will be tricked.
not babysitting your carry, I guess. But WOE went through the unstable concoct. At the very same time, an easy
Radiant's courier
sit down on to the Wyvern, of course. The cold embrace. Easy survival as well. Getting off the aggression, telekinesis pullback from Queasy. They move over onto Yamson. Even the score. Nice swashbuckle. Jabs with the reconnection. Hatred in trouble as the Wyvern will be crushed. Jabs with 2 kills and no deaths. Starting off great at minute 7. Is it supposed to be nighttime that the... Oh my lord, look at that Queen of Pain net worth. So that the Radiant will just dominate here. Yeah, no. Nemesis are like, hold my beer right now, as with the Ice Shard and the lock-in. Yamson returns with a vengeance. Rubicon coming over as well to clean up the support, as the telekinesis will help a little, but with the swarm and the right clicks, Queasy will definitely feel a little wheezy after this. Jabs keeping up the contact as Rubicon and Lullis are looking for the next kill. The Rubik will die, as so will the Wyvern. 5 kills in a matter of 7 minutes. And the Shrines of Wisdoms will be ignored on both sides for this. BB3PX looking to play catch-up. Of course, Einkrad nowhere near the lane in general.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Lockboy looking to pick up the armlet as soon as possible. As fast as possible. Those jabs. Looking for the now pretty much cliche item on Pangoliers. Picking up that Mate Slayer as on the mid lane, Analog. Bring that Arctic Burn, but that's just adding to the Berserker's blood. Hit me! Stop trying to hit me and hit me, he says. But without Blink, I don't know if this approach coming out from BB3PX is going to be good enough. First, one of my colleagues, base defender, usually casts BB3PX as BBX
Dire's middle tower
as well.
is under
Also a
attack.
funny name. You like elite speed, but WOE. One thing he definitely does not like is snowballs and swashbuckles overall, but in comes the Night Stalker. In with the Dark Ascension. Jabs will finally be punished for his crimes, as Yamson will be sat on next. Unstable Concoction, along with a possible Winter Blast if there are any accomplices with him.
Under attack.
The Radiant Half
Radiant's
Claws.
bottom tower is under attack.
Is WOE not dying here? Definitely an outcome.
Radiant's
We'll
middle tower
breathe
is
a
under
little bit of
attack.
air into the lungs of Impossible.
Dire's bottom tower
Squeezy
has
dies up
fallen.
top. That's not really that important of an action. It's more important that on the side lanes, first tower to fall will be on the Nemesis offlane.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm all calling that the mid lane tier 1 should be the first one to fall on the Radiant side. It would open up access to the triangle that Queasy has been stacking lately. And even though he has not continued that project, Lilith keeps an eye out. His boots as well queued up, as with the time lapse, Rubicon will survive, but by a hair. Minecraft is picking up all the farm. Just cannot help but wonder, what if they could have taken action against it? Late time
Radiant's
finally
middle tower is
arrives,
under attack.
but only
Radiant
remnants of the hard
structures
camp
are
remain.
fortified.
Ancient camp not picked up just yet. I'm pretty sure Einkrad pay a bit more attention to it in just about a second.
Dire's
Hatred.
top tower is under
Contacted
attack.
on. Good with Swashbuckle, even with the shield crash, but Jabs just does not have the reach to mess with the. What? Mid lane, we have possible action here. Nightcrawler is distracting. Jabs will finally find Hatred. I don't know why he canceled the TP in general.
Radiant's courier
But
has
obviously the
been killed.
Pangolier stuck around and just got that kill. Easy. Rolled in on and gone down. Dark Ascension committed. First time in the daytime by BB3PX.
Radiant's
All
middle tower
alone.
has fallen.
Ninecrot coming over to pick up the juicy kills. False promise on Yamsen. That kill is just not possible. But Analog is on the open. Ninecrot does not see him. Does not know that the
Radiant's middle
Huskar
tower is under
is
attack.
open seasoned, but now he's not. And of course, if the jumping does come through, Armlet is always available. Ninecrot.
Radiant's top
Need to
tower
catch on
is
to
under
Lelis.
attack.
No more Dark Ascension on BB3PX, so this move coming out from Impossible could be costly. In with a Sonic Wave, good with a toggle. Analog still alive, but will be sat on with a Crippling Fear at the end. Rubicon looking to roll on through with a Sakuchi. In comes Jabs. Good cleanup coming out on to Queasy, but Lelis, along with Analog, will be lost here. Rolling Thunder coming in. Jabs looking to play bowling with the enemy, but as Yamsen and Rubicon still stick around, out comes the Winter's Curse onto 3. Aincrod, easy cleanup onto Yamsen. Is it? Well, with the Void, BB3PX will grab it. Jabs and Rubicon, the two of them against the world, as WOE not looking to join this fight. But Hatred on Vision, good with the swashbuckle. Jabs finds the angle and will clear it into a 3-4-3. 3-4-3? 3-4-2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, no, Queasy died twice in this engagement, to be fair. Well, did he die twice? I guess not. No, that engagement was before that tower fell on the right side, so I'll go with the 2-4-3 at the end. That's just sweetening the pot a little bit. Way more action-packed of a game than the previous one. And I'm not complaining. More casting to do, more killing, more problems.
Radiant's middle tower is
And
under
the
attack.
faster my throat will go sore, but that's another matter all entirely.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah.
Radiant's
Well, what
bottom
does
tower
Gaben
is
think?
under attack.
Overall, the Dota Plus graph isn't really giving us much. But neither is the net worth or the XP. On separate sides currently, Nemesis are looking to clear it up just a little bit. Dark Ascension will be committed just before it is nighttime
Radiant's
again.
bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe 3PX and Queasy. Kind of projecting that they do want to pick
Dire's
up
top tower is
the
under
second
attack.
tier 1 tower.
Dire's
As reinforcements are
structures
arriving.
fortified.
Analog could just be grabbing on to the Night Stalker. Life break available. Really not sure if this is the way.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they don't stick around and they do lose the offlane tower
Radiant's
instead.
top tower has fallen.
As Lois looks to clean up the mid-wave, having picked up the haste rune, tries to grab onto Queasy. But the Shrine of Wisdom being contested as well. Impossible's resources are stretched a little bit thin. Despite all that, they are in the lead with the net worth, as WOE is now on Aghanim's Scepter duty. Rather, the question remains, who's going to get it first? Yogiger Axe indicated. What is he bringing over? He's bringing over a whole batch of nothing. Looking to sell the Fairy Fire, but wait, you just bought the Ogre Axe. I don't know, man. It's a little weird that he's not bringing it over to himself to increase the farm speed. But who am I to deny his ways?
Radiant are scanning.
Just put it instead of the Quelling Blade. I don't know. I don't know, man. I ain't no immortal.
Dire's top tower.
It's not my way of questioning what's happening. It's just my way of reporting what's happening. Queasy. Being a nuisance as much as possible on the Rubik. BB3PX finally picks up that tier 1 number 2. The team Queasy even picks up the shrine? What the damn heli? I thought there's nothing there. It's already gone, but analog. Coming on to Roshan at minute 16 might be a little bit of an early gamble, but such is the life of a Huskar. As Rubicon, Yamsun, and Lullis apparently looking to be a bit of a distraction.
Radiant are scanning.
Server ward on the fine,
Radiant's
Lullis.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top
It's a little bit
tower
on the
is under
blind
attack.
approach here. But they are buying time and they are taking away attention. Lullis coming in, trying to go for the snowball save. The false promise will be what truly grabs their attention. Out comes the Purifying Flames. Rubicon apparently will survive as the time lapse is not going to help here. Holy hell, he's so low, but he will be looking to live just a little bit longer. Jabs, the massive distraction, will buy them the life and the Aegis as well.
Dire's
We'll be on a
middle tower is under
1-on-1.
attack.
Not losing Rubicon here was clutch. I will say that. Holy moly indeed. But as the tier 1 is being threatened, analog. We'll try and save the tier 1 tower for as long as possible. A well-placed Winter's Curse, but an even better timed False Promise. And yeah, jabs.
Dire's top
Taking a
tower
page out
is
of
under
Limp
attack.
Bizkit and just rolling into the fight. As Carrie can survive.
Radiant's
As
middle tower is
BB3PX
under
on the
attack.
hunt.
Dire's courier
Taking
has
out
been killed.
one, an easy play with the blinks. Reinkrod and BB3PX. Iron Run interference. With the crippling fear, the hunter will still keep on running. Another swashbuckle, another shield crash, and a snowball that does not reach Lullis. Nice little eating of the creeps. BB3PX still on the run as Einkrod. The TP over onto the mid lane as Rubicon finds a target. Hatred. Not gonna go down that easily as BB3PX. On the contact, an easy snowball play as Rubicon. Oh, the right click, it will connect, but it's not gonna be enough as WOE turns onto Lullis instead. Support exchange as analog. Getting closer and closer to death with this Aegis, but he's just liking to play on fire with fire, apparently. Even with 150 ping, he doesn't seem to care. Squeezy picks up the DD rune, but at the cost of his life. At least he denies it. Away from the enemy. Value picked up here massively, though, and do believe Aghanim Scepter number 1 is done on WOE. Who's he gonna give the magic to? Einkrod immediately.
Bringing the pick window.
Jabs. Immediately on the receiving end of the Aghanim Scepter. With the shield crash, he looks to survive a bit more. There's a rolling thunder. Get the hell out of here, boy. This time, it's not going to be a death of the Pango. As analog with the life break and the join from the Fortune's End
Tower is under attack.
will get the kill on Hatred instead. Much tighter of a game than game number 1.
Dire's middle tower is under
As
attack.
the net worth lead for the winning side.
Dire's are fortified.
Actually on the sub
Radiant's
5k range.
structures are
On the other
fortified.
hand,
Radiant's
WE
bottom
and
tower
Co.
is
not really
under
controlling the
attack.
bottom side of the map. There the question remains. After this tier 2 falls, will the Nemesis side actually go for the Tormentor?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Crowd
Dire's
looking
middle
for
tower
stranglers.
has fallen.
But he's actually the one under vision. Nemesis more than likely playing interference. Oh, we
Radiant's
did not
bottom
see
tower
the
is under
queen.
attack.
No, no, no. They're not going away.
Radiant's
Gives her a reward
bottom
position
tower
right
has
now.
fallen.
Pretty smart move.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll take that.
'Cause apparently they're not aware. And that, of course.
A little something extra.
The impossible lineup does have a side as well. Put on the LOS, but not committing onto the Tormentor just yet. This is looking to play the smart. That's good with the grab, analog. Gonna be splintered into pieces, but 24 seconds left on the Aegis. He will go down first. Crud. Grab, trying to shake it off. Rubicon will look to disengage. Good with a time lapse. Still playing a little bit with fire for my liking, but I'll take it. The fluffy hat and everything else, it looks like Rubicon will want to go for Hurricane Pike first before anything else. Skitter patter, as eventually at minute 22, Nemesis will back off nicely and go for that Tormy. Rubicon though does not have the time lapse, a little bit a shaky play there for my liking, but can't deny it, they got it. Does mean open season to the top end of the map as Rubicon will immediately try and engage there. Moving over, cleaning up the mid wave and the top wave should be priority here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They do have the objective advantage on the Nemesis side, but it doesn't really mean much. As Aghanim Scepter number 2 has just been handed over to BB3PX. That is why he's second place on the network chart. His Aghanim Scepter, by the way, uses the movement speed by 15% on the Hunter in the Night, which is the innate of the Night Stalker. Ooh, basic ability cooldowns decrease. Oh, that's pretty nice. On the other hand, Jesus, 47% and 112 attack speed. Can't deny that's pretty sexy. But one thing that's also really sexy is Rolling Thunder, and can they keep the chain stun on Aincrad? Yes, they absolutely can. That is a massive gold given over to the Nemesis side. This is the first death of the Queen of Pain as well, which does leave only Rubicon 155 and BB3PX being the only heroes on the board that still not have died just yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
For a 3,000 net worth lead, ain't possible. Not everything's lost yet. As soon as I say that, we'll be jumped on with the life break. Telekinesis will delay things, but in he goes. This is what we talked about during the draft. BB3PX on the back line. Well, let's pick up the Oracle as they'll just blow up Analog immediately. Ain't possible. Nothing is impossible for this lineup. Modus was eaten for breakfast, and it looks like Nemesis will be dinner. On to jabs, they immediately eye up the Pangolier. Oh, crippling fear indeed. As shield crash on shield crash action, jabs will answer with the swashbuckle, but Rubicon, he just cannot join here. The deep vision though, it's a good grab as they just blow up jabs. Aincrad almost extending for an even deeper one. WOE looking to finalize his build. Pick up that BKB, pick up the shard, and look towards ending the game. I would argue that the team still needs an AC to actually just... Looking for the Ags of his own, which would be the 1v1 taunt item.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That in and of itself, I don't know how much it will help you. Bonus cast range and the taunt lasts for 3 seconds.
Dire are sandals.
Kind of questioning the viability of the item myself, but It's Jabs, getting closer and closer to picking up that nullifier, but it's still miles and miles away. As the Hurricane Pike will be completed on Rubicon finally. Will that extra range be what the Weaver needs? We shall see. 5-man smoke up coming out from Nemesis. The coordination is there. What about the execution? 10 seconds until the next power rune. No one holding the bottom side of the river. Hatred poking and prodding. His death wouldn't really cost much. As, oh, I much rather like the move here for main possible. Now they could just TP someone over to the other tier 2. Analog. Holding on to that AD rune. No grab one way or the other. Full disengage from the Nemesis side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. Some kind of weird jingle comes to mind over here as the game keeps on going into 30 minutes.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Silent night, deadly night.
Are fortified.
Nothing's calm, nothing's bright. Alchemist just gifting Alchemist left and right. And it seems to be that Rubicon might just be going for the approach on the Winter Wyvern, but will it be good? Winter's Curse out onto the Huskar, but it's not really worth much. And at the same time, the chaos of the fight is going back and forth. Queasy trying to disengage as Hatred will deny himself to the neutrals. No grab onto the Rubik as Einkrad will also manage to just TP out of here. No one dies, as only the Winter Wyvern does, but it's technically a deny, so gift of no one. Minutes into play. It's just quiet before the storm every frickin' time.
We'll take that.
Crossing the river, especially these words, kind of suicidal. On the Nemesis side, in goes WOE, straight onto Lilith as they rip apart the Tusk. Just realized that there's a region rune in the river, but it will be ignored. Dark Ascension coming out as BB3PX. Needs a little bit more of a reach. Out comes the false promise. But can Rubicon make it before it ends into the fountain? The answer is a no. Not enough heal on the Weaver, and even if there was, a kill is a kill is a kill is a kill as BB3PX looking to sit down on Analog. This going to be it? Jabs. He's just stuck step, bro. But at the very same time, Einkrad moving on over, moseying in as BB3PX will lay the perfect silence. Will just sit on the Pango. You might be able to shield crash a little, but eat your own. Rolling Thunder. Queasy has been owning on this Rubik. It doesn't seem like the biggest impact, but his interference with the Tsukuchis, now with the Rolling Thunder and every other spell, it's just been annoying. And overall, right, if you can make the enemy mad as a support, you have definitely achieved your goal in the game. Nuances aside, the tier 2 number 2 will be falling on the Dire team. Slowly but surely, impossible. We'll be aiming for that high ground soon. WOE bringing over the Assault of Karas. Moments of play. And even though the two supports are not going to get their Aghanim Scepters, WOE is not going to pick up theirs, I still believe this is just a proof of concept. Something joyously try, and I have been arguing for weeks now, ever since the release of the patch. Is it a good build? Is it just a pub build? Well, WOE is proving right now it's absolutely viable in pro play. 20k net worth differential. Even with taking off the Alchemist gold values, it's still around the 15k, 17k mark. And Crod moseying on over.
I'll give it my all.
And Crod laying out as a little bit of a bait, but it's actually on the back line where they make the approach. The Rolling Thunder still being a problem. The False Promise going out onto the Huskar, but can Analog do enough damage for this to be worth it? Toggling the armlet, trying to heal back up as much as possible. Toggling it on, back on, but it's not going to be enough. Out with the Winter's Curse as Lilith tries to roll on out with the Snowball. Jabs on the grab as Rubicon. And Jabs being the only survivors. The pullback on the Weaver will be the end of it. 70 seconds with him dead. It's just a mid-invasion. 4 buybacks available on the Dire side. But will they try again? No False Promise. And with the Weaver gone for 50, this seems like a GG. 60 seconds until the next False Promise is available. All buybacks will be committed for Rax number 2. Rax number 3, though. Will they tap out before the Megas again? Minecraft. Just bullying Lilith back in his place, which is the Dire Fountain analog. Moseying on over. 20 seconds until the false. Lilith diving deep. They're going to interfere, but Megas will be achieved. Analog diving deeper once again, but here comes Jabs with the rolling. It's not going to be enough. 70 seconds without the Huskar. 50 gold needed still for it to be effective. With the Winter's Curse there, Rubicon 155 will need to roll on out of there. Ironcrowd diving deeper into the fountain. The Queen of Pain. It could be her ending here, but it will be a dieback exchange with Yamson. GG will be called as Analog's buyback is 20 gold away, but they don't want to risk it. They tap out instead, as no BKB was left on the Weaver, and no Rolling Thunder on Jabs. They throw in the towel with all the creeps surrounding them. And of course the Mega's on the way. A beatdown from Impossible, but this is a team that has beaten Modus. They are once again proving that they have what it takes to be a mass contender. Team Nemesis, even though this was their debut series, a little bit shaky on game number 2. I did like the game number 1 performance and draft, but game number 2, yeah. High risk, no reward this time on the Huskar. And with Woe proving that the Aghanim Scepter build is actually viable on the Alchemist, it was a very, very interesting game number 2 of the series as well. But yeah, Joe, I get the shorter series today, and it looks like Team Nemesis on their debut series will get the 2-0. Well, that does leave... Well, we'll get 2-0 specifically. That does leave us to reading out tomorrow's schedule, as that will be tomorrow's Dodice problem in general, or tomorrow's... Actually, I'm not casting tomorrow. Hold up. It will be a long day, though, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, as, of course, on social, some of you have read, Doxent has withdrawn from the tournament and will absolve Doxent in general. So we're, instead of the double Nemesis showdown, we are going to get Nemesis versus Ilbris, which will be the start of our day. Then it's going to be Team Stells versus good old Alice Venturis coming over at 5 p.m. And then, of course, ending the day will be Rune Eaters versus good old Power Rangers. But yeah. For that, ladies and gents, Impossible get the 2-0. And that will be the end of our day here at European Pro League. Have a beautiful Sunday evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Meanwhile, Crystallis is dropping low on the top lane. Phoenix a bit too late, and level 1 Phoenix isn't even that strong, so Crystallis completely zoned out of the lane. This is a disaster. Is a salve coming out for him, or his career just delivered something? So
He's not coming.
Really bad. Really bad.
Yeah, you don't want to be late as a position 5 on the lane. They managed to block wave, so they have wave in a really nice spot. And mid lane, Sumail is kind of struggling to lane right now. With this level 2, he cannot really come
already
close to the creeps.
Okay, at least Crystallis' career is now on the way to deliver a salve to him, so he should be able to continue farming. Yamich does bring down Hakoda. Missing the first blood. T-Tours in chat. Of course, there's not going to be any T-Tours because we are on the new platform. The one-win platform. WTV. TV. That's what it's called.
Oh, that's a nice
LeBron,
blood.
why do we call it W when it's a double V?
I don't know. Sakoda trying to trade with Yamich. There is no trees on this lane. These guys, they don't love nature. They cut so many trees. Top lane. They also
had level 2. He had level 2 and he had the dive and he just died. I guess he underestimated how much damage he was gonna take from the Pango, who's full physical.
Yeah, that was the fear, so he was surprised by the fear. He got the Fairy Fire as well, like you mentioned. Fairy Fire level 2, but... And Sumail already going into the jungle. He cannot play, and this is level... What did I say? How much was the CS?
In a 3, you're not even close.
I mean, he got 4 creeps in the jungle. This is like... Doesn't count, bro.
Yeah, but look at the Huskar. Look at the Huskar. Just ignore it. Let's ignore it. You were wrong.
I mean,
that's it.
Rain missed 5
We
creeps.
still love you.
5 creeps under the tower. I'm just gonna message him
That
after
is
the
true.
game.
That is true. That is true.
Rain, you need to work on your last hitting, but nobody's touching you, brother. Oh, but look, not me. He's following Sumail into the jungle. He's not letting him have fun. And this is the last pick. The counter to the Husker.
He needs like 4 of his death pulses to kill the creeps in the jungle, and he doesn't have mana. Oh, this is a disaster.
It's a disaster right now. But okay. If you get level 6, Husker can die. Well, he gonna
remember the old Huskar? It had like 95% magic resistance, and then you would use the Reaper Sight. It should do like 10,000 damage, and it just doesn't kill him.
True. Sumail might TP mid now. There is like some creeps under his tower. But Rain is denying so much creeps right now. 20 creeps, 80 denies.
Silence in the Phoenix. There's gonna be a fear. Back into the silence. Not back into the silence. It's a kill. Crystal is coming over to fight. Versus 2 heroes, this is not gonna work. He has to run away, especially with the urn already being done. Okay, that's a problem. When there is already an urn on the Pango, you cannot fight in this lane any longer.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Rain gonna commit.
Nice glyph from Rain. Nice.
With some help on the mid lane, he gonna be able to kill Sumail. Let's see if somebody... Oh!
With some help on the mid lane, Sumail is going to be able to kill him. Blood grenade being used. He is going for it, using the Fairy Fire, and that is a big mistake. He also placed the ward, and I think if they were paying attention, they're going to know about it. However, not me. Going to be coming over. Might need to TP out. Going to be doing it. No need to use his Fairy Fire even. Will be surviving back at base while Hakoda is in the mid lane and going to be gathering all this juicy experience. He pulled the creeps into the tower. Okay. He's... gonna be a good support in the end.
I mean, let me be honest. I don't know how players, they don't like, you know that this guy died, right, on Phoenix, and he can TP on the mid lane. You cannot be that cocky. This is happening like every game. Are they communicating?
Yep.
Like, okay, you're maybe too much focused on last hitting, on pressuring, but there is like communication. Like you kill this Phoenix.
Where's Omar? It's best when nobody's talking, and this is gonna be leaving Shigetsu all alone. Gonna be taken out. A very tanky hero brought down by these two. That you wouldn't say these two heroes do a lot of damage early on, right?
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, Tiny with 0 armor. Even though high HP. But look, the mid lane. They're pressuring with the siege. Not me in some hiding spot. Is gonna be dead Necro? Sumail is dead.
He's gone.
Middle tower is under
And you're
He
gonna
had a
lose mid
point
tower
in
as
the
well.
Ghost Shroud.
Didn't help
And
him.
the Siege Keeper
Bottom
still
lane?
alive.
Shigetsu?
Oh, not again. He wants to live through this one. He does have 4 stick charges, but Hakoda will save his life. However, with the glyph, maybe they're still gonna continue diving him, at least
Yeah, managed to
stopping
get
him
him.
from getting any. Yeah, there's the box save. Using the sticks, turns around, does as much damage as he can, which Shigetsu definitely making a mistake. And now this leaves Hakoda all alone. There isn't enough mana on these two to do much. However, Hakoda needs to get away. There's gonna be a bushwhack. Nice dodge from Hakoda, not gonna lie. He still goes down, but that looked cool.
Oh, this is huge because of this you didn't open mid tower and now you're losing safe lane tower. So big mistake there from Shigetsu.
Dire's top tower is under
And Shigetsu is emotional player.
Radiant's
In
bottom
pubs,
tower has fallen.
he can tilt easily. And even though this is competitive game, you know, your team is doing good. You can tilt, and need to find a way to untilt, reset.
Well, we'll see if he'll be able to do that. I feel like he should be fine. Unless one of his teammates is like, what the hell are you doing? And that can be very counterproductive.
Well, the tiniest hero, even if you crush him on the lane, like I mentioned, he can recover fast because of this new tree grab.
Yeah, you farm pretty fast.
But look, Hakoda, he's playing with Tiny. He doesn't want to let him alone now. He just want to make him happy.
The thing is that there's good vision on the bottom lane. They are gonna be finding the squirrel. And the
Nice
question is,
dodge.
can he do enough damage? He doesn't have a toss. There's gonna be impalement arts connecting. The second one too.
Crystal is here.
Bushwhack, very nicely done. And now Shigetsu is gonna be in trouble. They do have the Pit of Malice, Raptor Dance. There's gonna be a box. Shigetsu trying to run away. Well, that's not gonna be happening.
Deny?
Maybe try
Nope.
with the deny. Nope, not even close.
Radiant's middle
In the mid
Hakoda.
lane.
It's gonna have Tame the Beast. Rain dropping down. Misses Tame the Beast. Yamich now going forward. They see Hakoda, and with the rest of his teammates
Nice
coming.
dodge.
Nice dodge, man. Hakoda is using his spells godly. It's not gonna change the fact that he's gonna die,
is under attack.
but it's gonna take a little bit longer. Maybe he can kill Ludwig. Oh, got him.
Oh, he even raised the smoke. What a god, Hakoda, getting soul XP. But the Husker died on the mid lane, so this is still very bad for Yellow Submarine. Maybe Hakoda gonna deny. Oh, he's trying to toy.
Strongman's tonic.
Yeah, but Sumail managed to find a kill on Husker with ultimate on the mid lane. And that's a 2k lead.
Huge. This is what we want to see. We don't want to see a 2-0 again. Bachuk,
Oh, nice.
Bushwhack.
Bushwhack.
Okay, they're getting outplayed right now.
And this
Bro,
is...
I'm not gonna lie. And
It all comes from bottom here. From this misplay from Tiny. You're trying to help him and then you're losing your momentum. Because the thing is, if you're making the moves first, you're always having advantage. But if you're start reacting, you're wasting TPs, resources. You cannot make a play. Sumail.
Balance on the Necro.
He should be dying.
Gonna take out. Yeah, 5 spears, too much. And not me actually got it with the blood grenade. With 5
Damn.
burning spears on him, it's the blood grenade that gets him. Can we see net worth? I know our observer is probably getting tired right now. It has been
Oh, he's quick.
12 hours of streaming.
You see, he's quick. He insta-bam. He's full focus.
Listening to us.
He's full focus.
11 hours of streaming. Of course, of course.
Guy's beast.
We have a Reaper Scythe again. So, I guess this Huskar will be on the menu.
Well, it's gonna be interesting to see what Rain wanna buy. Is he gonna rush the BKB? He queued a Blink with a Sench, but maybe he will change it. Let's
I think
see.
the idea is he wants to burst heroes down. They want to instantly kill people, and I think they do have the tools to do so. Both of their supports do a decent amount of damage.
Dire's top tower
Are they gonna find crystals?
Gonna be
Nice,
found. There's the
silence.
silence, pushing him back into another one, and Rain will get the kill.
Not me
Gonna be opening.
using spares really well, and he's playing amazing.
Yep. Every single time. I haven't seen him miss a combo.
Yeah,
Both him and Hakoda, right? In terms of spell usage, they've been godly.
are we gonna cast a curse then now or what?
We already did. It just needs to start working.
Oh, are they gonna find Rain?
Yeah, he looks very dead.
Oh, I committed.
If he can toggle?
Oh, he didn't time.
Oh, he missed.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He screwed up.
And look, Sumail,
Chase
he
out
got
Toby.
money for Relic. Toby Dotes.
Thunder.
Sumail. Oh no, you push him out. But anyway, you cannot kill.
I have to run away. Not me is gonna be coming over. Maybe with him they can. As is there, Rolling Thunder still going strong. Bachuk is gonna have his spells. Swashbuckle to the side. Shield crash forward. Doesn't have it. Actually didn't finish
Shigetsu's
his
here
Spirit
as well.
Vessel. But Shigetsu can't do anything.
Husker is coming. There is no threat now for him to die.
Top tower is under
So maybe he can do something. Nope.
Without the blink, he can't get close. It's just so hard to play versus this Pit of Malice. And I think it's one of the spells that I hate playing against the most. Like that and Bramble Maze from the Dark Willow.
And this is actually really good moves from MOUZ. You are forcing Yellow Submarine players to react, to use TPs. And then it's just gonna be easy for you to play, to read them up. Necro really close to Radiance. And from that bad start that he was laning like in jungle level 3, like he's like top 3 net worth. Close to Husker as well. And we already talked this. Necro with levels, with items. Top lane Rain. Is he gonna die again? Oh yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Long distance break from Hoodwink. And just 2 heroes on you. Phoenix. And a Kez. You don't have a
waiting
chance.
for somebody to go through the gate, and it's gonna be Toby. It's the silence again. Beautiful spell usage from Not Me, and Bachuk gets himself a kill. I can't believe that he's not finishing the Vessel. I feel like this is a really good Vessel game. Kez, there's a Necro, there's an Underlord. All these heroes don't like playing versus the Vessel.
It's a good Vessel game. But it's also a really good Mage Slayer game. But he decided to go for a Diffusal.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like Mage Slayer will be much better.
We'll see, though. At the moment, I'd say MOUZ are very happy with how the game is going, right? Huskar should have been ahead of everybody right now. This hero is gonna fall off, and he's gonna fall off heavily.
Yeah, but the thing, when they were pressuring the map, they kind of reacted on the bottom lane to save Tiny. Then Huskar couldn't open tower. He just farming, get caught like one time from Necro ulti, then second time, and his game is low. He's sitting on 3 kills and 4 deaths right now. So these small mistakes in the end become very huge, very big mistakes, because one mistake by another's mistake, and it just like starts snowballing. And it's a butterfly
Into a
effect.
disaster very quickly. Yeah, right. Butterfly effect, like the Chinese player. Played
Yeah,
for
the mid laner. Roar Gaming,
IG
I believe.
Vitality.
I
Is it
think
IG
it's-
Vitality.
I think recently he played for Roar Gaming. I casted him in recently, but yeah. Let's see, maybe this pause was good for Yellow Submarine. Maybe they made some good plan. Relax, guys. You see Bachuk, he's talking a lot because he got nice experience by standing in for a team spirit. So now he's big boss telling these scrubs, guys, I play tier 1 event with team spirit. Now you need to listen to me, okay?
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Bachuk. Listen to you.
Not me
Maybe
again.
silence on the Phoenix. Well, now you're surrounded by enemies, so even if you use your spells well, it's not gonna change the fact that you're dead.
So Mail didn't want to commit the ultimate because he's a smart guy. He want to save it for a Huskar or a Tiny. Toby's going crazy on Shigetsu.
He's fine.
Yeah, look, Husker. I told you he gonna change. He gonna buy the BKB first item.
Decided that without the BKB he cannot fight, and be right. And guys, on your screen there's a promo code Essence1W, because this is the 1-win Essence 1 tournament, and it's gonna give you $130 of free bets. If you use the banner down below, go to the site and register with the promo code Essence1W. Okay, Will of Wonder off the mark. Forward Yamich, a sharpshooter to get himself away, using it as a force staff. Minimal amounts of damage, he gets to joining in on the fight. Not really a hero that can do much without a gap closing item, and he doesn't have the Shadow Blade just yet.
Luckily for Yellow Submarine, Husker is not the main carry in this team. And they got the Tiny. One of the most broken position 1 right now in Dota. But the issue is... Oh wait, hold up, Hakoda.
Bushwhack connect, Spit of Malice, he does have the box, so let's see.
There is a strongman tonic. He don't want to use it.
Matter.
This time around, they're gonna have some spells that do damage based on percentage of your HP. And we know Tiny is a hero with a lot of HP, so Phoenix, Sunray, and Underlord Firestorm can do a lot of damage to Tiny. So this time around, it's not gonna be easy Tiny game.
Yeah,
Plus
even
Necro
the Kez, even the Kez and the Necro are good at taking him down. Yeah.
Yeah.
We basically have 4 heroes. They're pretty good with dealing with the Tiny, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, it's OP heroes sometimes are a bit too much OP. Bachuk has to roll it away. He cannot fight this. He at least does have a Blink Dagger now, and next time around when he's using his ulti, it will be level 2.
And the main problem with this game and Husker is he started snowballing really fast, and he was having a really good game, and he should like take the rush, control the game, so he don't need to buy BKB. But because of these unlucky events where he died 2 times, they were reacting, didn't make plays, he's forced to play like super defensive without playing aggro on enemy side of the map, and that's why their game is slowed. And especially his game.
Getsu. Shadow Blade, Echo Saber. So now with the Shadow Blade, he can actually go for kills. Despite having a really bad game. I mean, you mentioned it. This hero just farms way too fast, and he's just getting ahead. At some point, he's gonna be getting towards the top spot by the looks of it.
Yep. Right now, MOUZ, their team fight is much stronger. So Yellow Submarine, they're just trying to dodge. But eventually, you need to start fighting. There is a BKB on Husker. And they might start looking for a fight. They're insta gonna smoke. If they can find some pick off, they might be able to go for a rush. And then for a Torm. So this is the perfect moment to take a fight. You're gonna have 2 big objectives coming out. This should be very obvious because your Tiny is hitting tier 1. And this will be crazy play if team is not around.
Boom. TPing in. Tiny, nice avalanche, stopping the dive. And
nice,
that's going to be a beautiful Wheel of Wonder with the double silence. Goodbye, Phoenix. He's not going to be getting the egg off. Now they want to go for Boom with so many stacks of spears on him. He's going to be going down range. He had to pop his 9-second BKB. Will be able to get out. That's 2 heroes dead plus the tower. A big victory for Yellow Submarine. And again, they're just slightly ahead. Instantly, they're going to move into the Roach Pit.
Let's see. MOUZ, they don't want to give it for free. But the issue is you don't have TP on Phoenix, you don't have TP on Underlord, but you have the gate. But still, is it gonna be... No, you don't have time.
Nice bushwhack. Rolling Thunder forward. Maybe they can go for the Necro. The Phoenix is coming with the TP. He has an egg. Another one. Avalanche toss. Silence. They want to get the kill. He dodges the bushwhack, but this egg is in a perfect position.
Oh,
will
this
pop,
might not be good.
The Husker will come back. They don't have the ulti.
Can he TP out?
The Necro because he's
Nope.
dead. Rain. Gonna try to fight, at least bring the Phoenix down with himself. Not even that is gonna be happening, so it turns into a disaster for Yellow Submarine. Very weird that they decided to fight. Usually when you get the Aegis, you have to run away. Like, you do not go high ground.
Big mistake from them. They should be happy what they got. Go out, they have Aegis, they will be able to control the game. But they were greedy, they thought like, oh, we can kill them one by one. Let's see that fight.
And they were wrong.
They tried to go on this Necro, but he managed to press second spell, so he's not getting damage from a Pango. And they committed it here so deep.
Not great, LeBron. Not gonna lie.
And we saw how they managed to win fight before this rush. It was with the power of Husker BKB and Hakoda ultimate, but this time around BKB was not there from Husker. And the Ringmaster, his ultimate on cooldown. The big AoE spell that won them a team fight. And that's gonna be also Tormentor, and it's gonna go into a Toby way on a Phoenix, which is one of the most amazing shards in the game.
Radiant are scanning.
And that's a BKB as well on Crystallis. Pooh, things are not looking good. Not looking good.
Just one mistake, right? You do everything right, and then you... It's not that even your opponents outplay you, you make a mistake. Bushwhack connecting onto the Tiny, where's the box? Gonna be using it. The question is, can the Tiny escape? They did get Glimmer Caped, where's the vision? Where's the dust? They know she gets us there, but they don't see him. If they had seen him, that would have been a Reaper Sight kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shigetsu was lucky. If he died there, his BKB will be delayed for 2 more minutes. But like this, he's gonna be able to finish BKB in next 30 seconds.
Muerta is gonna have an Aghanim Scepter. Considering how well Notme has been playing, that's gonna be huge. A 10-second cooldown on an AoE fear. That is a game-changing item, not gonna lie. It really does change the strength of Muerta.
I like how he changed because he had this Staff of Wizard. He had Q Aetus from the start and he was planning to buy, but because game changed, he decided to go for Axe. And that shot is amazing in this game.
Yep. And even that damage, it's no joke, right? You can do like 1,000 damage, even more, for usage of the dead shot. Connecting to heroes. Pull up, Rolling Thunder. Should be able to get out, TP out, no problem. The only thing that could stop him is a Reaper Sight, and well, Samael nowhere in the vicinity. Not me, purging the Pit of Malice, but there's gonna be an Atos waiting for him immediately. Reaper Scythe. They didn't really need it, but I guess he likes to get the extra heals.
But this might be a go time now. When you know that there is no Reaper for 1.5 minutes.
It does give you an opening, so you don't have to instantly BKB.
They see this Tiny, there is Obs in Sentry, really good placement there. They're gonna know the Tiny is here.
Can they respond?
Crystallis is waiting. Oh, Yami's gonna miss the spell on Hakoda.
We're gonna eat the Sharpshooter, TP out. Maybe he's baiting now.
Look, Rain, he's watching.
Crystallis has a BKB, doesn't care. You just can't go for him. I actually don't know how they kill Crystallis with the BKB. You do not have the necessary lockdown to kill him from 100 to 0. So he's getting the BKB off, he's getting the Raptor Dance off, and then you're losing the fight.
You need Aghanim on Rain, and that's what you wanna buy right now. He's queuing the Axe. Sumail getting close to his BKB. I think he just got it. So nice timings there as well. Yellow Submarine, they need huge Tiny in this game.
Yep, he needs to be able to crit everybody. Yeah, exactly. But it's slowly getting out of hand. Angle, roll up, Rolling Thunder. There's gonna be a pause.
Batuk making some space. I don't
That
think you
looks so
can
cool.
stop his TP now with Reaper. Are you sure?
I think you should, right? It's a stun.
I mean, maybe you're right.
I mean, they don't have the scythe, so it doesn't really matter for this particular moment. But you should be able to stop it with the Reaper scythe. It's a
I know it
beaky
used to
Reaper
work like this
Sable.
before, but yeah, maybe still. Okay, let's see the boys. They're thinking what they should do next. They're touching the hair. Obi and Yamich. Did you ever spin your hair like Yamich is doing it? You have long hair, Harry.
I don't know. Maybe.
Is that a sign? Is that a sign that he's nervous?
Maybe it's a sign that he likes something on the screen.
Oh, wait. Where is Boom going? Hello? Reason? I don't think we're that strict here.
Today we saw Desire with an OG chair. Now we're seeing Boom with the secret chair.
I don't know what is this. If I'm owner of MOUZ, like, or whatever, like some big guy there, I will like give some 10 or 20% cut from the salary.
LeBron, your whole idea is stealing money from your players.
I mean, come on. Okay, here. I'm gonna be honest with you. The players, they should respect more sponsors and respect fans and stuff because you're playing for a big organization, MOUZ. Where is your jersey? And you're sitting in some chair of other team. That doesn't exist anymore in Dota, even though it's legendary tag. Come on, brother.
Right, you know, so that might be the thing. Maybe you can allow it because it doesn't exist any longer. Those Team Secret does exist in other games still.
I mean, look, where is the jersey on Yamich?
30% off.
Easy, even 50%, bro. Show us. I want Ops to show every player from MOUZ to see who got the jersey. Sumail doesn't it? He's a stand-in.
I always thought if I wanted to open up a tier 1 organization, I'm gonna be needing 100k monthly for salaries. But if I call you as a coach, I don't need any money for salaries. You're gonna cut it to 0 in like 3 days. They might even be paying me.
Look, this is the real professional. The Mr. Crystallis. He's in the hoodie of a MOUZ. He know the deal. Give him a raise. This guy.
Hoodie of a MOUZ? If you're in a hoodie of a MOUZ, you needed to kill a lot of mice, right?
Look, he got the hoodie and he got the jersey, bro. This is the professional. And look, okay, Toby is a stand-in. But Yamich and Boon? Come on, guys. Do you agree?
Toby always has this satisfied face. Look at him.
Yeah,
I agree. I'm opening a tier 1 organization. Everybody can join. LeBron is the coach, and he's the one that's going to be deciding if you have deserved your salary or not. So awesome. Like, just give me a call, guys. Your pay is going to be 100,000 a month per player, but you know, one mistake, like you look at LeBron wrong, and goodbye. So you might end up with 0. Boom is dealing with the air condition. You see there? I know because I do it on stream sometimes, and I'm like, yeah, I did that really subtly, and then I go and watch the replay, and I'm like, yeah, everybody knew that I was pressing buttons on the remote.
Okay, boys,
the game's back.
But Yuki's tipping. Ooh, that was close.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
MOUZ trying to play fast. What do you mean? It was.
How was it close? He went the roll up, rolling thunder, and then instantly TP'd.
Smoke from Hakoda and not me.
Yamich hiding in the trees.
Can they find Crystallis? No, you cannot.
They can run TP out.
No way, you can TP out.
He can't. Raven's Veil. There's the Vash. Pigetsu's dead. Here comes the Reaper Scythe. No, they don't even need it. They're like, we're gonna save it for your Huskar. Yeah, LeBron, we wanted a game 3. It seems like MOUZ are slowly but surely taking us there. Because the Yellow Submarine, they look kind of helpless. Of course, you can find a better fight at some point. This is looking disastrous for now.
Everything was so good for them. But suddenly, They're still making small mistakes. And somehow Sumail or Necro.
You know,
Recovered.
going into Roche, getting it, and then running up the high ground, that should be considered a huge mistake.
Yeah, very big. Huge mistake, I agree. Big throw. After that you lost your mentor. You lost the momentum.
You lost the game.
But start of the game as well. Like, Arain on the Husker, he forced Sumail to go jungle level 3. Look on the top lane, he's dead. Goodbye.
Even broken, his passive isn't even working.
Yellow Submarine, they lost kinda idea how they should play. They don't have right plan. Not me as well.
It's gonna be Dead Muerta, Bushwhack will connect, here comes the Sunray, they've got more than enough magic damage to go through the periods of the Veil. Stilis? He's alone versus 3 heroes.
Oh,
And
tossed. It was a toss or what? How he managed to use BKB? For some weird
ran in and
interaction.
used it.
No, because he was controlled. A lot of control. I think
I
it
don't
was
know,
some weird interaction because a toss and fear. Maybe something with this too.
Yeah, oh, he stopped the toss probably with the Tame the Beast. That's true. Well, now Crystallis is back. He's gonna be rolling Thunder, Bachuk.
Trying to force it.
Beast, sending Crystallis back. He's still gonna die there to the Kazurai Katana. There's the egg going forward. The bash
nice
next. Ulti gone. Sharpshooter to finish him off, and it's just it feels like MOUZ just randomly use spells, and whatever they do, it's gonna be working out for them.
Yeah. Derwin pinging on the Husker, they see him on the ward. And they insta smoke. Rain should die again. He might force BKB, but can you run out? No, you cannot.
No chance in hell.
This game might be over in next few minutes.
Does look that way at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
But Yellow Submarine, they're not giving up, LeBron. So I'm not gonna be counting them out just yet. Even though it does look really bad for them at the moment.
They're gonna probably look to smoke and fight for the rush. And if they lose that fight, they're gonna call GG. Shigetsu is stuck in the trees with Harpoon. Okay, he need to wait for some time. 20 seconds.
Kono is being annoyed there quite a lot. He will escape with the Glimmer Cape, but it just goes to show how helpless they are. They're trying to scrape farm around the map.
If they don't find a pick-off on a Phoenix, I don't know how they're gonna win a team fight. Okay,
how do you pick off a Phoenix though? He has to make a mistake. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but still, you need to find now good smoke. Fight for a rush. Rush gonna be up in 30 seconds. And it's gonna be on top side.
He doesn't even have the BKB.
Nothing is working out.
Bachuk roll up, rolling thunder, going forward. Boom, has the shield rune.
He opened the gate for his team.
Yeah, they're coming.
The backup is coming.
And he will be able to escape, even without using his BKB, it seems. Shadow Blade to the Twin Gate, cut the wave bottom. That's a nice play from Shigetsu.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, Bachuk, do not show your face there. That could have been very dangerous for the Pango. We'll be able to survive. Tiny's just going Twin Gate up, Twin Gate down. Just making sure that he's cutting all the ways. The tier 2s are gonna start falling now.
Yeah, and Rosh is up on the top. MOUZ, they're controlling the outpost. Whole area. They can just go to the rush. Yeah, Crystal is just check it. He has one of the best heroes for rush.
He will smoke him. Yellow Submarine, so they're coming.
Can they go on time? Can Bachuk make a good roll? Is he gonna be on time? He's waiting, he's not rolling in.
He doesn't have it.
Ah, yeah, it's cooldown, yeah.
Chrysalis now has an Aegis. Wheel of Wonder, nicely placed. Hypnotize on him. The Fear does connect, but the Pit of Malice is completely keeping them at bay. Bushwhack off the mark. Roll up, doesn't have the Rolling Thunder for another 5 seconds. They're holding the high ground. Yellow Submarine with MOUZ. They won't do it. They won't run into an area that you want to fight in.
Yeah, Sumail wasted BKB, so they're gonna play a bit safe. Is this one more smoke?
No. I think MOUZ can just go and push the mid lane. Right?
Okay, she gets to TPs. But they are still smoked. They use the second smoke. They'll try to find this Phoenix on the backline. But Phoenix go the Ghost. There is Glimmer on Hoodwink. If they can save him, that can be a huge...
And he's being annoying a little bit. And the Phoenix is on the other side.
They're trying to finish Hoodwink, but...
Even that is a hard
maybe Phoenix
to bring down. Yeah, Phoenix has been found. Okay, it's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Looking towards the Kez. He still has an Aegis, so even if you kill him, it's gonna be coming back. Still, I feel like this is just a delay for the Aegis a little bit, but there's still almost 4 minutes left on it, so MOUZ still have plenty of time to play with the extra life.
Yeah, but still there is some hope for Yellow
Hope dies
Submarine
last,
boys.
LeBron.
They're trying to find Batyuk.
Oh, they got Yamich.
Yamich got found, yeah, she gets a solo kill there.
Blink. Batyuk is out. Won't be able to find him.
Nice space, but you bring them into the Tormentors, okay. Return for us. In the end,
you gave a squirrel.
Oh, it's gonna be for Chrysalis. Not bad, not bad. Getting shard for free. Why not?
Yeah, now you're gonna be life stealing a little bit.
Rain trying to finish his Ags. He needs 700 gold. But Hugh, don't take my creeps, please. Rain is
That's
saying...
gonna be a way for them to kill the Kez, right? Even if he pops the BKB, if you can taunt him for those 3 seconds, it really does change the way that the fights are gonna go.
Yeah, but right now with the Aegis, it's hard. After the Aegis is gone in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, sure. But still, this Phoenix, if he pops the egg, if there is a Sunray, you're doing a lot of damage, you are healing. Oh, that was close, Batyuk.
Tiny has a Daedalus, right? This is the moment that they've been waiting for the Tiny to start dealing massive amounts of damage, and Daedalus is usually the time when it starts. He doesn't have the Silver Edge yet, but I mean, already more than 600 damage, 660 per hit.
Yeah, it's huge, it's huge. Need to respect, there is still big AoE from Yellow Submarine, like Wheel of Wonder, Pango continuously like stunning you, and still you need to respect them. You cannot like really...
Shigetsu, really? What are you doing? He's dying, that's what he's doing. I can't believe what he just did.
Oh, maybe he can find some good Harpoon angle? No, Harpoon is cooldown. Yeah, he's dead. Hashtag space.
I'm baffled. I thought he was gonna run into the tower, hit it twice, and then just run away. Right? And he stayed there, and he's like hitting it, thinking that nobody will go for him. I don't know how he thought that was gonna work. And then he didn't even BKB and go for the Shadow Blade, but he just went to the Shadow Blade. So, greed overload.
Yeah, he tried to play risky to get some space. But he's dead for 1 minute. No buyback, there is a banner, and Aegis for 1 more minute. It should be one side, maybe even a 2. But look, they want to defend.
The car.
They want to defend.
You're jumping in on the Kez. Get taunted. Here is there, Crystallis. Going forward, and he just kills him. Nice axe, my friend. Now they know he doesn't have a buyback because he just revealed the huge item. Batyuk gonna be losing the Rolling Thunder fairly soon, so he needs to be careful because those Pit of Malice is gonna be problematic. Kez, they really want his Aegis, and with the glyph, they're gonna be able to do it. 20 seconds until the Tiny's back.
But now you don't have...
the lane racks will drop.
No spells on you. You don't have damage on side of Yellow Submarine. You're gonna lose 2 sides. Unless they decide to go back.
I think they should, right? The sphere is problematic. It's buying a lot of time. Gonna have another glyph after the Mailer Axe falls, so I don't think they can even force out the second glyph.
Okay, yeah, they're gonna respect this tiny. Husker is up in 20 seconds. They are still in area. Okay, they got the gem right now on Sumail as well, so this is the right play to don't get some surprise from a tiny or from some wards.
Sumail. They'll use the smoke, so now it should be fine. It is nighttime though.
No more Aegis on Kez. Maybe this is the moment for Yellow Submarine to turn the game.
Ever was one, this is gonna be the one. However, MOUZ, they want to be the first ones to initiate, and Sumail is running forward with his heart.
Oh,
Thunder
BKB.
forward, pop the BKB instantly. He knows that this is gonna be a hard one. Bachuk, is he just gonna TP out? Blink. Fine. Who's happier, right? The ones using the Rolling Thunder or the ones using the BKB?
I think the Rolling Thunder is huge because you cannot fight. And Sumail, he can still look for a fight. Oh, Shigetsu. He was really close to get scouted there by Sumail. Just gonna go and take tier 2.
Bottom.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. This lane, they already got Megas. So they're opening top tier 2. They're just gonna play for the next rush. I don't think they wanna risk and go high ground at this point. The next rush gonna be huge with the cheese, with the refresher.
Radiant's top tower
They've got greater healing Lotus on the on Sumail, right? So he's gonna be healing for almost 2k HP when he pops the Ghost Shroud. 1700.
Yeah, and there is also Phoenix with Sunray that didn't heal him so much. So it's not easy target.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Will do. Shigetsu, he's got a silver edge. They're buying out all the time. They don't care about buybacks, and understandably so. Being 20k gold behind, imagine if you're saving for buybacks, it means that in a fight you're gonna be more than 30k gold behind.
True, true.
Roll 25. Bachuk. Oh, he didn't use the Rolling Thunder. Is he dead?
He's baiting.
Nice dead shot. Sharpshooter.
They smoke actually before that attack on Batyuk. Let's see if they can find some angle.
Maybe they could run bottom. If they started running bottom instantly, they would have caught them. Oh, that would have been such a good move from Yellow Submarine. This is something that I don't like. People never run towards their tier 2 teams very rarely run towards their creeps that are pushing out the lane. They are there, Bachuk.
Scout.
Position.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Not me, just lost the Octarine core. Was that a full thing?
Radiant are scared.
And he would have had a full thing. With an Octarine core, you know, having that shot, 7-second cooldown. Would have been so big in these fights.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah,
is
not
under
me is
attack.
playing really good this game, even though game is hard. But yeah,
He's holding his own.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rosh gonna be up in 10 seconds. It's gonna be on the bottom, but it's gonna move. It's gonna move on the top. And Hoodwin
Come back to
actually...
life, and it's instantly time to migrate.
Yeah. Ooh, DD on the bottom lane for Kez. And you don't want to give this Aegis. You need to fight. You need to fight if you're
Yeah, the third Rosh is too
Yellow
valuable.
Submarine.
Imagine a Necro with the cheese. You just don't kill him.
And you give refresher to a Phoenix, double egg, and Toby Goat's on disc, so you're gonna be pressing
Double
the
egg,
egg
are we playing-
100%.
Are we doing MMA or Dota?
Oh, let's see if they can find an angle. Toby is doing. Toby put 2 wards and like he is ready to break the smoke.
He's gonna be able to do it. That shot to the pit. Small broken. Nobody gets away just in time before the Avalanche disconnect. Rolling Thunder. Phoenix did put himself in an uncomfortable spot. He does have an A on this. That shot going through all of them. Gonna be jumping onto Sumail. He did pop the BKB. Rain as well. Gonna try to get out. And that's gonna be a bit of malice there with an Aghanim Scepter. Putting the Fiend's Gate. They're gonna be buying back the Ringmaster. They know that it's now or never. Now poor Not Me will be going down too. He does have a buyback.
Yeah, but no BKBs. No BKB on Husker, no BKB on Tiny.
There's still a Reaper side. There's still an egg. Right, this Batyuk doesn't even have the Rolling Thunder for 25 seconds. This should be a Roche taken out. Crystallis gets the Aegis. They did find the Phoenix, so it's gonna be taken down. Now trying to get the Aegis and toss back. Nice Glimmer Cape will be saving him. You know, she's gonna be tossing the tree, so gets the kill. And Reaper side saved by the Glimmer Cape. She gets to still doing damage. Finally, boom, will get the right click in and get the kill. Ringmaster onto the high ground. The Whoopee Cushion not gonna be enough. Too much overtime damage will take him out.
Oh, they lost the Aegis.
Dire's middle
They still
tower
got Cheese Refresher and a banner, so it's not like they don't have the Roche advantage.
They're gonna respect these buybacks. They're gonna wait BKBs to be up on Kez and Necro. But Yuk out of position a bit on the board.
He has a roll up, but you're not surviving this. The damage output is insane. Luckily, he does have a buyback.
Yeah, but then he's not gonna be able to finish his nullifier.
Just going in. He's not afraid of anything. Somehow the Husker is surviving a little bit longer, but nah, he's just dead.
It's over.
Doesn't have a buyback, needs 1,000 gold. Tiny dead, that's a dieback, and that means we're going to game 3. LeBron, we were hoping for it, and we got it. This game, in the end, it was a little bit slow, but still quite fun to watch between Yellow Submarine and MOUZ. However, ever since that Roche fight, or post-Roche fight, it was just an impossible game for Yellow Submarine. Too many mistakes.
Yeah, too many mistakes from Yellow Submarine. From this early game, like early start of the game when Tiny alone died. Because you want to play around your strong hero, Husker. So Tiny, he need to play a bit safe. He dies once, then second time when they go on him, he forces a ring to TP on the mid lane. And after this, Husker couldn't open tower, play from behind, died on the mid lane one time, second time. And like we saw this Roche fight, when they took Roche, they should just start playing safe, open Tormentor, wait for some timings again, spells BKB to be on, to snowball from the game, but yeah, they got greedy. And they got punished by MOUZ. MOUZ is a strong team with strong players, and they're gonna take all these mistakes you make.
So, too many mistakes, meaning that you're gonna be losing the game, but the series is still anybody's. Game 3 is gonna be the decider of who's gonna be winning the series and who's gonna be losing. Well, with that being said, we have around a 10-minute break, then the last game of the day here at the One Win Essence 1 will be with you. So guys, see you in 10 minutes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Last game of the day is upon us here between Yellow Submarine and MOUZ. First game goes to Yellow Submarine. Second game goes to MOUZ here with Harry and LeBron. The one win Essence 1. LeBron, who's going to be taking it? Don't tell me it's going to be coming down to the draft, because you told me that Yellow Submarine was going to win after you saw the draft, and you lied to me.
Okay, Yellow Submarine gonna win because MOUZ decided to choose first pick. And we saw 2 games. Second pick is winning. So yeah, 2-1 for Yellow Submarine. Thank you guys for watching. See you tomorrow. We'll be starting. Yeah, but it's gonna be interesting because we are going late into the night. It's already getting cold in Serbia. You see, mornings are cold, days are hot. So I'm already preparing for a long game. There is no heating after 9 p.m., 10 p.m. in my apartment. So yeah, I hope some good
thing.
I mean, I got it.
Air condition.
I got it, but I'm not that kind of guy that use air condition. Only at the summer.
And choose heat. See, see heat.
I got one, but I'm lazy. Because you know, like on the start of the game, it's cold. But when there is excitement, my PC start hitting my room, too much FPS burning, and yeah, you understand how it
Burning
goes.
is retired, just so you know, just like you.
We saw him in Abu Dhabi, right? He played.
Dhabi? Burning played? No.
Yes,
oh yeah,
he was.
He played a 5. You're right.
Oh my God, Cherry, you are getting older. You are forgetting things. I thought I'm old, but.
It's fine. I'll do better. Let's go.
It's okay.
Connection failure. Returning to matchmaking. The lobby didn't start the way that we wanted. This always happens for the last game, right? When you want the to see the last game, you want the day to end. You want to see like these teams fighting it out, and then there's always some delay on the last game. I don't know why this happens, LeBron.
Yeah, it's we are living in the Matrix, so. But let's think. Who is the
red or blue pill? Red or blue pill?
I'm blue.
Really? You would be the bald guy who betrays everybody?
You have to do what you have to do, Mr. Harry Freak. But yeah, who? What do you think? Who is the late night owls? The players who don't sleep on time and play Dota till 2 or 3 a.m.
I'm gonna say Toby.
Really? Come on, brother.
Yeah. I feel like the Russian-speaking players, they wake up earlier. Because whenever I would play pubs early on, especially when I used to have like higher MMR, it would be Excalibur, me, and 8 Russian-speaking people. That would be every pub in the morning was like that.
Yeah. Well, I feel like you're right. So MOUZ gonna have this advantage of a late game because yeah, they got a Russian in the team Yamich, but he is playing till late night, I believe. He's a night owl.
Night owl, huh?
But let's see. Second pick for Yellow Submarine, a Radiant as well for Yellow Submarine. So both. So I feel like Yellow Submarine got it.
You know that owls can turn their head like 180 degrees. Literally, it can look like
I know.
It can look behind.
Yes, I know. I think this is a common knowledge, right?
You know what's not common knowledge? That the flapping of the wings of owls is completely silent.
Oh yeah, I know that. I was watching some video where like they tested it, but yeah.
I'm trying to teach you something. You need to be like, oh, really, Harry? That's so cool. You're getting out cool facts. Cool fact is that Huskar is not in the pool, but Phoenix is, Pango is. So MOUZ, which one are you gonna get?
Pango for sure. Yeah, this is a hero that both cores, Sumail and Boom can play, but insta respawn from a clock. We saw clock 2 games banned. And finally, we are seeing Clock, one of the most broken supports now. If you can hit cogs like I can, I don't want to prize myself, I'm humble. But if you watch my stream, you're going to see that I'm hitting every cog. And let's see.
Why are you losing MMR then?
Because I play for fun. I'm an honest
Okay,
person that loves to play Dora to enjoy, not to play for MMR.
Yeah, you're the classic guy when I'm watching Arteezy stream, and when somebody says I don't care, and then Arteezy every single stream is the same story. He says he doesn't care, but he cares. Why would he be playing this game 20 hours a day? He doesn't care. Every stream is the same story, and every stream is just as fun, right? So, guys, best stream on for Dota, LeBron's.
Thank you.
Arteezy is close second.
We got some fight, like he flamed me that I'm NPC, but it's okay, no problem, Arteezy. Let's see what Yellow Submarine gonna pick to deal with Pango Core. Maybe it's gonna be Slardar, maybe it's gonna be some Tidehunter for Batyuk.
Slardar is banned out, you know.
Really?
It's
a first ban actually. Damn, son. I'm testing you, Harry, and you actually washed your face. Zhao 8 will be proud of you. So you passed the test. It's gonna be Alchemist, the hero that was picked in first game. It lost second game. It was banned by MOUZ. This time it's gonna go Chu, and we might see this combo Alchemist Ember in this game. Insta Hoodwink for Yamich.
I don't think we're gonna be seeing an Ember because
Phoenix?
they have to leave the last pick. I'd like to see a Phoenix on pretty much both sides. Not gonna lie.
But then from mid laners, the Train is playing Sand King still in the pool. That can be a nice hero to get buff by Axe, and it's kind of safe to pick.
I think you can go Sand King +1, and Sand King is also flex, but I would rather they just leave who's ever getting the Axe for last pick, right? Even though a lot of heroes are going to get banned, you need to ban out the Ember, you're going to be needing to ban out the Primal Beast, right? And then there's going to be something left.
Let's see. Nice pick from MOUZ, the Phoenix. Toby did a lot of impact in the game too.
Is this Claw going to be a Yamich hero? Because I don't...
No.
Sorry, a not me hero, sorry.
Well, Hakoda used to play a lot of Clock, but it was old Clock with this big cogs facet, so not sure, but we're gonna find out soon.
I feel
maybe
like
they're gonna
Ringmaster 5 is really good now. With
maybe they go for Muerta again.
Oh, they go Primal Beast instantly. Okay.
Primal kind of flex for the mid and off lane.
Right,
I would love to
Muerta
see
is good
Agon
versus the
Muerta,
Phoenix.
yeah. Muerta, and not me, played really good Muerta.
No, to be honest, I like the Ringmaster more, because in combination of the clock, I think it's a little bit better than Muerta, because it does a little bit more damage. First, let's see which one they're gonna decide to go for.
Yeah, they go Ring.
LeBron.
And now they go Insta Tiny. Boom. Watch now. Tiny for Crystallis. You wanna have position 1 with the stun on the lane.
You know, it's banned, right? So you really have to stop calling out these banned heroes, because it's never going to happen.
Okay, if you're a Crystallis, do you pick Bloodseeker right now?
No, you pick Monkey King.
No, you pick Bloodseeker. Game 3, you wanna show secret strat. Nobody playing Bloodseeker, but in Immortal bracket, it's one of the highest win rate hero right now. I check it on Team Spirit Twitter, so that's not pro players playing, but still, this can be nice stats. And this used to be his best hero. Maybe lane not gonna be nice, but later in the game,
Monkey King used to be his best hero, and it is still his best hero.
Ooh.
And this is a Necro.
The Necro. This can be Necro carry. This can be Necro mid. And this can be Necro
game
offlane.
though. Primal Beast, Clock, Ringmaster doesn't seem like a great Necro game, not gonna lie.
Yeah, but they like it in the game too, so maybe why not again? Viper gonna be banned. It's gonna be interesting if they're gonna ban Invoker, because Rain might pick Invoker. It's not that good, but can be nice against Necro. I don't think his hero pool is that good into the Necro.
I like the Invoker. I feel like that's the best ban. Sure. I still think the Lina could be good now for Yellow Submarine. I just don't know if Rain would want to play it.
Lena is a weird hero, to be honest. Not sure. Right now? They got a lot of time to think. A lot of reserve time on both teams.
What's the ban? I feel like you don't need to ban the Ember now because you have a Necro. So if they decide to go for an Ember, you can just send the Necro and destroy him in the mid lane.
But they're gonna have last pick on Yellow Submarine. So MOUZ. But yeah, like you said, they can literally doesn't matter. Like they can decide after the pick to see where Pango gonna go or where Necro gonna go. And yeah, they ban Monkey King. Let's see if they're gonna ban this Bloodseeker. What do you think about Faceless Void?
I'm not the biggest fan, not gonna lie. I feel like this is a solid Faceless Void game, but I just haven't seen the hero do great. And I always look at the Faceless Void this way. How good is Time Dilation, right? Could be, actually, if they're afraid of the Invoker, they could pick that.
They want Faceless Void, bro, you see? You see? Harry, you need to listen to the...
That's because they want to pick the Invoker. That's because they want to pick an Invoker.
Yeah, and
that's
now
what I said.
They gonna pick Bloodseeker because Crystalis wanna play on his signature hero. He said, guys, Mr. Immortal Fate? Never mind. Yes. Kes went through. And we saw game 2 what Crystalis did on Kes. Okay,
this
do
is
you
Lina
put...
This is a Lina. That, like,
no way, bro.
Pick Lina, win game. Easily. Let's go.
Okay, I'm gonna find you Aghanim hero on the mid lane. We're gonna win this game alone.
Oh, that's a good one.
Kotl?
That's a good pick. Yeah, they really don't have any catch for it.
Kotl is Zimba, man. Whenever I played against Kotl in pubs, I just lose. This hero is doing so much. Like random players rank 1000, 2000 will just come and destroy you. Because you can just pressure so much on side lanes. Yeah, you're gonna lose mid lane. You're not gonna have fun, but you get fast earn, you get level 6, you just TP or just move to the some side lane. You get some kills. You go to another side lane, maybe through the gate. You are again pressuring. Or just come back to the mid, farm. Then again, your ulti is up, you just pressure. And this healing from ulti is unreal. They can win them so much team fight. And Shigetsu, he don't need to give axe to Rain actually. He just give to Batyuk.
You have to Batyuk, yep.
And here's Batyuk going in with help of Clock, with Ring, and this Kotl heal. Whew. I think this game gonna be very interesting, but I go for Yellow Submarine. Game 3.
Yeah, I like Yellow Submarine as well. I feel like they have everything they need. This last pick, I'm really liking it. We're constantly thinking about heroes that are good with the Ags, but this is a hero that, sure, his Aghanim Scepter down the line, it's gonna be solid, right? But that's not the reason that you picked it. This is just a straight up really good Kotl game because they've got zero catch for you. Literally zero catch. And all of these heroes on the side of Yellow Submarine are very good at going in and out of the fights, which versus the Kez is amazing. You have burst, but you don't necessarily need to burst him. You can poke him, force out the Raptor Dance, and then go in again because your cooldown on your spells is just so low.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's see what MOUZ gonna do to address this Kotl. They can maybe do some sneaky smoke, block his camps that he wanna farm in early on in the jungle. But Yellow Submarine, they have really good heroes to protect the area. The Clock, one of the best. So not gonna be easy to do that play.
Not at all. Let's see how it's gonna work out for them. Game 3 of Yellow Submarine versus MOUZ, starting now with your lovely casters on the mic with Harry and LeBron. LeBron, are you gonna make the name LeBron the GOAT of Dota casting as well? Because you couldn't do it while playing and match LeBron, though I still don't think LeBron is the GOAT. It's you should have been Jordan Dota. Why not Jordan Dota?
I don't know. I'm just a rookie in the casting, starting my career. I'm trying to build something good here with you. So yeah, I couldn't become GOAT in Dota as a player. So let's see if I can do it as a caster. But yeah, game 3, Yellow Submarine versus MOUZ. And so do I. We didn't see many voice lines. Players stopped using them.
Because they managed to put cooldowns on it. Thank God. Stupid voice lines.
By the way, Toby almost out. Look what Batyuk is cutting the wave. Oh, but Toby, man, Toby. He skilled the Icarus dive just to come and use the grenade on Batyuk, but Batyuk managed to kill the whole wave and he's level 2 right now. That was really close. He was sitting in tree in smoke with Phoenix, trying to see if smoke gonna break, that he knows the primal is there. But for some reason, he wasn't revealed. Like it was like one.
Now with this Icarus dive in the lane, you're gonna be sad.
But look what Not Me is doing. Ay, ay. He got double cog on Crystallis, so he gonna miss 2 creeps.
That's nice.
And Phoenix with Icarus dive cannot really pressure this primal. Oh, they're gonna lose.
He didn't pull the range.
Because he was greedy for the courier.
Is that worth it? I guess it is. Especially if the Clockwork can secure the range creep. And he didn't secure it, but at least he got some experience from it. He's
and Not Me is so annoying. Yeah, yeah. Well, anyway, on the other side of the map, Shigetsu should have nice lane. He should be able to farm.
Better than when the Tiny in the previous one?
Not better, but they're gonna give him like more babysitting because they're gonna bring heroes to him. Like Kotal gonna make some movements, so he's not gonna be left alone. You don't wanna bring heroes on the mid lane, like game 2. So in that sense,
they did block one of the camps for the keeper, so that's nice. We'll see when he comes to the conclusion that is what happened. Still, this Necro is gonna have the freest lane in the world. That's one thing that you always have to be afraid of. Though, Necro is not your standard killer, so it's not like it's a Storm Spirit or a Puck that's gonna be having a fast first item.
Yeah. Not Me is finding really nice cogs, so the boy got the feeling for the cogs.
I don't know, I felt like he missed a bit too many of them.
No, he didn't. Trust me, he's doing really good.
Okay, if you say so, LeBron, I'm gonna listen to you.
Yeah, level 3, the cogs become so powerful. So, with level 2 cogs, you're gonna be even like more annoying. First moments. Oh, Hakoda actually out of position.
He has no fairy fires.
He's trying to deny himself.
He's trying to deny it. That's not gonna be happening. That's gonna be first blood for Yamich. Quite happy with it. The Alchemist is farming well. He's gonna be getting the healing Lotus because of this, but first blood is first blood. That is a lot of gold into their pockets.
Oh, Glyph used on bottom, so Shigetsu cannot push the lane. Shigetsu. Maybe
Toby's
in danger.
rotating.
Oh, that's Bushrock there.
Do they even need Toby? Well, with Toby, they're getting a kill 100%. He's got 10 stick charges.
But Yamich is
look
dying.
at Hakoda. He wants Yamich. And Toby actually going for Hakoda, or more so to save Yamich, and now there's gonna be a bushwhack.
Nice.
Will miss.
Quelling Blade. No, he didn't miss. Shigetsu cut away at the creep. Oh, Hakoda outplaying Toby.
It's flying left and right. Boom. He still wants to go for this one. There's a Fairy Fire. No, there's not. That was on the Pango.
Oh, this can tilt Shigetsu so hard. Creep wave coming to tower. He's gonna lose 4 creeps. And all other 4 creeps gonna be pulled on double big camp. So Shigetsu gonna lose double creep wave here. 8 creeps.
Usually the Alchemist is singing money, money, money. In this game, that's not gonna be happening. Because he's got none.
They tried to pressure Crystallis. on the top lane, but they couldn't really.
It's Necro. He's just having the freest lane in the world. Semi's true in the top lane. Kinda surprised that Bachuk didn't try to lane in the top lane. They just focused solely on farm. Do you think they could have pressured Crystallis?
Oh, they're gonna get Shigetsu one more time. I think they could. Yeah, I think they could, but Shigetsu playing so aggressive. And after he died, I saw his camera a bit shaking. Maybe.
He punched the table?
Maybe, but yeah, definitely he's not happy what is happening.
Yeah,
He
at
had
least he
a
has
good
poker
free farm.
face. Don't show your fear to the opponents.
Well, Alchemists decide to farm some jungle camps right now. Not nice, but that's a life. Sometimes you need to accept that life is hard, lane is hard, and Ren is level 6 right now. Ren is level 6, maybe with help from Kotl rotations. They can fix the side lanes. Shigetsu, don't look at stacks. This is not for you.
They're taking them out.